This is section 137 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 137, A Day with Mark Twain, Funniest Man in the World, pictorially told by vivid snapshots at America's famous humorist. New York Journal and Advertiser, November 11, 1900, Magazine Supplement, page 18. Mark Twain disapproves of interviews, but in his talk with a correspondent the other day, he said some things that were as interesting and full as a nut is of meat of the unique quick wit of the author of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. To everyone who tries to interview him, Mark Twain explains why he objects. If the impression he intends to convey is as various as the reports of it set forth by his interpreters, he is armed against them cap a pie. That, he explains, however, is striking evidence of his unfailing courtesy. He maintained this reputation at 10 one morning last week. "The coffee is freezing on the table," he said. "The bacon is getting hard and dry." His mustache drooped pathetically. His shoulder followed the same line. He was as apologetic as the reporter who begged him to return to the dining-room. An hour later he explained himself. He did it slowly, with a melancholy drawl. "I thought it all out on the Continent," he said. "I made up my mind that it wasn't good for me to scatter impressions broadcast. So I got the thing down to this basic. When I arrive at a place, I will talk about my trip, etc. On the wharf or at a railroad station, what I say goes out to the world as a quick impression, a flashlight. I'm not held responsible for it. Neither is the interpreter. It lives one day. That's long enough. But when it comes to a serious interview, I feel as though I might be able to write my impressions as well as the reporter, and make more money." A little later Mr. Mark Twain gave painful evidence of his lack of enthusiasm for American newspapers. "Now, Sunday morning," he said in his slow drawl, "I wanted a paper to read while I was eating my breakfast. I am such a tremendously hearty eater that it takes me more than a week to eat enough to last me from breakfast to lunch-time. I said so to the man at the news-stand when he showed me an enormous stack of paper. 'One copy,' he cried, and then, seeing I was green, added, 'Costs 5 cents.' 'Oh, I don't want the whole thing,' said I. 'It's too expensive, and besides, I haven't my carpet-bag here to carry it in. Just give me a little installment of it that I can carry into the dining-room by myself. Let me pay for it in proportion. I guess about a cent's worth will do me today.' But actually he wouldn't do it. 'Why not?' said I. Then, to persuade him, I added, 'If you're saving any particular part for someone else, I don't care. I'm not particular. Give me anything, a little bit off the top, the outside, the inside, or anything you've got handy.' Still he said he couldn't do it. The result was we couldn't strike a bargain, and I couldn't read a Sunday paper." Mark Twain's opinion of newspapers recalls the time when a reporter was sent to interview him as the leading author and striking example of the literary value of newspaper training, of which in his early manhood Mr. Twain had had a considerable amount. He received the reporter with his customary politeness and allusiveness. The reporter, however, summoned all his wits and asked the question which was to point his article. "Mr. Twain," he asked, "to what one thing, most of all, do you owe your marvelous success in literature?" He waited for the humorist to answer my newspaper training. Instead, Mr. Twain burst forth decisively: "To the fact that when I was young and very ambitious I lost my job." "May I ask what was your job, Mr. Twain?" exclaimed the puzzled reporter. "Certainly, sir, certainly," replied the humorist with great suavity. "I was a reporter." However, if Mr. Mark Twain doesn't care for our journalistic methods, he does approve of us in other ways. On the train going to Hartford he spied a water cooler, and drinking from it he said, "Ah, there is one of the great foundations of American health, wealth, and happiness. In no other country in the world do you find a water cooler on board every train, or indeed any train. Why? Because the people of other countries haven't found out yet that water is good to drink. They admit that for cleansing purposes it is a success, but for drinking, never. But in dear old America every car has its cooler. It doesn't matter if the water is clean or dirty, warm or cold, it is water, and when you're thirsty it tastes good. Now, ordinarily, very few intelligent, hard-headed business men with a keen understanding of the value of money would think of preferring a cup of muddy water to a $10 gold piece. But you put a man on a little raft in mid-ocean for a day or two with nothing to eat, and see how quick he would take that water instead of the money if he had his choice. During the first week after his arrival in America, Mr. Mark Twain rejoiced over the weather. "I always bring either sunshine or rain or pestilence, plague or famine, wherever I go," he said cheerfully. As part palliation for not being willing to be interviewed, Mr. Mark Twain kindly consented to be snapshotted. The photographer caught him as he was here set forth, having his shoes blacked, and talking with his wife and his friend Major Pond. The humorist has refused to be interviewed, but he couldn't be forever silent. He made remarks with absolute gravity, never as though he was saying anything that would in the least bear repetition. On one occasion he said lugubriously, "I hope I'll get to be such an old story soon that the photographers will leave me alone." "Oh, that's only one of the little annoyances of fame," answered his companion. "Yes," he replied, "there are always more or less drawbacks to fame, as the man said when the sheriff was chasing him." On one or two occasions the humorist became interested in the photographer's work and examined it keenly. He paused before one which showed only half of him. "Well," he said to the photographer, "you didn't miss me altogether, as the sheriff of the jail at Pretoria did. I visited there and tried to cheer up the prisoners by telling them that if they weren't in that jail they'd probably be in some other. I told them they ought to be thankful that They didn't have to worry about where their next meal was coming from, as I did. The sheriff liked me so well he wanted to keep me for a year or two, but I told him that I had promised to patronize home industries when I needed any jails. He said he was sorry, for he'd rather have me for a prisoner, since he had heard me lecture, than anyone he knew. It was on his first visit to the Pretoria jail to see the Johannesburg reformers that Mark Twain said it had been the dream of his life to get into jail, but misfortune dogged his footsteps. Whenever he had committed anything, it always happened that no witnesses were around, and he never had sufficient reputation for veracity to get himself convicted without corroborative evidence. "There is no place on earth," he said, "where a man could get such uninterrupted quiet as in jail. Pilgrim's Progress would never have been written if Bunyan had not been in jail, and Cervantes was privileged to suffer in durance vile, and thus enabled to write Don Quixote. These two roamed about on the wings of imagination, describing perils and enjoying the intoxicating delights of war without personal danger." Mark Twain ended by telling the prisoners that the insidious charms of jail would increase the longer they remained in jail. He said he felt this so strongly that he meant to ask Paul to extend their sentences. He had said a few days before that he was the laziest man in the world, with a supreme contempt for the almighty dollar, except in the case of necessity. Up to a certain point he seemed to be the most indifferent. The photographer gently urged him to pose. He looked frightened to death. "I?" he cried. "I? Don't ask me. I wouldn't have the nerve." He looked so frightened that the subject was changed to catch him unawares. He was asked if he was an enthusiast about golf. "Well, no, I can't say I am," he answered. "I saw part of a game once, about 30 years ago, but I have forgotten some of the fine points since." End of interview number 137, read by John Greenman. This is section 138 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 138. Sure Mark Twain's in a Crooked Game. New York World, November 12, 1900, page 12. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain has left the Hotel Earlington and has taken a house at number 14 West 10th Street. The clerk at the Earlington got the impression that the house was number 14 East 10th Street, and there's trouble. "It does not make much difference to me whether it is east or west," said Mr. Clemens, "but it seems that it does to the housekeeper at number 14 East 10th Street." This housekeeper is a blue-eyed, large-faced woman with a deep voice. The owner of the house is Ambrose Henry, member of an old New York family and a well-known Wall Street banker and broker. The Henry family is still at Tuxedo, and Mr. Henry goes to number 14 East 10th Street only about once in 2 weeks, so he has not heard of the terrible doings at his New York home. In the last 3 weeks more than 50 people have called here and asked if a Mr. Mark Twain lived here, the housekeeper told a World reporter yesterday. There seem to be 2 men going around telling that they live here. One is this Mr. Mark Twain, whoever he may be, and the other is a Mr. Clemens. People are calling here all the time and asking for them, and they have had letters come here too. I give all the letters back to the mailman, and he takes them away. And then, last week, there was an order of cabbage and vegetables and groceries left here. The delivery man said they were for Mark Twain. I told him know Mark Twain lived here. He looked at me so funny. I bet there is something queer about that lot, Clemens and Twain." When Mark Twain was told of the perplexity of the good woman he laughed all over. "Hurrah for Mrs. Faithful," he said. "She is a jewel, and my friend Ambrose Henry is lucky to have such a good housekeeper. And how refreshing it is to know that she never heard of me. I begin to feel like a respectable citizen again. 50 people ask for me at her door. No wonder that she thought that Clemens and Twain were trying some crooked game. But say, don't print a word of what I have said. It is my trade to gabble, and if I talk to reporters for nothing, where's my bread and butter coming in? I will not say a word to a paper unless they pay me. Why, I could peter myself out in 2 months by talking against a reporter's pencil so that I couldn't sell a thing. Ideas are worth money, young man. If you have got one, hang on to it till you can sell it. Don't give it away. Conserve your energies and turn your ideas into gold. But don't come stealing mine. This world is mighty hard and grasping and suspicious. Just notice that housekeeper now. You want to make everything you do count." "How did you happen to miss the hour of that dinner at the Lotus Club the other night?" he was asked. "Didn't miss it. I was just gabbling. The house was full of visitors, and when I looked at my watch to see if it was time to go to the Lotus Club, why, I mistook the hour, as any one might. If I hadn't been talking for nothing with a lot of friends here, I shouldn't have mistaken the hours on the face of my watch." End of interview number 138, read by John Greenman. This is section 139 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in public domain. Interview number 139. "This beats croquet," said Mark Twain at football game. New York World, November 18, 1900, page 3. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain, as the guest of Lawrence Hutton, the writer, was an interested spectator of the Yale-Princeton football game. Mr. Clemens left Friday afternoon for Princeton, and was driven immediately to Mr. Hutton's residence. He held an informal reception there during Friday evening. Just before 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, Mr. Clemens, Mr. Hutton, and several Princeton professors were driven to the football field. Some Princetonians in the crowd recognized Mark Twain, and he was the recipient of several long-drawn-out sis-boom-ahs as he climbed up the seats of the east stand. This was the stand where the Princeton singing societies were congregated. They were gathered near the northern end of the stand, and the mighty volume of sound they put forth seemed to delight Mr. Clemens, who smiled at their enthusiasm. Mr. Clemens wore a huge yellow chrysanthemum in the left lapel of his long black overcoat. This tribute to the college was appreciated by the students nearby, who throughout the game gave an occasional tiger, or roar, for Mark Twain. Mr. Clemens appeared deeply interested in the contest. It was the first college football game he had ever witnessed. He asked many questions of his friend Mr. Hutton and of others nearby concerning the plays and the players. He quickly mastered the main principles of the game and easily detected the superiority of the team from New Haven. In the early part of the contest, when Princeton surprised her admirers by the strong resistance she put up, Mr. Clemens cheered lustily in unison with the other rooters for Old Nassau. He looked gloomy and sympathetic when Gould made an easy touchdown for Yale soon after the game began. But when Mattis, shortly thereafter, dropped a pretty goal from the field, Mr. Clemens laughed loudly, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's good, that's good. Perhaps Princeton will win after all." When the first half closed with the figures standing 11 for Yale and 5 for Princeton, Mr. Clemens was one of the most eager of the mathematicians, figuring how Princeton might yet pull the game out of the fire. After the 10 minutes intermission were up, Yale's giants came lumbering on the field for the second half, and Mr. Clemens, who had been standing up and stamping his feet to keep warm, sat down again with a broad grin of anticipatory joy. "Here's where Princeton gets even," he remarked jovially to his friends. But Princeton didn't get even. As the second half progressed and Yale's big fellows ripped the light Princeton line to pieces for long gains, Mr. Clemens' face was a study. He apparently was a sincere adherent of Princeton, yet he could not refrain from making remarks complimentary to the physique of the Yale 11. When the gigantic Perry Hale and the huge and gritty Gordon Brown, the captain of the Blues, or the almost equally stalwart Stillman, slammed into the Tigers, bowling them over on all sides, Mr. Clemens made such remarks as, "I should think they'd break every bone they ever had. Those Yale men must be made of granite, like the rocks of Connecticut. Those young Elis are too beefy and brawny for the Tigers. Well, say, this beats croquet. There's more go about it. That Yale team could lick a Spanish army. The country is safe when its young men show such pluck and determination as are here in evidence today." The 18,000 cheering people were a revelation to Mr. Clemens. As the Tigers were trawled deeper and deeper in the mire, when the score was standing 29-5 against them, toward the very close, the cheering clubs gave a grand exhibition of the never-say-die spirit for which Princeton has always been famous. Without let-up they sang all the songs in their repertoire with a vim and an energy that were inspiring, and waved the yellow and black flags on high. Yale might beat their football team, but the pluck of the Princeton men was undaunted. It was this feature which particularly impressed itself upon Mr. Clemens. He said, after the game, that the contest was one of the events of his life, and that he was proud to have been present at a game where Princeton men made such a splendid exhibition of spirit. He said he was proud of Yale, too, for Yale is in his state. He spoke of the splendid courage displayed by all of the Yale men, particularly Brown, who repeatedly hurled himself at formations and broke them up in a manner that overwhelmed the lighter Jersey men. Mr. Clemens said he was sorry football, as it was played today, was not in vogue during his school days, as he believed he would have liked to play it. He gave it as his opinion that it was the grandest game ever invented for boys, one which showed all their best qualities to advantage, and a game that must necessarily build up the mind as well as the body. The sport made such a favorable impression on Mr. Clemens that he said he believed he would attend the Yale-Harvard contest at New Haven next Saturday. Mr. Clemens will return to New York today. End of interview number 139, read by John Greenman. This is section 140 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 140, Mark Twain Bests a Grasping Cabman. New York World, November 23, 1900, page 12. Read by John Greenman. Seriously, semi-tragically, the plaint of Mark Twain against the cabmen of New York was told to the mayor's chief marshal at noon yesterday, and as a result, cabman William Beck now has no license. In his role of reformer, the humorist charged that the citizens of New York are criminals because they submit to extortion. With Mark Twain came Kate Leary, who for 18 years has been a maid in his family, and Sherman Everett, butler for the Clemens household, who did the detective work in locating the cabman after he had given a false number. Richard Watson Gilder also accompanied Mark Twain. It was for Kate Leary, the maid, that the author made his protest. She sat by Mark Twain during the hearing. The marshal did not question her, for it was apparent that she was badly frightened, and on the point of bursting into tears at the most exciting points of the controversy between Mark Twain and Michael Byrne, who conducts the hack line to which William Beck, who overcharged the author, belongs. Mark Twain, who is in mourning, wore black. He leaned forward in his chair and began deliberately, "The salient features of the case are these: that this maid-servant came to my study the evening of the 20th at 6 o'clock, along there some place, and said she had been brought from the 42nd Street station to my house, number 14 West 10th Street, in this coupe, and that the driver required $1.50 for the service, and I went down to see about it, and he required the $1.50 from me. I judged it to be an overcharge." Marshal David Roach called the attention of Mark Twain to the fact that the distance was 34 blocks, and that the legal charge for the hackman was only 50 cents a mile. "I haven't finished yet," interrupted the author. "There is another charge. I inquired of him his number. Instead of exhibiting his number, he gave me a false one with his mouth. Those are my two charges." The marshal wished to know how Mark Twain ascertained the false number. "I ascertained it," replied Mark Twain, "through my colored man who serves us. I sent him down to the carriage to ascertain. I suspected, when he did not show me his number, that he was not telling the truth." Marshal Roach asked the cabman to produce his license. When this was read, Beck, the cabman, started in to make his defense. He said, "He engaged me from Grand Central Station down to number 14 West 10th Street. I took the maid down there and thought I was entitled to $1.50, being as the ordinance reads that any conveyance that carries two persons is deemed as a carriage." The marshal scowled at the cabby. "It was an overcharge," he announced. The cabby quailed and looked at Byrne, a strapping 6-footer. Byrne doubled his fists and looked wickedly at the author. "Well, Mr. Mr. Twain," said the cab owner, "you know that we are all more or less selfish, and that a man driving for wages is trying to get all that he can. I admit that there was an overcharge of half a dollar, but I got only $1. "Well, he said you required him to pay $1.50, answered Mark Twain. Marshal Roach then delivered his sentence midway in the hearing. "This man was required to exhibit his license, and he failed to make his number known," said the marshal. "It is against the ordinances, and therefore we will have to suspend your license, my dear man, for this action. I will go further. I will hear out all the evidence and pay particular attention to this case." Mark Twain smiled. It was the only time during the hearing that his deep seriousness left him. W. Winston, secretary of the Hack Owners Association, took the floor to inform the marshal and Mark Twain that he was glad the charges had been brought. He informed them that his organization intended to cleanse New York of corruption and extortion. The hearing appeared to be finished. Mark Twain had reached under his chair for his silk hat. "I don't think the case warranted this publicity," spoke up the cab owner. "May I speak?" suddenly asked Mark Twain, turning to the marshal. When an affirmative reply came, the author settled back in his chair, closed his eyes as if he was soliloquizing, and said, "Now, my dear sir, this is not a matter of sentiment. It is mere practical business. You cannot imagine that I am making money wasting an hour or two of my time to prosecute a case in which I can have no personal interest whatever. I am doing this just as any citizen who is worthy of the name of citizen should do. He has no choice. He has a distinct duty. He is a non-classified policeman, and every citizen is a policeman, and it is his duty to assist the police and the magistracy in every way he can, and give his time, if necessary, to help uphold the law. Now, if nobody comes forward, you have this result. Here is a man who is a perfectly natural product of an infamous system in this city. It is a charge upon the lax patriotism in this New York that this thing can exist. You have encouraged him in every way and allowed him to overcharge. No fault has been found with him. He is not the criminal here at all. The criminal is the citizens of New York and the absence of patriotism. They ought to be ashamed of themselves to allow such a state as this to grow up, and if they allow, it will continue forever. I am not here to avenge myself on him. I have no quarrel with him. My quarrel is with the citizens of New York that have encouraged overcharging in this way. Now, you say it is not necessary that there should be publicity. In church and state and everywhere, always the defense of a man with a weak case is to conceal. The only way to bring such things out and make them practical and give them force is to remove all concealment, make it a public offense when a citizen neglects his duty, when he should bring forward a charge. I believe that if the public knew how simple it is here to spend a few minutes and prove a case or lose it, they would do so. They don't appreciate that you take care of these things. If they knew that you were here always ready to carry out the law, more complaints, I am sure, would come to this office. Byrne, the cab owner, said, "We are to a large degree liable for the men in our employ who make these overcharges. In every part of the city these corporations, like railroads, get the best of special privileges. We have to compete with this unfair competition. You may think we are making lots of money, and we probably would if we could overcharge, but we cannot. Of course, sometimes these cabmen have to stand in one place a long time. Then they want to make up for this loss of time. He reduced your fare to $1.25, you say." "I paid only $1," answered the author gruffly. The cab owner took a step forward. Mark Twain straightened in his chair. "There are two sides to a question," said the cab owner. "There is only one side to a moral question," answered Mark Twain. "A legal question is a moral question. There are not two sides to a moral question." The voice of the humorist was loud. "Years and years ago," he continued, "when I am sure there was nothing of the outside competition that you speak of, you created it yourselves by your extortionate charges. I took a hack at the ferry of the Delaware and Lackawanna Railroad a good many years ago, when I went to the Gilsey House. I had a hand satchel with me, and the driver's charge was $3, probably more than he was entitled to charge. He insisted upon it. I didn't ask for the tariff charge. I sent for the proprietor of the Gilsey, expecting him to take my side, which he didn't do, and I never saw any hotel proprietor in the world that would take your side, for the hackman brings in custom to him. The proprietor advised me to drop the case there. I said I will take it into the police court. He said, "You will be flung out like that," with a wave of the arm. I presume he was right. I did not prosecute that case then, but now I will prosecute every case that comes to my notice, at any time or any place. This charging of extortionate rates caused the formation of the Pennsylvania Hack Service and the New York Central Hack Service, and after a time there will be no room at all for other hackmen. "There is more back of this case," said the cab owner. "What?" asked Marshall Roach. "Well, if they get all the special privileges, we must do something," said Byrne. "Why don't they give us some of the business those other people get?" Mark Twain bristled up, his eyes flashed. "The pirate can make that argument," he interjected. This caused laughter. The cab owner did not take it as a joke. His face became livid. "You have been repeating parrot talk yourself," he exclaimed. Mark Twain did not notice that pirate had been twisted into parrot. Marshall Roach was hammering on his desk for order. Several policemen who were outside edged in toward the room. "Well, it's all over," said Mark Twain to the maid. "Let's go home." He left by the side entrance to the City Hall with Mr. Gilder and Kate Leary, the servant. End of interview number 140, read by John Greenman. This is section 141 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 141, Mark Twain on Hazing, New York Times, January 20th, 1901, page 1, read by John Greenman. Washington, January 19th. Mark Twain, in an interview today, spoke about hazing at West Point, and denounced the practice as a brutal one and the men who indulge in it as bullies and cowards. "Why," he said, "the fourth-class man who is compelled to fight a man from the first class hasn't a show in the world, and it is not intended that he should. I have read the rules provided to prevent such practices, and they are wholly deficient, because one provision is omitted. I would make it the duty of a cadet to report to the authorities any case of hazing which came to his notice, make such reports a part of the vaunted West Point Code of Honor, and the beating of young boys by upper-classmen will be stopped. I am not opposed to fights among boys as a general thing, if they are conducted in a spirit of fairness. I think it makes boys manly, but I do oppose compelling a little fellow to fight some man big enough to whip two of him. When I was a boy, going to school down in the Mississippi Valley, we used to have our fights, and I remember one occasion on which I got soundly trounced, but we always matched boys as nearly of a size as possible, and there was none of the cowardly methods that seemed to prevail at West Point. End of interview number 141, read by John Greenman. This is section 142 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 142. Pendennis. Mark Twain bearded in his New York den by a camera fiend. New York Herald, January 20th, 1901, Section 5, page 3. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain, in his study, a brown study, can be a very serious man. There is about him a calm, benevolent dignity, a practical belligerence toward those misguided human beings who have everything to get, as it were. He feels a parental sympathy tempered with a judicial tendency for the depravities of human nature. He approaches each phase of human weakness with an earnest, kindly care that explains the worldwide affection his books have gained for him. When I talked with him, the local atmosphere of New York City was dark with depraved conditions. The shadow that had threatened the decencies of life for so many years in this city had but just been illumined by indignant men and women. The night before, Mark Twain had stood up with Bishop Potter in defense of clean politics. It was quite understood that he was not to be interviewed in New York. Mark Twain is a disciplinarian. He subdues all difficulties with fixed, iron-bound rules. For the first 24 hours that he arrives in a new city, he receives everybody, and will talk to everyone who asks for an opinion. After that, as he himself puts it, never again, in that city, forever and ever. This fact was emphatically impressed upon me by the author in the hushed atmosphere of his study. Mark Twain's study has never been presented to the public eye before, nor has it ever been possible to secure so faithful a record of this author actually at work until now. The special interest in these pictures is their faithful record of Mark Twain in a serious mood. Mark Twain as he sits at his desk, conspiring against the evils of human nature. Realizing that I was not supposed to obtain any opinions, I took a seat beside the desk, looked into the pleasant, cheerful countenance of a wood fire, and silently resigned my curiosity to the camera. There it stood, on its 3 long legs, staring greedily at the great man, who silently ignored it with patient tolerance. So we 3 sat in silence some 5 minutes, Mark Twain, Mark Camera, and myself. The room was very quiet, particularly suited to studious reverie. Somewhere beyond the door we heard the occasional rustle of a feather-duster, a whispering voice, and, far off, as far away as possible without going into the street, someone was practicing vocal music. Slowly the author opened his letters with a paper knife and turned his correspondence inside out. At last, moved by a sense of companionship or a desire to share the literary musings of a quiet half-hour, he leaned back in his chair and, turning a closely written 4-page letter over and over, that no pen-stroke of it should escape investigation, he spoke. But alas, it was in the forbidden city of New York, one of the cities where he would not be interviewed. Never again, forever and ever. While the artist has faithfully recorded a reminiscent study of Mark Twain as I saw him in his den in New York, the actual spoken thoughts of the man himself had been given me under bond of secrecy, as it were, the social seal of privacy stamped upon them. Is there no place where we can revive the memories of this half-hour in vivid type? I asked, as I was leaving. He told me he was going to Boston on the 14th of the month, discovering that this would be his first trip there since his return from Europe. I determined to make a geographical compromise, rather than lose a pen and ink sketch of Mark Twain in a serious mood. So it was agreed that we should meet on the train at Worcester, and there resume the inspiration I had gathered from the author in his study. It so happened, when I boarded the train, that the author was looking over his mail and enjoying his latest pipe, patented in Ireland. I turned my back upon the landscape as we sped by, watched the author attentively, and felt as if we were together in his study in New York, as we had been a few days ago. "There's a strange thing," he said slowly, and read aloud portions of a letter. It was from the daughter of an old friend. He recalled having seen the celebrated author at her father's house when she was a little girl. She had been married since then and lost her father. Also, she had been unfortunate, and was in destitute circumstances. She possessed a painting by the animal painter Beard, which her father had purchased for $500. Would Mark Twain buy it for $150? Slowly and deliberately the author answered this communication aloud, addressing his correspondent with practical kindliness, as if she were there before him. "Well, if I could buy a painting by a famous artist that was worth $500 when he was alive, I should certainly not pay a cent less for it after he was dead. It seems to me it ought to be worth more, since he has passed away. I remember seeing a picture of his of some bears. They were wonderful. The creatures were human beings in everything but their shapes." Up went the value of Beard's picture, and a momentary resentment of reducing the value of this particular one showed itself in the author's countenance. "Women are impractical in the face of trouble sometimes," I suggested. "Yes, they run to extremes both ways. They either ask you 4 times as much as a thing is worth, or not half enough. Of course I can't buy the picture, but I should think the Museum of Art ought to have it." A reflective pause followed, in which the commercial instinct, which is no small factor in Mark Twain's success, crystallized. "Of course, if the Museum of Art in New York can get this painting for $150, they won't pay any more for it. As a corporation, it would be their duty to pay no more for it," argued the author. Then, tempering his worldly reason with sympathy for the writer of this letter, he laid it aside, saying, "I will not send it to the Museum of Art. I'll see if I can't find someone who will pay full price, because he knows it is worth it." It was evident that if Mark Twain had not been gifted as a writer, he would have been a successful business agent. 2 more letters were opened and laid aside with the faintest suspicion of a sigh. "I can't do it. There isn't money enough in New York or Boston to go round." He hadn't spoken to me, but had answered a condition of depravity in human nature that his letters had revealed. "I suppose they can't help it. It's a dreadful habit, though." "More requests for money?" I asked. "Yes. I don't mind helping people I know. Friends should depend on each other when the world doesn't treat them well. But no wonder the figures of charity are made to look so haughty and stuck up in statues." Mechanically he took a puff or two at his big pipe, and looking out of the window surveyed human nature comfortably. "We're all beggars, more or less, the whole lot of us. It is a depraved condition in all of us. One man in good clothes asks a favor, another asks for a quarter because he's hungry. I asked a man to give me the address of another man. He mailed it to me. I might just as well have found it out myself, but by begging I saved myself exertion and trouble. I remember a certain day in San Francisco when, if I hadn't picked up a dime that I found lying in the street, I should have asked someone for a quarter. Only a matter of a few hours, and I'd have been a beggar. That dime saved me, and I have never begged. Never. He was distinctly proud of this fact, not for his own strength of achievement, but for a fortunate escape from violation of his principle. A good deal of fun has been made of Mark Twain's endeavors to arouse New Yorkers to a sense of their rights of citizenship. His recent resentment of a cabman's attempted extortion was only a shade of the principle and uprightness that make the ideal American citizen. There is no one living in New York today who is more sanely equipped with an insight of the depravities in human nature than Mark Twain. His nature is so strong in its original simplicity that he bristles at the mere suggestion of an abuse, as a cat will at the sight of a dog. The postmaster of New York City loomed up in the unpleasant guise of an autocrat to the author's vision. Why do we have to go down to the post office and present an official with a carefully revised edition of our family tree before we can get a registered letter? Asked Mark Twain, glancing at me as if I were the postmaster. Abominable, I said soothingly. I didn't do it. I refused to do it. I received a notice that a registered letter had got into the United States for me from Europe, and a request to go downtown and confide the secrets of my family history to prove that I was not attempting to defraud the authorities. I sent my colored boy down with a note and got the letter. You were favored, I suggested. Why should I be? Why should the postmaster break a rule that he considers necessary for the proper transaction of his official business for one man and enforce it for others? Something wrong about the rule. Local tyranny, I suggested. No such trouble in Europe. A registered letter means important letters to the authorities over there, and they can't get it into your hands too quickly. Not only that, but you're not obliged to receive it if you don't want it. Nearly all begging letters abroad are sent by registered mail, so that you can't say you didn't receive them. I never accepted a registered letter unless the handwriting was familiar to me after a while. Do they write begging letters in Europe? Oceans of them. They have a habit of enclosing soiled and time-worn letters and documents of recommendation, signed by famous people who are not on earth to deny them. I used to leave them with the hall porter of the hotel, with a note thanking them for the opportunity afforded me of reading their testimonials, and stating that they could receive them intact from the hands of the porter. I suggested that these letter-writers made a mark of celebrated men who had been poor themselves, relying on fellow sympathy and so on. All the professional beggars, or rather the men and women afflicted with the complaint, need are a name and address. They scan the newspapers for arrivals at the hotels, and labor diligently in this way to make a living." He handed me a letter on which was printed the statement that the sender, having a "nice collection of autographs," would be quite willing to add Mark Twain's to the collection. A stamped envelope, addressed to Bloomington, Illinois, completed the bargain so far as he was concerned. "What gorgeous type," mused the author, grimly. "There's another phase of human depravity, the organized autograph hunter. Now, I don't object to answering a letter if the writer will show me the common courtesy of using pen, ink, and note-paper to address me, but when he goes to a printing machine and seems to begrudge the time he must spend to write me personally, I don't feel compelled to answer him. I can't afford a printing press in my establishment to turn out my correspondence in colored inks, bound and folded automatically. I still have to use the primitive methods of correspondence. He's too rich for my blood," and he laid the letter aside. "How often have you been photographed?" I asked, as I showed him the picture taken in his den in New York. 23 times in 23 minutes the day before yesterday," was the answer. "Harper's wanted to be sure to get something lifelike," explained Mark Twain. "I felt as a moving picture must feel going at full speed. It's wonderful how ugly we are sometimes, too, when we get a real good, faithful likeness. No one would have believed a horse was such a homely acting animal till we got a picture of him in action. It won't do for us to be too self-conscious in these snapshot days of inquiry. Now, I said a thing last night in a speech that I didn't mean to say. It just slipped out because I had been writing an article on the subject. I didn't intend to say it there." It was in reference to the presidential policy in the Philippines. I showed him the paragraph as reported in the daily papers. "There it is, sure enough. Now, I don't believe in saying a thing that is an opinion but once, in one way, at one time, and in one place, and I did not intend to say it last night, though I have substantially written about it fully." "You do not approve of the policy of the administration in the Philippines?" I asked indifferently. "If we desire to become members of the international family, let us enter it respectably, and not on the basis at present proposed in Manila. We find a whole heap of fault with the war in South Africa, and feel moved to hysterics for the sufferings of the Boers, yet we don't seem to feel so very sorry for the natives in the Philippines." "Another phase of depravity," I suggested. "That's it. Human nature is selfish, and it's only real noble for profit." "Have you been to the opera?" I asked. "Once, the other night." He spoke with the slow utterance of reserved thought, and a little sadly, I thought. "You don't like it?" "Yes and no. I think opera is spoiled by attempting to combine instrumental and vocal effects. I love instrumental music, and I love a good voice, but I don't like them together. It's too generous. I can't fully take it in. Either the instruments spoil the voice, or the voice spoils the instruments." He got up, restlessly shaking off discordant operatic memories, and picked up a book. Here's an illustration of what I mean. This is a Scotch story sent to me by a lady who is the authoress, and when I began to read it I found that she had got a man to tell the story for her. I expected to hear a simple Scotch tale from the lips of a charming woman, and get a duet, as it were, with a man. The surprise of finding so much more than I expected was a disappointment, and yet I approve of her idea in one way. You see, the story is all about an old lord, and as it required a very constant and intimate companionship with him to tell the story at all, it was absolutely necessary that a man should be employed by her to figure in her stead. She had a truly Scottish sense of the proprieties. It would have been quite improper for an authoress to tell so much about an old lord except through another's lips. I showed him one of the photographs taken at his desk. Now, if Mrs. Clemens had come in and seen that desk being photographed in this shape, she would have been aghast at its apparent disorder. But that is not disorder. I know exactly where everything is, top and bottom, from a telegraph blank in its hiding place to a manuscript or a letter. What looks like disorder to some people is the best of order to others. My mother had the same disordered sense of order that I have. I might buy her reams and reams of the most magnificent note paper, blue, green, red, pale peacock, anything you like. It was of no use. She never would write on anything but odd scraps. Many's the letter I've received from her written on uneven scraps of paper, different colors and qualities, all hunched together in an envelope and unpaged. My mother's letters were as hard to understand as any problem book I ever read. For the first time since we had been talking, Mark Twain laughed at his loving reminiscence of her tender frailties. Mark Twain is great because of his simplicity, his honesty, and his intelligent antagonism to even the minor depravities of human nature, and his objection to being interviewed. End of interview number 142, read by John Greenman. This is section 143 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 143. Mark Twain, expert on trademarks, has fun. New York Journal and Advertiser, March 14, 1901, page 1. Read by John Greenman. I hope you gentlemen will let me go soon, sighed Mark Twain as he seated himself in United States Commissioner Shields' private office yesterday. I have a most important engagement. And the lovable humorist resignedly settled himself in a chair and looked unhappy. Presumably Mr. Clemens was called as an expert on the copyright law and literary trademarks with which he has had some sad experiences. Rudyard Kipling's suit against R. F. Fenno and Company, alleging infringement of copyright, was to be heard, and A. T. Gurlitz, Kipling's counsel, had called Mark Twain. Mr. Gurlitz began to question him about the trademarks used by Kipling's publishers. "I object," exclaimed Mr. Rives, counsel for Fenno and Company, and "B'ject! B'ject! B'ject!" sounded after each of Mr. Gurlitt's questions. "They don't seem to want me to talk at all," plaintively observed the man who wrote The Innocents Abroad, and he added, looking at the commissioner, "I think I might smoke if I can't talk." Mr. Shields, smiling, offered him a cigar. Mr. Clemens looked long and solemnly at the cigar, then at Mr. Gurlitt's, then at Mr. Rives. Waving the cigar away from him, he said, "No, no, I guess I'd better not take it. They would b'ject, I know. But," regretfully, "it looks like a good cigar." "Oh, there will be no objections, Mr. Clemens," the lawyers declared. Looking much relieved, Mark Twain slowly put on his steel-rimmed spectacles, lit the cigar, leaned back contentedly, puffed away, then exclaimed, "Now, go on, gentlemen. I'm ready to meet all your objections." "Have you written in your career?" asked Mr. Gurlitt. Mr. Clemens seemed as surprised as if the thought of writing had never suggested itself to him. Recovering himself, he replied, with mock modesty, "A few stories." Q. Do you consider that a book of stories of an author, published under a title selected by the author, can reasonably and generally be regarded as a book written by that author? Mark Twain drew a deep sigh, as if to say, "That's a hard one." "I should say yes, but it's no business of mine. I don't know whether that's a legal answer," he hastily added. Q. Do you consider that a publisher, other than the one who originally published such a book, has any right to issue a similar volume of the same works? "No, that wouldn't be square," answered the most entertaining of experts. "Nothing square about such a proceeding." "A manufacturer who put up soap, beer, whiskey," Mr. Gurlitt began. Mr. Clemens, most temperate of men, pretended to be delighted by the mention of whiskey, and looked around as if he were athirst. "Put up soap, beer, whiskey, under the label previously used by another manufacturer, would be guilty of counterfeiting, too?" The lawyer finished his question. "Yes, no difference between counterfeiting, be it whiskey or a book," Mr. Clemens replied. "There's no substantial difference. I might be permitted, by the by," this with much significance, "to explain why I think so. But you understand why." Mr. Rives cross-examined Mr. Twain, who didn't seem to mind it. Q. You once brought a suit, did you not, in which your views as to the right of an author were expressed? A. Yet more sadly, I did. Q. The decision was adverse to your interests, was it not? A. Despairingly. It certainly was. To Mr. Gurlitt, Mr. Clemens said he understood that, since his own suit, trademarks have become more valuable to authors. When his testimony was over, Mr. Rives most politely said, to enable Mark Twain to keep his engagement, he would waive verification of his testimony, nor need Mr. Clemens sign it. "I will get Mr. Clemens to read it and make any needed corrections," suggested Mr. Gurlitt. "You will have a hard time to get me to read it," retorted Mark Twain, gathering up his hat and coat. "Don't you ever read your own productions?" laughed Mr. Rives. The answer came like a flash as Mark Twain hurried away. "Not when I can get a proofreader to do it." The hearing was adjourned for a week. End of interview number 143, read by John Greenman. This is section 144 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 144, W. B. Northrop, Mark Twain in the Woods. New York World Sunday Magazine, July 21, 1901, page 1 and 2. Read by John Greenman. On the borders of Lake Saranac, in the heart of the Adirondack Mountains, Mark Twain has taken up his summer home. Far from the madding noises of New York, within the depths of a forest primeval, he lives the life of a recluse. The circle of his society is narrowed to the members of his own family, consisting of his wife and 2 grown daughters. He reads no daily papers. Even his mail is left stacked up and uncalled for at the nearest post-office. No one could take a vacation more seriously than does the world's greatest humorist. Though on the borders of a lake stocked with fish, the rod and reel possess for him no charms. Though employing an Adirondack guide, the pathless woods, the airy mountain top, hold out for him no allurements. Seated in a little tent beside the borders of the lake, Mark Twain spends the largest portion of his time in work. Systematically, brooking few interruptions, he applies himself from 4 to 7 hours a day. It was only after much persuasion, seconded by the kindly offices of Mrs. Clemens, that I obtained an interview with him and succeeded in taking photographs which accompany this article. On the south shore of Lake Saranac, literally buried in a deep forest of fir and pine trees, stands the lair, Mark Twain's cottage. Though the dictionary defines a lair as the couch of a wild beast, it is only in the sense of its seclusiveness and inaccessibility that the name is apposite as the dwelling-place of the famous author. Dean Swift longed for a house to entertain a friend, a river at his garden's end. But Mark Twain has more than this. The beautiful sweep of a whole lake stretches out before him. From the outside, Mark Twain's house looks like a Swiss cottage, such as one sees perched on the side of the Alps near Lake Lucerne. The wood of which it is built is rough pine, the bark of the tree being left on the outside. Within, the idea of rusticity is further emphasized by leaving the cross-beams of the ceiling covered with native bark. The upper portion of the doors and windows are finished in the same fashion. The high mantelpiece of the reception-room is made of a huge pine log, with the bark left on, the upper surface being planed flat. The tables, chairs, and other furnishings are rustic, even down to the inkwell on the writing-desk which stands in the northeast corner of the room. So closely is the house surrounded by trees that the long branches protrude far across the verandas and look impudently in at the windows of the second story. The tops of the trees seem to lock arms above the roof, and when the wind blows, the trunks rub against the eaves. Save for the rippling of the waters of Lake Saranac or the sighing of the wind through the trees, there is nothing to disturb the profound quiet which reigns about the lair. It was a sentimental unwillingness to break through the quietude that made me at first hesitate upon calling on Mark Twain in his Adirondack retreat. It seems almost a species of sacrilege for an outsider to enter the monastic nook in which he has buried himself. After rowing up and down several times in front of the lair, I at last overcame my reluctance and grounded my canoe on the little boat landing which juts out into the lake a few rods to the left of the house. A short walk over soft moss strewn with pine needles, and I found myself on the veranda of the lair. I was met at the door by Mrs. Clemens, a woman of sweet face and charming manner. She explained to me that her husband was very, very busy, that he had even neglected to send for his mail at the post-office. It was about 1 o'clock when I first called. Mrs. Clemens said it was one of his busiest hours. If I would return after 6 o'clock, she added, he would see me, perhaps. Deep shadows were creeping across the lake when I again made my way lairward. Seated in a high-back cane chair on the veranda, in an easy position, with one leg crossed over the other, was Mark Twain. He wore a loose-fitting suit of grayish blue, a negligee shirt, low, turned-down collar, and wash tie. Comfortable slippers were on his feet. Floating on his mass of white hair, rather than fitting his head, was a flat-top Panama hat. He arose to greet me as I approached and waved me to a seat beside him. The book he had been reading, Bismarck's Autobiography, he placed on a settee near by. I asked Mark Twain how he employed his time on his vacation. "I suppose you enjoy the deer and other hunting to be found in these parts?" I said. "No," he replied, "I never hunt. I have never taken any pleasure in shooting down birds and animals." "Of course. You go fishing?" "No, I do not fish either," he responded with a smile. Mark Twain then explained to me that his life in the Adirondacks was not one devoted to pleasure. He went there mainly for the purpose of working. "Quiet is essential to me in order to do satisfactory work." Mark Twain then talked freely about books, Anglo-Americanism, incidents in his life at home and abroad, his private system of philosophy, answering my every question with open candor. He expressed a desire, however, not to be quoted on any of these subjects in the form of an extended interview. He said he had no objection to my describing his Adirondack life. With slight variation, here is Mark Twain's daily program at The Lair. Rising between 7 and 8 in the morning, he dresses leisurely and breakfasts about 9. After breakfast he enjoys a cigar, either sitting on his veranda or strolling by the lake. At 10 o'clock promptly his working day begins. To the right of his house, about 50 feet away toward the lakeside, is a small tent. This tent is Mark Twain's literary camp. He works there regularly each day. The floor of the tent is covered with boards, which in front are extended outward toward the lake, forming a small platform, railed off at the end. The sole furniture of this tent is a high-backed cane chair on the seat of which are a couple of cushions. Seated in this chair, which is placed either within the tent or on the little platform, Mark Twain produces each day the humorous phrases which make the whole world laugh. Perhaps you think his humor is dashed off with little thought, and that his sentences drop from the pen point as water flows from a fountain. Not so. No sentence ever leaves his hand without undergoing rigorous inspection. No word is used without first weighing its every import. Mark Twain makes it a rule to write 4 hours each day. 4 hours of writing may mean 7 or 8 hours of thought and meditation. So, after all, there is little time left for recreation when his self-imposed daily task is done. After writing steadily from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, Mark Twain partakes of a luncheon in his house. The remainder of the day is devoted to reading and recreation. His afternoons are varied according to circumstances. At one time he will patronize a hammock which swings between 2 trees far back in the woods. He explained to me that he had acquired the art of being able to remain in the hammock as long as he desired. At other times, either accompanied by his daughters or alone, he will take a canoe trip on Lake Saranac. The canoes are as light as feathers, and it takes scarcely any effort to propel them. Very frequently his afternoon is spent with some favorite book by the lakeside. Here, sitting on some old moss-grown log, he will spend hour after hour, reading at times, at others gazing in reverie out over the waters of the lake. After his dinner at 6 o'clock, he sits on his veranda till bedtime, about 10 o'clock. For a literary man, the life Mark Twain leads at his lair is ideal. It is difficult to imagine how one can work in so beautiful a place where everything lulls to rest. The lapping of the waves on the shore and the moaning of the winds through the pines would enchant an ordinary mortal from all tasks, however exacting. I asked Mr. Clemens if he would permit me to take photographs of him through the course of one of his typical days. He consented to this audacious request with a kindliness which I was far from expecting. On the morning of July 6th at 9 o'clock I presented myself at the Lair, camera in hand. It takes a courageous man to pose for an amateur photographer, and I almost feared Mark Twain would back down from his agreement. but he was once a Confederate soldier and knows no fear. He had not changed his mind. Presently he seated himself in a chair on his veranda. With great simplicity and without any apparent effort, he assumed the most natural of poses, as the reader will, I think, admit on inspection of the photographs accompanying this article. The deep shadows cast by the trees surrounding the house made necessary somewhat lengthy time exposures in order to obtain effective photographs. Mark Twain was patience itself, even permitting me to take again certain pictures in which I feared I had not obtained just the desired result. From the house we then walked over to his workshop in the tent. Standing at the door of this tent, he paused a moment in a reflective attitude, which the camera was fortunate enough to catch. The expression in this picture shows Mark Twain just as he would appear had he risen from his chair a moment and stepped to the door of the tent in order to think of a word or to formulate a nicely balanced sentence. Very frequently, when his day's work is done, Mark Twain seats himself on a large rock near the lakeside and enjoys an hour or two of meditation while gazing out over the placid waters. It was my privilege to photograph him in this favorite haunt. This particular spot is a veritable sylvan grotto. One would not be surprised to see elves and fairies flitting in and out among the branches of the trees which cluster thickly by the water. Moss-grown stumps of old trees, water-worn logs, bending boughs of leafy green, and rocks over which the waters ever tumble, make a picture of wondrous harmony. If Mark Twain is able to work at all in such a place, it is singular that he does not produce inspired verse instead of humorous prose. As canoeing forms part of his day on rare occasions, Mr. Clemens kindly consented to let me photograph him indulging in this pastime. The day on which the picture was taken was a windy one, and the waters of the lake were rather tempestuous. Nevertheless, the venerable writer got into a frail Adirondack craft with the agility and alertness of youth, rowing out on the lake and keeping the boat quite steady, with its head to the waves. When I had taken all the photographs I desired, Mr. Clemens said, "You have taken so many photographs of me that I intend telling Mrs. Clemens I let you photograph me climbing a tree. You may depend on it, I shall be roundly lectured for allowing myself to be photographed in so undignified a pose. The children will have to help me out in my little joke." As I took my departure from the lair, I asked Mr. Clemens how he had discovered so ideal a spot. He said it was the result of a long search, and added, pointing across the lake, "I came very near choosing a house way over there, but at the last moment I discovered it was quite near neighboring houses. It is not well to be within caterwauling distances of another house if you desire absolute quiet. Yes, it is certainly very quiet here," he continued reflectively. "We have no excitement. We do not even read the daily papers. I take one paper, a weekly. It gets here about once every 2 weeks." End of interview number 144, read by John Greenman. This is section 145 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 145, Why Mark Twain is for Seth Low, New York Evening Post, October 8, 1901, page 3, read by John Greenman. All of Mark Twain's doubts as to his eligibility to vote, he having recently taken up his abode in the Appleton homestead at Riverdale, are now dispelled. The policeman who tramps periodically up and periodically down the roadway before the gray stone manse dispelled these doubts. He was the first one to whom Mr. Clemens applied for enlightenment. He said, "Sure you've got to vote." And Mr. Clemens, more than half convinced, sought legal counsel, which confirmed the dictum of the wayside sage. Moreover, Mr. Clemens is going to vote for Seth Low. But there is one thing he is not to be prevailed upon to do. That is, to make any speeches during the campaign. Several friends have urged him to take the stump, but Mr. Clemens declares he dreads speeches, particularly those he makes. However, Mr. Clemens says he intends doing all he can to further Mr. Low's election, according to his abilities at campaigning, which, and he wishes this clearly understood, do not include speech-making. Mr. Clemens, pipe in hand, in his study, in the Appleton homestead, surrounded by books, papers, letters, boxes of manuscript, the orderly confusion of a busy man of letters, was asked today as to his politics, his view of the coming campaign, and the intimation that he might take the stump for Mr. Low. He drew deeply upon his pipe for a moment, clouding himself in smoke, and said, after a prolonged pause, "First of all, I've learned that I have a vote. I've taken counsel of an expert in such matters, and he assures me I have a vote in Riverdale." "For what reason did you doubt your eligibility?" "Ignorance," Mr. Clemens replied. "Step up to a man and ask him if you can vote, telling him the circumstances of your residence, and he'll say to you, 'Yes, you've got a vote,' but he'll not be able to tell you why. That's why I pursued matters with the policeman who passes here every day. He asked me how long I'd lived here, where I'd lived before, and various other searching things, and then he said to me, 'Sure, you've got a vote.' He went a bit farther than the other people I've asked, and told me that before election I would have lived here the legal time, and could vote as well as any man. And he's right, too. Really, I hadn't much doubt about the voting matter, but I wanted to be legal and proper above all things. My legal expert clinched matters for me." "How will you vote, Mr. Clemens?" He was striding up and down the big sunny room. Once he stopped abruptly, put down his pipe, and said, "I shall vote the Low ticket. I am only interested in voting this ticket, whatever it may be. I'll vote for anything that opposes Tammany Hall. I'd rather have Mr. Low than Satan on the ticket, but I'd vote for Satan himself if he were on the Low ticket. Indeed, I would." Here the walk was resumed as far as the corner of the work-table, when Mr. Clemens stopped long enough to pry open the lid of a cigar-box. "I've known Mr. Low personally for 7 years, and I think he's one of the finest men I've ever met. But this voting of mine is not to be a matter of personalities. I'm going to vote against Tammany, and I'm glad it means voting for Mr. Low. Up to 4 years ago I thought, as many another thought, that Tammany was unconquerable, but I'm bravely over that belief now. The showing that Mr. Low made in 1897, with the ticket split, demonstrated what he could have done if there had been no split, and what he will do this year. Tammany is not unconquerable, but it was this belief among the good people of this city that gave the organization all its strength. I know that I spent lots of times planning what might be done to overcome Tammany, but I had to give it up with the other incapables. You see, all of us were possessed of the idea that you couldn't beat Tammany, and that was where Tammany opened its sleeve and laughed heartily in it, which certainly was disconcerting, to say the very least. Yes, Tammany's strength has been in the stupidity of the other parties. But now, with the fine, low ticket, Tammany is going to be taught several things this year. You see if it isn't. The 1897 election demonstrated it. You do not intend to make any speeches this campaign? No. The negative was determined. I'll not speak, but I'll do all in my power for the success of the low ticket. That is, all I can by the methods that are suited to my abilities. I dread a speech, because if I do prepare one, I never can remember it when the time comes for me to deliver it. For this reason, when I get up, I'm there without anything to say, or only with something that has occurred to me during the speech of the preceding orator. But that's bad. It isn't good speaking, as it leads a man to say foolish things that don't look well in print next day. Several persons have asked me to make a few speeches in the campaign, but I'll not do it. A few minutes later, as Mr. Clemens was walking slowly across his great hallway and along the roadway to the rough steps that climb his encircling wall and give ingress and egress to his place, he said, "Have you ridden up Madison Avenue lately? Have you ever been able to tell where you were? Certainly not by any aid given you by the lamp-posts. They talk about sermons in stones, books in running brooks. What about lessons in lamp-posts? I tell you, the lamp-posts, those dilapidated, useless things in Madison Avenue, are a commentary on Tammany. Car conductors have far too much to do to tell people where they are. The lamp-posts should do it. And what do they do but blot the scene? A good, honest, thoughtful city government will remedy this grievance. It is only a small thing, perhaps, but when you add all the grievances, you have an array of mismanagement that is staggering." At the over-the-wall steps Mr. Clemens paused and, pointing to a tall chestnut tree flanking his house, said, "As the small things are the commentaries, let me tell you of a squirrel that lives in that tree. He's as much of a commentary as the lamp-posts, only a good one. I saw the little fellow opening a burr this morning. I stood near him, and as he had his back to me, he continually glanced over his shoulder to see what manner of man I might be. I did not move, and finally the small animal carried the nut to the grass plot over there and buried it. Just before he covered it up, he used his nose as a pile-driver, and plump, 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 packed the nut into the hole. Then he scraped the dirt over the place and patted it down. When quite satisfied with the job, he cocked one eye at me, just as if to say, 'You've seen where I put it. but I guess you're all right, so here goes." And he sped up a neighboring tree. Now, that is just as much of a commentary as the lamp-posts. It tells one that the people who were here before me had humanity, were kind, gentle people. What do the useless lamp-posts tell me and you and everyone?" And Mr. Clemens put his cigar between his lips and went back to his house. End of interview number 145, read by John Greenman. This is section 146 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 146. Mark Twain Won't Be Stump Speaker. New York Press, October 8, 1901, page 3. For a few glad hours yesterday it was believed that Mark Twain would take the stump for Low. At the mere announcement, staid citizens chuckled in expectancy and ordered their head clerks to watch carefully in the newspapers for the printing of Twain's campaign itinerary. Everybody knew that, with the humorist afield, veiling sarcasms under that inimitable drawl of his, this would be the reverse of a dull fall. Tammany heard the rumor, too, and at once there was a search among the faithful to find one who was Twain's equal in the shooting of arrows of wit. Morris F. Holohan was suggested. It was pointed out that his famous "Hunting the Wayward Son" story was one of the most humorous things in all literature. It was decided to enlist Mr. Holohan at once as an offset to Twain. Still, more talent was needed. Somebody mentioned the name of the gentleman who used to sign himself Tammany Tim. A whole American ice company of frigidity was dumped on this proposition. It was pointed out that Mr. Crocker, to put it mildly, had been displeased with Tammany Tim, since that chronicler, in another guise, had printed an interview that wasn't so. "Nothing funny about that guy," growled one of the faithful. It was decided that Commissioner Keller, who, as Coley Knickerbocker, used to display a sprightly fancy, might be a good offset to the author of The Innocents Abroad. There the matter rested for the day. If the worried Wigwamites could have met Twain, they would have realized that they were arming against a phantom foe. For Mr. Clemens is not going on the stump. He said so last night, and although it is hard to tell by his drawling voice and his grave glance just when he is fooling, he seemed in earnest in this announcement. "Yes," he said slowly, as if a great affair of state had been settled, "yes, I find I have a vote. I was in doubt at first, but a careful study has settled that point. I learn that I have lived in Riverdale, up here in the Bronx, long enough to cover the 30-day clause. I've joined a Seth Low club up here. I am with the other youths." Twain certainly is a perpetual fountain of youth himself, despite his gray hairs, "in wanting to elect Mr. Low. But stump speaking, I pause. Don't longer pause. Think so. You see, I'm a poor talker." Memories of many after-dinner speeches, in some of which Twain had scarified Tammany, made his questioner enter dissent to this self-depreciation. "Yes, really," said the Jumping Frog inventor, "I never was much at talking." Then he brightened up, as if he had discovered some hitherto hidden redeeming quality in himself, and added, "But I'm a whole battery of Gatling guns at voting, and I'll turn loose for Low on election day." And with this statement, which of course he didn't intend to be taken as meaning that he would become a repeater, Twain signified that he had settled finally the course of the campaign as far as he was concerned. End of interview number 146, read by John Greenman. This is section 147 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 147, Mark Twain will vote and work for Seth Low. New York World, October 9, 1901, page 3. Read by John Greenman. Samuel L. Clemens, known to fame as Mark Twain, yesterday announced his intention of voting the Low ticket and working for its success. He believes that the desire of the vast majority of voters to do away with Tammany Hall corruption ensures victory for the man of his choice. Mr. Clemens has recently established himself in a beautiful old mansion at Riverdale, surrounded by charming grounds and overlooking the Hudson. It is his first permanent home since his trip around the world. "It is true," he said, "that I have decided to vote the Low ticket. I'll vote for anything that opposes Tammany Hall. I'd rather have Mr. Low than Satan on the ticket, but I'd vote for Satan himself if he were on the Low ticket. I've known Mr. Low personally for 7 years, and I think he's one of the finest men I've ever met. But this voting of mine is not to be a matter of personalities. I'm going to vote against Tammany, and I'm glad it means voting for Low." Asked if he intended making any speeches, Mr. Clemens replied, "No, I'll not speak, but I'll do all in my power for the success of the ticket. That is, all I can by the methods that are suited to my abilities. I dread a speech, because if I do prepare one, I never can remember it when the time comes for me to deliver it. For this reason, when I get up, I'm there without anything to say, or only with something that has occurred to me during the speech of the preceding orator. But that's bad. It isn't good speaking, as it leads a man to say foolish things that don't look well in print next day. Several persons have asked me to make a few speeches in the campaign, but I'll not do it. Have you ridden up Madison Avenue lately? Have you ever been able to tell where you were? Certainly not by any aid given you by the lamp-posts. They talk about sermons in stones and books in running brooks. What about lessons in lamp-posts? I tell you, the lamp-posts, those dilapidated, useless things in Madison Avenue, are a commentary on Tammany. Car conductors have far too much to do to tell people where they are. The lamp-posts should do it. And what do they do but blot the scene? A good, honest, thoughtful city government will remedy this grievance. It is only a small thing, perhaps, but when you add up all the grievances, you have an array of mismanagement that is staggering. End of interview number 147, read by John Greenman. This is section 148 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 148. Mark Twain will warmly greet robbers. New York Journal and Advertiser, October 11, 1901, page 1. Mark Twain offers a warm welcome to the burglars who, for 2 months and more, have been defying the police and preying on the rich and fashionable residents of Riverdale and Kingsbridge. Having been robbed, W. H. Appleton moved out of his fine house at Riverdale, and Mark Twain now occupies it. His voice was sympathetic, coaxing, even seductive, as Mr. Twain said yesterday, "If I were a burglar, I would feel very much hurt that my confidence in the persons who occupy the residence around here should be so abused. Any decent burglar is entitled to something for his pains." Mr. Twain here opened a drawer in his desk and fondled a highly polished revolver, repeating, "something for his pains." Then he continued, "It is unkind to deceive these industrious burglars by putting plated ware where they can get it, when everyone knows they put themselves to the trouble of breaking into houses to obtain solid silver. The burglar, like anyone else, must make a living. I believe it unkind to discourage him in his peculiar efforts. Perhaps he has a family to support." At the thoughts of the burglar's family, Mr. Twain seemed about to weep. But just then 3 great dogs, with large, white, sharp teeth, came bounding into the study. Mr. Twain restrained his tears, patted the dogs' heads, felt the sharp points of their teeth, and murmured, "What a pity it would be if the burglar's family should be deprived of his invisible means of support." Then he continued, "Sick 'em!" shouted Mark Twain of a sudden. With distended, dropping jaws, the huge dogs hurled themselves into the grounds around the house. "Or I may tie the burglars up, so that my dogs may not be interrupted in the repast," drawled Mr. Twain. End of interview number 148, read by John Greenman. This is section 149 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 149. Mark Twain would convert Tammany police. New York Herald, October 14, 1901, page 5. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain has declined regretfully to take the stump for Seth Low because, he says, he cannot persuade folks to take him seriously, even in his most lofty flights of spell-binding eloquence. Among his new neighbors up in the pastoral suburb of Riverdale it is whispered, however, that Mr. Clemens is conducting a subtle still hunt in the interest of the fusion ticket. He has set himself the Herculean task, they say, of converting the rank and file of the Tammany police force to reform principles between now and Election Day, and in his mildly insinuating manner has made already astonishing headway. For the purpose of persuading Mr. Clemens to report progress, a reporter for the Herald called upon him in his charming new home in the Appleton mansion overlooking the Hudson River. It is a spacious stone house with a roomy hall in the center, in which appear many of the humorist's cherished trophies, gathered from all parts of the world. Standing back from the road, the house is shaded by fine old trees, on whose limbs countless squirrels were romping in the autumn rainfall. Mr. Clemens and his family moved into the Appleton mansion on October 2nd, and since then have been enjoying the enchanting atmosphere of their rural home. "Shh! Not so loud," said the author of Tom Sawyer, with a warning finger at his lips. "Yes, it is too true, but if I am discovered, I am lost. You see, I have undertaken this proselytizing effort wholly on my own responsibility, and with only the tacit support of the Fusion Campaign Committee. I understand that Billy Leary was not even consulted about it. The fact is, my advisers thought it would be better so. In this way, the campaign committee does not have to pay heavy sums for my services, and in the event of my imperfect success, the disgrace of failure falls upon my own head alone, and does not dishonor the cause. The report that the enemy has tried to buy me off by offering a life interest in the profits of the police department is a base canard. I violate no confidence when I say that I have not yet been approached either by Mr. Crocker or Senator Sullivan. I have entered upon this crusade without promise of reward or emolument, either by Mr. Lowe or Mr. Shepard. It is a labor of love. I will tell you in confidence that I am much encouraged. I began my campaign on a Tammany policeman whom I met the other day at my gate. Personal suasion is my long suit. I am more successful at that than I am on the stump, though I used much good cart-tail, simple and direct eloquence on this particular policeman, and I could see that he was impressed. I convinced him that there was no authentic record of any Tammany man ever having gone to heaven. But while he seemed measurably pleased by my attentions, I noticed that he appeared to restrain his enthusiasm. I soon saw that this was a very judicious policeman, the kind who does not blurt right out all the things that may be in his mind, and so does not get transferred oftener than twice a week. Well, now, I'm willing to bet you a squirrel's nest that if this policeman were watched on Election Day, he would be found voting for Seth Low. If I were a policeman, I should do just what I think this policeman intends to do. I should let Tammany think I was with them right up to the time I marked my ballot, and then I should vote according to my conscience. But I should be careful not to make any improper exposure of my conscience to the public view beforehand. I don't know just when I will be able to approach the other men on the force, but I regard this particular policeman as a rather promising convert. At least, I have impressed him with a sense of my interest in his personal salvation, and I am pleased to think that he may keep a special eye on these premises, for, you know, there has been a band of burglars operating around here rather actively of late, and I have no means of knowing with which party they are affiliated. I am really fearful that Tammany may have heard something of my political activity up here. Certain of my new neighbors who are Democrats are throwing out dark hints that they will challenge my vote if I attempt to pull it on Election Day. They even insinuate that I am no better than any other vulgar 30-day colonizer, and have just come up here to electioneer and then get in my vote. Of course,
It is a fact that I have not been 30 days in this district, and this may subject me to suspicion in the eyes of a partisan. I have tried to assure my neighbors that I am above such sordid motives, and that I will have lived here a full month before Election Day. But still they look at me askance, and talk about watching the house to see if cheap cots are being carried into it. In one of the daily papers I saw a notice, not in agate, nonpareil, or minion type, which is soft and soothing, but in the heavy black-face characters which jar one, to the effect that I dare not register nor vote because the last registration day is October 19th, and unless I perjure myself, I could not swear on that date that I had lived 30 days in Riverdale. Now, I do not wish to perjure myself, unless there be strong provocation, and, being a good Republican, I feel great respect for Mr. McCulloch's deputies. So I think of asking Mr. Crocker to grant me a special dispensation and permit me to register all by myself on October 31st. When Mr. Clemens's attention was called to the rumor that Mr. Crocker thought of taking a house in Riverdale for the winter, and so might become one of his neighbors, the author smiled delightfully and said, with a twinkle in the eye, "Wouldn't that be charming? I should then certainly ask the Tammany chief to take my family as lodgers and boarders. I should feel so much more secure from burglars, sneak thieves, and second-story men if I could only feel that Mr. Crocker's protecting aegis were spread over us and our household gods. Think what such an arrangement would save me in the cost of burglar alarms, special watchmen, firearms, and patent electric doormats." Becoming more serious, Mr. Clemens said that while he did not intend to make any speeches for Mr. Low during the campaign, he had written an article on Tammany and Crocker for the November issue of the North American Review. "Apart from the suspicion that I may be a 30-day colonizer," added the humorist, "I have been pleasantly welcomed by every inhabitant of Riverdale, except the little squirrels in the trees about my house. These little chaps seem to resent my invasion of their playground. They chatter and scold at me incessantly, as though they would say, 'We don't like the way you are acting around here, Mr. Clemens. We were here long before you, anyhow, Mr. Clemens, and don't you think you are just a bit of an interloper?' Lord bless you," the genial merrymaker concluded, with a toss of his long gray shock of hair and a parting handclasp, "these little squirrels have a heap of sense. Now, don't betray my police still hunt to the public," was his final injunction. "Shepard and Crocker and Devery might bring such pressure to bear upon the structure of my moral integrity as to cause some of its girders to buckle under the strain." End of interview number 149, read by John Greenman. This is section 150 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 150, To Challenge Mark Twain, New York Sun, October 14, 1901, page 6, read by John Greenman. Mark Twain is worried over the threat of a Bronx Tammany man that if he attempts to vote on Election Day he will be challenged as a colonizer.
Mr. Clemens rented a house at Riverdale on the Hudson, which is the house of W. H. Appleton, head of the publishing firm. He took possession on October 2nd, which entitles him to register and vote. He said to a Sun reporter, "I tried to convert a Tammany policeman out at my gate the other day. I used all the eloquence of a cart-tail, simple and direct campaign orator on him to show him how foolish he was. I tried to prove to his satisfaction that there was no record of any Tammany man ever going to heaven. He didn't seem to get enthusiastic. He was a very judicious policeman, one of those fellows who never let you know what they are thinking about. I'll bet a squirrel's nest that if he is watched at the polls on election day, he'll be found voting for Low. If I were a policeman, I would do just what this Tammany cop did when I tried to get him over to my way of thinking, and then vote according to my conscience, but never expose that conscience to public view. The next time I see that policeman, I'll tackle him again. I must admit, though, that for the last few days I have felt a cold chill run down my spinal cord whenever I think that I will be only a little more than 30 days in the district when election day comes, which subjects me to suspicion in the eyes of my fellow countrymen that I am a colonizer just coming in here to register and vote. I assure my neighbors and friends that I am above such practices. Within the last day or so I have been debating whether I can vote here at all. In one of the daily papers I saw a notice, not in agate or minion, which is soft and soothing, but in heavy, bold-faced type, to the effect that I could not vote unless I had lived in the district 30 days. As the last registration day is the 19th of October, I cannot, unless I perjure myself, declare that I have lived in the district 30 days, when, as a matter of fact, I have only been here 3 weeks. The reporter assured Mark that the 30 days runs back from Election Day, not from any registration day. End of interview number 150, read by John Greenman. This is section 151 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 151. Twain would be a bill poster. New York Tribune, October 31, 1901, page 3, read by John Greenman. Mark Twain appeared yesterday at the headquarters of the Citizens Union in the role of a bill poster. The humorist has been reading so much about the feud which has sprung up between the Tammany and anti-Tammany bill posters in the fight to get possession of the boards along the route of the rapid transit tunnel that he had decided, he said, to spread a little paste himself. "Give me a brush and a pot of paste," he said as he entered the room where Captain Arthur F. Cosby was seated. At the sight of Mr. Clemens, standing with one hand outstretched by way of greeting, and the other forking over his long white hair, Mr. Cosby was so nonplussed that he answered with somewhat of a stammer, "Why, how d'ye do, Mr. Clemens? A paste of pot. What?" "That's it," was the answer. "I want to cover up those Tammany posters along the tunnel. The tunnel does not belong to Tammany, but to the people, and
Tammany does not represent the people."
Mr. Cosby was still so surprised that the author of Innocents Abroad added,
"I am a good friend of the policeman, so you need not worry about my getting arrested. I have made it a point to be friendly with the police and the clergy, so I shall not get into jail either in this world or the next. Haven't you some paste, Mr. Cosby?"
"I'll send for Winans, our chief bill poster," said the captain at last. He can fix you out, I guess." A search was made for Mr. Winans, but he could not be found. The only things in the office that would stick were the mucilage on the press agent's desk and a half-dozen new converted fusionists from the lower West Side. "Too bad," said the captain at last, "but I can't find any paste."
"Then I will come again," said Mr. Clemens, with evident disappointment. "But it's too bad. Those Tammany signs ought to be covered up. Their arguments touchin' on and appertainin' to Mr. Shepard and rapid transit are as much out of place as a wet hen on a nest of warm duck eggs."
Then, after a moment's thought, the hero of A Tramp Abroad added,
"Well, after all, maybe it's just as well. I'll bring Jerome along with me next time. He is an artist at pasting Tammany."
End of interview number 151, read by John Greenman. This is section 152 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 152, Mark Twain Laughs in Grain Pits. St. Louis Star, May 29, 1902, page 1, page 7. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain was given a big reception on 'Change. He arrived at the Merchants' Exchange at 5 minutes to 12, and after a brief view of the pictures of old Exchange members about the walls, was escorted through the crowds of brokers on the floor. Recognition was instant on all sides, and hand-clapping broke into cheers. Soon Mr. Clemens was surrounded by a mass of yelling men, and shouts for a speech went up on every hand. Mr. Tansey then came forward and, taking Twain's arm, escorted him to the rostrum. Dashes for close points of hearing ensued among the members on the floor, and the two gentlemen on the stand were well-nigh enveloped in humanity. Mr. Tansey, in his few words of introduction, uttered the pleasure he felt in welcoming back to Missouri the man who had been honored by so many countries and under so many flags, the man who eased the world's pain with laughter, and who never penned a line to bring the sting or blush of shame to any reader's cheek. Hearty applause followed Mr. Tansey's remarks, and increased as Mark Twain stepped forward. He began by saying that the sudden class had taken him without a text.
"I wish now," said Mark, "that I were the clergyman I once started out to be, but I am not like the clergy. They are always talking for others and not for themselves, always seeking the salvation of others and incidentally putting in a stroke for themselves. Had I followed the course of a clergyman, as mapped out when I was young, things might have resulted without the slightest disaster to you and to myself. President Tansey has said lots of good things about me. Such good things said about me always go to my heart. There is nothing so welcome as a compliment. Some men can pay compliments, but the one you are quite sure of is the one that comes along like the ones President Tansey uttered. He said some good things about me, and thought a lot of things, too. I hope to deserve all such things as I go along. I am on my way to Columbia to receive a degree of Doctor of Laws. The colossal part of this is my degree will cost me nothing, whereas other folks have to earn theirs. But Missouri is granting this degree to her most deserving son. After June 4th I shall be a doctor, and maybe I shall call on you good folks for your practice. I am glad to be back in Missouri, the state that gave me birth, and trusted me for it, never knowing how I would pay her back. Thank you, gentlemen, for your reception.
Mark Twain, who is one and the same person as Samuel Clemens, the dear, delightful, genial, grand old man of American literature, arrived in St. Louis Thursday morning. He came in shortly before 8 o'clock over the Big Four and went to the Planters Hotel. But from the time the train touched St. Louis, Mark was surrounded by admirers and friends, and up to 11 o'clock he had not reached the room which was reserved for him at the hotel. They gathered around him solidly and hung on his words, reminding one for all the world of those devout groups one read about that gathered around the oracle and sages in old Greece. Mark, genial, affable, continuously saying whimsical things, took the adulation with quaint dignity. He wasn't blasé nor worn out. Everything he said or did was spontaneous and humorous, and kept the group constantly in a ripple of smiles. Clemens has many manners that he must have acquired in his boating days years ago on the old Mississippi. When he arrived at the Planters Hotel he wore the familiar big, broad, black, soft hat. He wore a pepper-and-salt business suit, neatly pressed and roomy. It wasn't à la mode, nor was it conspicuously different from other suits. The celebrated author just looked like a prosperous Western businessman in town for his autumn buying. He wore a low, turned-down collar, and a black tie and patent leather shoes. He stood talking to his cousin, Dr. Clemens. Mark looks the picture of his photographs. The white, silvery, curly hair is beautiful, and his face is poetically aquiline. You feel immediately that he is a tranquil, whimsical old man who has worked hard, but is now resting. There was a large group around the author when a messenger boy thrust a slip of paper into his hand. He looked for his glasses, but he couldn't find them. Mark turned to a reporter. "Will you please read that?" It was a summons to the long-distance telephone. Mark Twain was wanted. The author called his cousin. "Will you please see what they want?" It was a message from New York, but nothing would move Mark to leave his chair. He insisted that the message should be given to the cousin. Mark Twain never gets excited, and he is always smoking big, black cigars. They come somewhere from the inside of his pocket. The pocket must be spacious, for one witness saw at least 6 come from the pocket within an hour and a half. He reminds you for all the world of a yarning old mariner. When he begins to talk in that slow, slightly ponderous way he has, he throws his arm out and his head back in the storyteller's familiar way. His eyes are large and blue. Have you ever been in close contact with Paderewski or Kubelik or Verestchagin or Sir Henry Irving? There is that very same thing which for the lack of a better word might be called electrical in the mobile pupils. They have depth and sensitiveness. Mark usually lowers his lids and peers through in a quizzical way. His nose is beautifully modeled, As the world knows, it is decidedly Roman. It makes a strenuous effort to touch the broad, solid old chin, but the whimsical, deep-seated human sympathy and generosity of the author prevents hardness and sharpness. His eyebrows are heavy and bushy, straw-colored. The mustache is an enlarged duplicate of the eyebrows. His skin is as pink and fine as a child's. "You look hale, hearty, and healthy," someone remarked. "Offensively healthy," replied Mark Twain. "But why offensively?" was asked when the laugh subsided. "My dear sir, when you are healthy, or rather when you look healthy and have reached the 67th year of life, like I have, you will remember that healthiness entails responsibilities. You bear the responsibilities of your duties to your fellow men and to the government, and there are hundreds of things that you ought to do. Now, my boy, you know that our natural inclination is not to do what we ought to do, but what we like to do. Nature made us lazy. Look at me. I don't know but what I ought to be doing something else now. I can't even find the excuse for my conscience that my age has brought frailty and disease. I am thoroughly healthy, and ought to do my duty. But I am not worrying. I don't think that I am the only solitary soul living this lazy life. In fact, I know that there isn't a soul on earth that has done, is doing, or will do the 100th part of what it ought to do. If you can wake up in the morning and say, "Well, Bill, or Hank, or Jim, or Red, or whatever your name may be, I've done my full and entire duty to mankind," let me tell you, whatever your name may be, that you are an innocent liar. Our great trouble is that we never do what we know we ought to do, but we do what we think others expect us to do. We are always working for the applause of our neighbors or the people among whom we move. Don't you know, if we would do more what we knew to be just the right thing to do, we would be more thoroughly individual, because the other people would be what you call knockers. Our inclination is to win the approval of others by thinking as they think and doing as they do. At this point a slim, wiry man with a short-cropped gray beard appeared at Mr. Clemens's side. "Why, hello, Bixby!" the author exclaimed. "Sam, old man," said Captain Bixby. "I didn't think you'd know me. Why, it's been more than 20 years since I met you last." Captain Horace G. Bixby is known as one of the best river pilots alive today. He is the one who taught Mark Twain to guide a boat. Mark insisted that the old fresh-water sailor should sit down beside him. "This man talks about my not knowing him," said Mark, throwing his arm back in a reminiscent mood. "Why, he taught me the river. Do you know that he is one of the greatest pilots this old Mississippi has ever known? That he is, this same old Captain Bixby. How old are you, Bixby?" he said, turning to the old pilot, who was embarrassed by the glare of distinction which had fallen on him. "Why, I am 62, said Captain Bixby. "Lord, man, you were 62, it seems to me, when I first met you in 1857, replied Mark. "Do you know that
When I first met Bret Harte years ago in California, with that crown of white hair, he seemed 62 years old, and when he slipped away from us in London the other day, I read in the paper that he is only 62 years old. It's a wonderful old world, sighed Mark, who was almost 70 himself. That reminds me, he continued, a fellow's responsibility does not cease until he supports a monument. I expect I will be supporting one very soon. I've come to New York not to live, but to die. I know perfectly well that my allotted time is coming to a close, and all the things you boys can say doesn't make a bit of difference. But I always feel happy except when someone reminds me that I am still writing books. Now, do you know I am always writing new books? Not one book, but many books. The trouble is my interest ceases, and I find a new theme, and I start a new book, and I can't get the other books finished. I'm always starting new books, but I don't know when I shall publish one. Someone wanted to know which was his favorite book. Mark thought it over a minute and replied, without moving a muscle, "Indications in the usual way make me think that Huck Finn and Innocents Abroad are the books most favored by the public. I mean, of course, by the financial returns. I have no favorite of my own. In fact, I don't know what's in my books. I haven't read one of them for years. Do you know that when I write the book and get it out of my hands and finish with a printer and proofreader, I am sick of it? So sick that I don't want to see it for a year." "Are you going to stage one of your books?" a reporter asked. "Now, really, I don't know," replied Mr. Clemens. "As a matter of fact, Huck Finn will be put on the stage next season, with Arthur Dunn in the title role." "Did the river look familiar?" asked Captain Bixby. "Old man," said Clemens, "it looked new in places. You know, I came over the other bridge, not the Eads Bridge. Well, I saw one old boat, a Wiggins ferry boat that I knew. I knew it because I had been on it often years ago. I think I even piloted it. I can't think of its name, but it was the boat all right. Some men were painting it. If it had been painted before I reached here, I wouldn't have known it at all. Now, do you know I didn't see the river front? Just about the time I was ready to take a look at it, a pretty young lady whom I knew was bidding me good-bye, and she was so pretty that I forgot to look at anything but that young lady. The city is entirely new. I don't recognize any of it. Do you know that I did not even take a look at your Union Station? Whenever I get off a train there is a group of men who know me, and they all shake hands, and we talk, and then we get into carriages, and I don't see a thing." "Is your memory good?" inquired a reporter. "No, not particularly. Indeed, it's faulty. I don't know faces or names, but that should be excused because I've been lecturing to 5,000 and 6,000 people for weeks and weeks, and meeting many of them. Once I was out in Australia when a big, burly, strapping specimen of English masculine beauty came up to me and assured me that he knew me very well. Do you know I couldn't place him, try as I might? Well, he kept on speaking and trying to make me think of his name, and so finally he recalled it to me this way. About 20 years before, I had been in Belfast, Ireland, at a gentleman's house. At a billiard table I met a young man just out of college, a splendid, trim, slim young man who interested me much. Well, I remembered him immediately. He was a sheep rancher and had an immense place, and was a grandfather himself now. "Bixby, does the river still rise in June and December? I saw it rising as I came along this morning," said Mr. Clemens. "I've been all over this small world, in India, Australia, Africa, way up in Iceland, down in South America. But do you know there never was such an old river as the Mississippi? It's been since '84 or '85 since I've been as far west as the Mississippi. It's good to be back again. But I'm not going to talk about the river until I get a better look at it. My family, you know, has been in Europe continuously for 10 years. We've lived everywhere. I've made 7 trips to America since they lived in Europe. We'll stay now."
Someone wanted to know what Mark Twain thought about the probable candidacy of Mark Hanna for the presidency.
"My friend, there are newspaper men around. I'm in the craft, and I'm going to be very careful not to say anything until I get ready to write it. Now, when I get ready to talk about Mark and his presidency, I'll write it on a piece of nice white paper and give it to the newspapers."
End of interview number 152, read by John Greenman. This is section 153 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 153, Roberta's Love. Mark Twain here as St. Louis's guest for the first time since 1861. St. Louis Post-Dispatch, May 29, 1902, page 1 and 2. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain is here. That is, he was here until 2 o'clock when he boarded a train for Hannibal. While in St. Louis he took a nap at the Planters Hotel. On the way downtown from Union Station he remarked, "St. Louis reminds me of several cities, Philadelphia and other places." Then he went to sleep. But it must not be taken for granted that Mark Twain went to sleep because St. Louis reminded him of Philadelphia. He courted a siesta because he was sleepy. He was sleepy because he needed sleep. It was the most natural thing in the world. Mark Twain had been on a train 2 nights and a day. He left New York night before last. He didn't sleep well on the train. That was not the fault of the train. It was due to the weather. The first night he was too cold. The second night he was too hot. He said so himself, and he never lies. "The only real liar in this world," said Mark Twain to me on the train Thursday morning, somewhere this side of Litchfield, "is the practical joker. I hate a practical joker. His aim in life is to deceive. I never was a practical joker, except when I was a boy, and a boy has not sense. The practical joker
is a boy who never has grown up. His head is full of stewed oysters instead of brains."
"Is Mark Twain aboard?" I inquired of Hi Jenkins, the merry-mouthed Ethiop who pilots the New York sleeper as head porter.
"Yes, sir,"
replied Hi, wondering why on earth any man should want to see Mark Twain. It was just about daylight, a raw, chill dawn on the Illinois prairies, January jabbed into June, a latter May morning with March mercury. Still, it was the end of the night when Mark Twain got so hot that he couldn't sleep.
"Yes, sir, Mr. Twain is on dis train. He's just putting his clothes on in de drawing room. Say, dat gentleman must be rich. He had de drawing room all de way through."
"Will you carry my card into Mr. Clemens's drawing room?" I requested.
"Into who?"
asked the porter.
"Say, I thought you wanted to see Mr. Twain."
Meekly I explained that Clemens was Mr. Twain's home name.
"What's he traveling under one of these yer aliases fur?" asked the porter.
"Mr. Clemens," said I, "is a writer, a man who writes funny books, and he uses Mark Twain when he writes."
"Say, mister," the porter said, "I thought that man was a writer. He laid awake all night before last reading a great big book. Funniest man I ever did see. Say, he didn't sleep a wink, that man didn't. Why'd you know that man?"
This necessitated another explanation that Mr. Clemens was bound to Missouri to receive the degree of LL.D. from the Missouri State University at Columbia. "He's going to be doctored," said I.
"Say, look-a-here, mister," said Hi, "that man don't need no more doctoring than I does. His skin's as pinky as a baby's. He's the healthiest man, for an old man, I ever see yit."
"How is Mr. Clemens's appetite?" I inquired.
"Mighty poor, shows you bone," replied the porter. "I don't see how he keep up like he does, eating so little. Why, that man hain't been out in the drawing room but oncet since we left New York. He come out to eat lunch. All the rest of the time he been inside a reading out of that great big book. As soon as you get my bed made, so there will be room for 2 Missourians in this pigeon-hole, you can admit the gentleman," said Mark Twain to the porter. When I was admitted, Mark Twain was enjoying coffee, bread, and butter, his breakfast. He gave a duplicate order for himself and insisted upon his visitor eating what he wanted. The porter came in to take the second order, and Mark Twain paused between mouthfuls to look up at the smiling car pilot and remark, "Where's the bill? Now, don't you forget the bill." "Sure I won't, Mr. Twain," replied the porter. "But you look to me like a man who would forget it," insisted the humorist. "You have the forget face. I'm very much afraid you'll never present me that bill." Then Mr. Clemens took occasion to explain how he happened to be cold on a reasonably warm night and hot on a cold night. "The first night I was aboard," said he, "the porter thought it was going to be a hot night, naturally, because it is summer time. I had only one blanket on my bed. I got chilly. It was so chilly that I was uncomfortable. So I lay awake and read a good part of the night. That porter was mistaken. I did sleep some. Last night I determined to be prepared. So I ordered an extra blanket, which the porter brought me, but some offspring of an idiot turned on the heat, and I almost suffocated." That is why Mark Twain went to sleep shortly after reaching St. Louis, not because the town reminded him of Philadelphia. "The fact is," said Mr. Clemens, "I don't know anything about St. Louis except from memory. I haven't been here since 1861. That is to say, I haven't been here really to stay any time. I have flitted past once or twice. In 1885 I lectured here in the old Mercantile Library Hall, but that wasn't a visit. In fact, I merely flitted past. I flit into many cities and flit out. I don't see the places. I just flit. I'm a flitter, and have been one for a good many years.
But this time, Mr. Clemens, you are not going to flit. You will stay with us for a while, won't you?
I'm going up to Hannibal this time, but I want to come back by way of St. Louis and stay a day or two. If I don't get a telegram calling me back to New York. I have some relatives here whom I have promised to visit. But Hannibal is my main point. I am determined to see Hannibal this time. Practically, I may say that I have not been back to Hannibal, where I grew up, for 50 years. I have not been back there long enough to see the town and the people. 12 years ago I went to Hannibal to bury my mother, but I was there only a day or a part of a day. Now I am going to see the place, perhaps for the last time. When a man gets to be 67, he is about ready to wind up. I don't feel old, but the years are upon me. There was Bret Harte. I was with him in San Francisco many years ago. He was 69 when he died the other day, though the newspapers said he was 62. Bret Harte was 2 years older than myself, so much older that I deferred to him on account of his age. But I suppose if his ghost could be interviewed, it would be glad to accept the newspaper estimate of 62. There's Charlie Warner, Charles Dudley Warner, Mr. Clemens was quick to add, evidently fearing that I would not recognize in the familiar Charlie the distinguished Hartford litterateur who was his close neighbor for many years. He's gone, too. Most of the men I chummed with out on the Pacific coast are gone. Noah Brooks and Charles Warren Stoddard are left.
Mr. Clemens showed heightened interest when his train reached the Mississippi River. He craned his neck to look up and down the stream, once so familiar to him as a steamboat pilot.
"See those ripples and curlicues?" said the author to a young woman who entered his drawing-room to get his autograph, and she got it, too, with a smile and a pat on the shoulder.
Nota bene. I promised not to mention this. Mark Twain says he has writer's cramp and is scarcely able to make his mark. Autograph hunters, he thinks, should respect age, unless they are unusually pretty girls.
"Those little curls on the surface," said the humorist, "are quite familiar to me. They are distinctive of the Mississippi. There is no other river I know of that has so many of them."
Here was the old pilot cropping out. The Mississippi River pilot must know all those curves and curlicues. Otherwise he is likely to run into Mark Twain water, only 2 feet deep, and hang up his craft on a bar for 7 days. The ripples and curls show the depth or shallowness of the water, just as the smile curves or frown angles on a man's face show his character. "By the way, Mr. Clemens," I remarked, "an old raft pilot on the upper river told me the other day that you never made a good pilot. He thought you might have been a pretty fair one if you hadn't quit the business just about the time you had it learned and begun writing. It takes a man, he said, about 10 years or so to learn the business." Here was where Mark Twain woke up. He saw a challenge and accepted it.
"I'll venture that man," he said, "was a mud clerk. I'll venture he never knew me, and had no opportunity to know whether I was a good pilot or a bad one. I'll venture he's a no-account pilot himself, or he would not have shown his ignorance by making that remark. Rank on the river those days was very strict. The captain and the pilot had a rank of their own, at the top. Those under them never met them on terms of equality. There was one grade, and I guess your raft friend belonged to that, which was made up of mud clerks, cub pilots, and strikers. The mud clerk was the apprentice clerk. The cub pilot was the apprentice to the pilot, and knew nothing about the business till he spent several years at it. The striker was the engineer's apprentice. Those three were equals. They never got near the captain or pilot in rank. Your man was on the upper river, you say. Where did he see me? I was on the lower river altogether. What did he know about the lower river? Some men never did make good pilots. It is true, but that was because they didn't have the faculty. They were in the wrong business. They were not born to be pilots. Others made good pilots naturally. There was a Horace Bixby who taught me the business. He was a pilot, but one of his assistants, whose name I can't recall, though he had a license, never was a pilot. He had been at the business 22 years, and still Bixby used to do part of his work and draw part of his salary, because he couldn't steer a boat under any conditions. Whatever your raft man may think, I reckon a man who could draw his own salary and part of another man's knew enough about piloting to get along, and I did that. Changing the subject, lest I should be compelled to give the name and town of the raft pilot and carry him a challenge to mortal combat on Bloody Island, I asked Mark Twain why it was that he was popularly supposed to be the author of the famous jingle, "Punch, brothers, punch with care, punch in the presence of the passenger." When Isaac H. Bromley, editorial writer on the New York Tribune, died a few years ago, his friends claimed that he was the author of the lines, said I. So he was, replied Mark Twain. He and Noah Brooks. I saw the lines floating about in a newspaper, after having read the streetcar placard which inspired them, and used the jingle in a sketch I wrote for the Atlantic Monthly, published in February 1876. I told how they had run in my mind until I was well nigh crazy. Then I gave them to a preacher friend of mine, who carried the jingle in his brain until he delivered a funeral sermon in the sing-song rhythm of the punch rhymes, and had the whole audience bowing and swaying in time to his rhythm. I never made any claim to the authorship of the verses, but Noah Brooks writes me twice a year demanding to know why I am trying to steal his lines. These are the lines to which reference is made. Conductor, when you receive a fare, punch in the presence of the passenger a blue trip slip for an 8-cent fare, a buff trip slip for a 6-cent fare, a pink trip slip for a 3-cent fare, punch in the presence of the passenger. Chorus. Punch, brothers, punch with care, punch in the presence of the passenger. In April 1875, the New York and Harlem Street Railroad horse-car route posted in its cars the following placards announcing that the punch system was adopted. The conductor, when he receives a fare,
Must immediately punch in the presence of the passenger. A blue trip slip for an 8-cent fare, a buff trip slip for a 6-cent fare, a pink trip slip for a 3-cent fare. For coupon and transfer tickets, punch the tickets. "This was the real father of the jingle," said Mark Twain. "I have told Noah Brooks that I don't see how I could be accused of trying to claim the authorship of verse which the horse cars might have written, so musical was the jingle in the placards." Among the parodies of this famous jingle it may be appropriate to mention one in the Western, a St. Louis magazine of those days. This publication appeared with a Latin parody addressed to Mark Twain, with this chorus: "Pungite, fraters, pungite, pungite cum amore, pungite provectere, diligensime pungite." Algernon Charles Swinburne made a French reproduction of the jingle. But let us talk Missouri. Mark Twain is proud of the proffer of an LL.D. degree from the Missouri State University. "What do I think of such a degree?" he said. "Well, you can see that I think enough of it to travel more than 1,000 miles each way in my old age to get it." But isn't it a fact, Mr. Clemens, that its value is enhanced because it comes from Missouri? Mr. Clemens tried to hedge on this question, but when I asked him if he would go 1,000 miles up in Canada to receive an LL.D., he replied, with his honest smile, "You can rest assured I wouldn't." The honesty of Mark Twain's smile is its chief characteristic. One never has any suspicions about that smile. When the Mark Twain smile comes around, one doesn't think of locking the doors and hiding silver under the parlor rug. That smile is just what it purports to be: strictly honest, no humbug. Mark Twain wore the smile when he reached Union Station. He was thinking of the past. "Once I flitted into St. Louis," he said, "with James R. Osgood, the publisher. That was in 1880, when I came here to take passage down the river on a boat, to gather material for my book, Life on the Mississippi. I wanted to go under an assumed name, so the captains and pilots would tell me lies about the river. Otherwise, I fear they might have told me the truth if they knew I wanted it for a book. I went into the Southern Hotel and registered as James R. Smith. The clerk looked at me and yelled, 'Front! Show Mr. Clemens up to room 256.' Mr. Clemens was much amused because the Pullman porter was not acquainted with his fame. "When I was swindling the public on the lecture platform with George W. Cable about 15 years ago," said he, "Cable bet me that we could not find a person who had not heard of Mark Twain. I took the bet. We went at once into a store on Broadway, New York, where pictures of all sorts of celebrities, actors, singers, and authors were kept. "Let me see the latest picture you have of Mark Twain," remarked Cable to the young woman at the counter. The girl looked puzzled, but she glanced up and down the long line of pictures on the wall, and, turning to Cable, asked, "Where does she sing?" Mr. Clemens' remarks, anent the practical joker, quoted early in this narrative, were called forth by a question as to the truth of a story about the presentation to him of a pipe by the printers on the Virginia City Enterprise, when he was a reporter there in his earlier days. Mark Twain's pipe, called "The Remains," smelt so vile that the printers determined to get rid of it. One night they bought a new pipe for 30 cents that did not look like 30 cents in the gaslight. It looked like $30, but it was as much of a fraud as the $2 Panama hat. With touching speeches they presented this pipe to Mark Twain, who responded feelingly and threw the remains out of the window. That was the only time that Mark Twain ever was known to descend to pathos. The cheap pipe split in twain. Mark that. The first time the recipient smoked it, and Mr. Clemens went out in the yard and hunted up the remains. "Yes," he said in the train, "that story is true, and I'm mad about it yet. It was a practical joke, and the cheapest form of wit is the practical joke. I wouldn't have cared if the pipe cost 30 cents or $30, but when they came to me seriously and made the presentation as a costly pipe when it was a cheap affair, that was another thing." At Union Station Mr. Clemens was met by Dr. J. Ross Clemens, of St. Louis, a cousin, whose guest he will be for a day or two after June 4th, when he returns from Columbia as Dr. Samuel Langhorne Clemens. The first Missourian took a carriage for the Planters, where he looked over his mail. Then he visited the Post-Dispatch office and looked through the plant. He was much pleased with the office. "The last printing office I knew anything about," he said, "was the Hannibal Weekly Courier. That was in 1852. Maybe I'll visit it again when I go up to Hannibal this time." Then he went over to the Planters and took a nap. End of interview number 153, read by John Greenman. This is section 154 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 154, Mark Twain's Visit, St. Louis Globe-Democrat, May 30th, 1902, page 9, read by John Greenman. Samuel L. Clemens, oldest and only surviving member of a trinity of quaint characters which Missouri has given to the world, consisting of himself, Eugene Field, and Sol Smith Russell, was in the city yesterday for several hours, which he spent around the Planters' Hotel lobby, meeting old acquaintances, swapping stories, and harking back a half-century or more to the time when he first came to St. Louis from his home in North Missouri, and gazed in wonder at the 4- and 5-story skyscrapers of that city. "I knew I was in St. Louis the moment I looked down from the bridge and saw the old ferry-boat plying across the river. Do you know, it has been nearly 17 years since I saw that boat, and yet I recognized her at a glance. I see by the paper that she has been sold." In this fashion Mr. Clemens went on the whole morning, greeting each old and new acquaintance with some whimsical remark in his drawling tone, and never failing to raise a laugh. Captain Horace E. Bixby, who learned Mark Twain the river, and Captain Dan Abel led the contingent of old rivermen who pounced down upon the great humorist and completely swamped him with their attentions. "Yes, I have met nearly everybody I used to know in connection with the river," said Mr. Clemens as he was preparing to leave the hotel. "That is to say, all that are left. Ever and anon I hear of the death of some old comrade of the river, whose name recalls the fragrant memories of other days." Instead of hiding himself in a room and having callers send up their cards, Mr. Clemens remained in the hotel corridor all morning. He said he wanted to get a room to take a nap, but the hotel people wouldn't trust him. However that might be, he lounged around in a big arm-chair, like any ordinary hotel guest, regarding the crowd of curiosity-seekers which gathered around him with amused content, and kept up a running fire of comment upon men and things. "This gentleman," someone remarked, in presenting a friend, "is from Pike County." The old humorist regarded the newcomer closely from under his shaggy brows, remarking, "That's what they used to say about every Missourian you met out in California. If a man got in trouble out there and wanted to gather a crowd to fight his battles, all he had to do was to proclaim that he was a piker. The enemy generally took to its heels without waiting for further developments." End of interview number 154, read by John Greenman. This is section 155 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 155, Robertus Love. Mark Twain sees the home of his boyhood. St. Louis Post-Dispatch, May 30, 1902, page 1. Read by John Greenman. Hannibal, Missouri, May 30th. Mark Twain at 10:30 o'clock visited and identified the old house on Hill Street where most of his boyhood was passed. "Yes, this is the house," he said, while a large crowd of adults and children gathered about him. "I couldn't recognize the picture, but I recognize the house." He tarried only long enough for a photographer to preserve the incident to posterity's eyes, then entered a carriage with Mrs. John H. Garth, widow of an old-time chum, and was driven to Mount Olivet Cemetery, where he saw the graves of his parents and brother. Mr. Clemens did not emerge from his room until 9 o'clock, clad in a fresh suit of clothes to match his hair and a real Panama hat of the circular type. He walked downstairs, remarking that he had slept unusually well. He had remained in his room 16 hours. This afternoon he was to attend the Memorial Day exercises at the Presbyterian Church, and tonight he will present diplomas to 15 girl graduates and 3 boys of the Hannibal High School class of 1902. He promises that he will make a speech if he can think of a subject. At breakfast he was visited by Dr. F. A. Bishop and other members of the Labana Club, who made arrangements to tender him a public reception in the clubrooms at 8:30 o'clock Saturday. Many old-timers crowded about the great man to shake his hand in the hotel office. Among them were W. H. C. Nash, Charles W. Curtis, and Edwin Pierce, all of whom he identified as old playmates. "How are you doing, Eddie?" he inquired of Mr. Pierce. "Like yourself, Sam," replied the schoolmate. "Like a cow's tail going down." With a light and springy step, Mark Twain walked up the street with his old cronies to the Farmers and Merchants' Bank, where an informal reception was held. Here he met other old boyhood chums, among them W. R. Pitts, John L. Robards, J. B. Brown, J. J. Cruikshank, and A. R. Levering. Mark Twain, whose hair is whitest, looks the youngest of them all. Some of them he remembered as soon as they gave their names. In the case of others he required a memory search. "Hello, Sam," said one old man. "I'm Lippincott, and used to play marbles with you, but probably you remember my brother Dave Lippincott." Mr. Clemens could not recall the Lippincotts. "You and Dave and I and Charlie Buchanan used to—" "Ah, Charlie Buchanan," said the humorist. "Yes, indeed, I remember Charlie." Mr. Buchanan now lives in New Franklin, Missouri. Mark Twain says he will remain in Hannibal until Monday. Tomorrow he will visit the cave and other points of boyhood interest. Mark Twain, the prodigal son, returned home at 5 o'clock Thursday evening, but as his father, Hannibal, did not see him coming from afar off. The fatted calf was not killed and cooked in time for supper. However, the veal feast was ready for the slaughter. It has been penned up and corn-fed these 50 years,
and so the prodigal, who has wandered so long and so far, will eat his fill of the fatted calf of universal affection at his old home. If the father and his family, Hannibal's 15,000 people, had known of the near approach of the prodigal, Mark Twain would have been filled so full of the chops and cutlets of the people's long pent-up admiration when he stepped from the tail end of the train that he would have been heavier than the shotted frog of Calaveras County. Hannibal had no idea that Mark Twain was coming when he did. He was expected next week, after Missouri's LL.D. shall have been added to that of Yale. "If we had known he was aboard that train," remarked a citizen, "the Union Depot platform would not have been big enough to hold the chairman of the committees." Possibly this explains why Mr. Clemens did not write to any of his Hannibal friends that he was coming to pay a visit to the home of his adventurous boyhood. As it was, the few scores of persons on the depot platform spotted him at once, and he was compelled to shake hands with two at a time. Mr. Clemens walked the 1 block to the Windsor Hotel, where he registered and gave his trunk to the negro porter. "Does the gentleman want his trunk put in the sample room?" inquired the Ethiop. Will Sutton, the hotel clerk, remarked, "Mr. Clemens, I was born close to your birthplace at Florida, and have been in the house where you were born, often." "I was not born often, only once," responded the humorist, "but I'm glad to see you all the same." Thus, early in his visit, Mark Twain learned that he was back among the home folks. 3 or 4 others introduced themselves. "I never saw you before," said one, "but I recognized you by your picture in the Post-Dispatch." "I am a railroad engineer," said a young man, "and my mother-in-law went to school with you in her girlhood. Artemisa Briggs." "Of course I did," replied Mr. Clemens. "She sends you an invitation to call," said the engineer. 10 minutes after his arrival Mark Twain went to bed. Room 27 was assigned to him, and the porter took his leather traveling trunk thereto, having learned that it did not contain samples. "I feel as if I ought to go out and walk around and see the people," said Mr. Clemens, "but I'm a little tired and will rest. Perhaps later in the night, when everybody is abed, I may go out and take a walk." By invitation I knocked on the door of number 27 2 hours later, and found the great son of Hannibal lying on top of his bed covers, feet to the headboard, dressed for the night, with a long black cigar between his teeth and Mont Pelée puffs of smoke arising. He was not asleep, but he was dreaming. It was a dream at sunset, and 67. The mild blue eyes of this man who has viewed the rivers and mountains, the creeks and crags of many lands, were turned toward a high hill half a mile to the south, plainly visible through his one window. At the eastern crest of the hill, far above the river, arose a rounded yellow bluff out of the foliage of green trees on the slope. "That," said Mark Twain, beckoning me to the window, "is Lover's Leap. Many times when a boy I have climbed that hill and dangled my legs over the precipice. It has not changed, not that. It is handsomer than I thought." Now is the time for the reporter to withdraw and leave the great man to his memories, thought I. But then came the recollection that Mark Twain himself was once a reporter, and it occurred to me that if Mark Twain, reporter, had retreated from an opportunity to observe the most famous humorist in the world lying upon his back in a hotel bedroom, gazing at the lover's leap of his boyhood in a sunset's gilded glow 50 years after, and retreated through a mere consideration of sentiment, that biographer of his who wrote on one page that he was not a successful journalist, and on the next that he was an ideal reporter, would have omitted the latter statement. The news of Mr. Clemens' arrival permeated Hannibal rapidly. "Mark Twain is here," said every second Hannibalite to his neighbor, and presently the streams of people began to flow toward the Windsor Hotel.
Old and young and middle-aged, they arrived afoot, by streetcar, and in carriages. To each the hotel clerk gave the disappointing information that the guest had retired and must not be disturbed. During the evening a delegation from the Labana Club, spell Hannibal backwards, called to consult the humorist's wishes in regard to a reception which the club desires to tender him. There are more originals of Huck, Tom, and Becky in this town since Mark Twain arrived than one would expect to meet in a staid old town with 23 respectable Sunday schools and a Salvation Army. You don't need to bait your hook if you go fishing for a Huck. Just make a cast anywhere around town, and there's your huckleberry. "I've lived in this town 71 years," remarked one reputable native, "and I never was accused of being Huck Finn until last night. I submit that my reputation has been good, and if I ever was Huckleberry Finn, I can't recall it. It's a base slander to put upon a man in his old age." Each man, woman, and child in Hannibal seems to have agreed upon a different Huck, Tom, and Becky. The variety is choice, but bewildering. To the outsider who has known but one Huck, Tom, and Becky each, it is amazing to learn the cold and naked truth, that every Tom, Dick, and Harriet in Hannibal is a Tom, Huck, or Becky. Any man or woman here who has reached the age of 65 is subject to the Huckleberry, Thomas, or Rebecca aspersion. Most of the old folks remained indoors last night to escape the overhearing of such remarks as, "There he is, that's Huckleberry Finn. Run an undertaking shop after he reformed and settled down." Another thing strikes me as being out of the ordinary. I learn that Mark Twain has 18 or more first sweethearts in Hannibal. They were remarkably healthy, too, for all are living now. Mark Twain must have chosen buxom lasses for his 18 first sweethearts with an eye to longevity. But how he managed to manipulate the 18 so that each was the first is beyond comprehension. Here is where human reason runs up against a stone fence and flattens out. End of interview number 155, read by John Greenman. This is section 156 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 156. Mark Twain comes back to Missouri. St. Louis Republic, May 30th, 1902, page 1 and 2. Read by John Greenman. Samuel L. Clemens, who as Mark Twain is the friend of all, who as plain Sam or as Mr. Clemens is at once the friend of anybody whose good fortune it is to meet him, was in St. Louis yesterday. Old associates and one-time river comrades gathered round him by the score to shake hands and talk a moment of the days that are gone. Admirers, young and old, crowded the lobby of the Planters Hotel, hoping to see him, wishing to exchange a word or two with the distinguished author, who is known wherever books are read, who is and who emphatically announces himself a Missourian. Perhaps the most touching incident of Mark Twain's stay, let us call him that, it is most familiar, was his meeting with Captain Horace Bixby, the Bixby in Life on the Mississippi, the Bixby prominent among rivermen of St. Louis, the Bixby who, for almost 2 years way back in the 50s, was his teacher, pilot teacher, when young Mark was the victim of overwhelming desire to master the intricacies connected with guiding Mississippi River steamboats. Captain Bixby has just passed his 70th year, yet his slim, wiry figure is unbent, and he appears not more than 45. Mark Twain is almost 67, but his hair is gray to whiteness, his figure slightly stooped, though his color is healthy and much reserve strength seems still present. The two grasped hands with fervor, and said, the latter, "Why, Horace, you're as young as ever." They met last in 1884 upon a street in New Orleans. Then the former Cub pilot's remark must have been of the same nature, for at the time he wrote of the captain, "It is a curious thing to leave a man 35 years old and come back at the end of 21 years and find him still 35." Now almost 40 years had passed, and Cap Horace was but 10 years older. Captain Bixby met Mark Twain at the train, and went with him to the Planters' Hotel. There they had a long chat together. They talked of the halcyon days of the river traffic, when 3 tiers of steamers extended a mile along the levee at St. Louis. Men who are now in their graves were recalled to their memories. Incidents and anecdotes of the past were revived. A bygone time was clothed with new life by virtue of the famous writer's vivifying imagery. Later in the morning Mark Twain descended into the lobby of the hotel. He held a continuous reception. One would have supposed that some official dignitary was visiting the city. Elderly gentlemen, who evidently were not used to so much exertion, would come puffing up to the clerk one after another. "Where's Mark Twain?" they would shout. "Where's Sam Clemens?" A glance around, however, and it was not difficult to locate the object of the inquiries. Always a knot of persons was gathered near him, and his long, wavy hair and mustache, often seen in pictures, gave his personal appearance strong individuality. He stood most of the time, talking in a low voice and smoking black cheroots. Very black ones, very many black ones. With friends of old the talk was all personal. "How's your health?" "How's your wife? You've been a long time getting out to poor old Missouri, Mark." "You won't find the river as it once was." "By George, I'm glad to see you, Sam," etc. Being a humorist, it was apparent that many persons expected Mark Twain to be funny. He did say amusing things occasionally, but nothing which was obviously intended to be funny. He was too natural to act funny now. About 11 o'clock he went across Fourth Street from the Planters to the rooms of the Pilots' Society. There the rivermen had gathered in force, and royally they welcomed back a long-lost brother. A short address was made, and a handshake exchanged all around. At noon, George J. Tansey, president of the Merchants' Exchange, escorted Mark Twain to the Exchange, where he was introduced to many, and where he made a short address. He said that the sudden call upon him had found him without a text upon which to base his remarks. Of Mr. Tansey's introductory words, the humorist quaintly said, "It is very embarrassing to listen to personal compliments, but doubly embarrassing when the recipient of them feels that they are deserved. Mr. Tansey said very many nice things about me, but there are many other things which he might have said, but which, no doubt, slipped his mind." After hastily lunching at the Planters', Mark Twain took a cab for Union Station, where he departed for Hannibal, his boyhood home, at 2:15 p.m. He looks forward with much interest to his 2 or 3 days' stay in Hannibal, and hopes there to meet many other old friends, and perhaps seek out the localities which are the setting for much of Huckleberry Finn. Asked before leaving what he thought of St. Louis, he replied that it was like coming to a strange American city. "Everything is changed," said he. "The high, massive buildings have made quite a different place of it. When I was here last, in '84, there was still some vestige of the old city which I knew before the war. These are now gone." As his train sped along the elevated tracks and the broad river came within view, he gazed upon it pensively. Asked what he thought of it now, he replied, "It's very natural. It's the same river." He seemed impressed with the dignity of becoming a Doctor of Laws, which degree is to be conferred upon him June 4th by Missouri State University, and he was especially flattered since he did not have to work for it. "That is the colossal thing about it," said he. "Have you ever doctored laws?" he was asked. "Yes, cab laws," he said. Further explanation requested, he continued, "I doctored the cab laws in London and New York. The cabbies overcharged, and I simply made them come down by calling official attention to the fact. The truth is, however, that the laws do not need to be doctored so much as the enforcement of them needs to be doctored." Mark Twain emphatically denies that he was a bad pilot. Asked concerning this report, he said, "Who is it that claims I was a bad pilot? The fellow that said that never was a pilot himself. He don't know anything about me or piloting. He don't know where the Missouri empties into the Mississippi. He don't know a lumber raft from a packet." The story of Mark Twain's years upon the river, when he sought to rise high in the ranks of pilotism, is the story of a man with a sense of humor who tackled a tough proposition. There are more kinks in a pilot's business than kinks in the Mississippi itself. Yet in addition the pilot must know all these twists of the river, which Mark found out to his sorrow. He had some notion of the printing business when he met Captain Bixby on the Ohio River in 1857. Having left his Hannibal home in search of both a career and adventure, he had landed in Cincinnati, and at Cincinnati had conceived the idea of a voyage to Central America, or South America, either one, with a vision of an expedition up the Amazon prospecting for El Dorado or some more tangible gold mine. He set out upon his voyage with $30 capital. He was to go from Cincinnati to New Orleans upon the steamer Paul Jones, which many years after he dubbed an ancient tub. "For the sum of $16, said he. "I had the scarred and tarnished splendor of her main saloon principally to myself, for she was not a creature to attract the eye of wiser travelers." Nevertheless, dawdling down to New Orleans on the Paul Jones must have awakened fascination for the great yellow torrent of mud which is facetiously named the Father of Waters. In Life on the Mississippi, Mark Twain explains that South American fortune seemed farther away at New Orleans than at Cincinnati, that his $30 capital was almost exhausted, and that he was forced to look about for a ready money job. Probably for the several reasons indicated, when he found that his friend, the Paul Jones, was about to start for St. Louis, he besieged a pilot with whom he had scraped up an acquaintance on the down trip, and after 3 hard days the pilot surrendered. This pilot was Captain Bixby. The captain had his own way of telling of this siege. "A pretty good-looking young fellow," said he yesterday, "was always hanging round the pilot-house. Said he was going down to Central America or somewhere. But when we got down to New Orleans he came round to me and said that he thought he'd like to learn piloting. Didn't think he'd go to Central America after all. Asked if I wanted to teach him the river. I said that young fellows like him round were more trouble than use. Couldn't think of it. He kept after me anyhow, and finally I agreed. He was to pay me $500 for teaching him the river between St. Louis and New Orleans. We drew up a contract, which was put away in the safe of the boat, and neither he nor I have seen it to this day. Well, I was with him pretty much all the time for the next 3 years, or until he got his certificate as pilot. I know some say he didn't make much of a pilot, but I think he was about as good as any young fellow of his age. He was about 20 when I first met him. He was a quiet sort of boy at the time. Of course,
He had some of that famous drollery and humorous way of looking at things which is celebrated in his writings. I remember when I undertook to teach him, I questioned him about his antecedents and other matters.
"How are your habits?" I asked.
"Fair," he mumbled. "Do you chew?" "No, don't chew." Very deliberate. "Do you drink?" "No, don't drink."
At this he seemed a little uneasy, and with a slight twinkle of the eye he continued,
"But I must smoke." He must smoke to this day. After he left me in the latter part of '59 I saw little of him. He was on board the Alonzo Childs, was caught by the Confederates, and had quite a time of it. Then he went out to Nevada and California, then to Honolulu, then to New York, and all over the world.
"How about the 500?" the Republic reporter asked Captain Bixby. "Did he pay that?"
"Paid 300," responded the captain. "You see, the war came on, and there wasn't much money to be had. He didn't have any, and I didn't. So we just called the other 200 off."
Life on the Mississippi is Mark Twain's true narrative of his experiences on the river, and Captain Bixby's name frequently enters. Like Captain Bixby, Mark Twain has his own way of describing that 3 years' grapple with the science of piloting.
"I supposed," said the humorist, "that all a pilot had to do was to keep his boat in the river, and I did not consider that that could be much of a trick, since it was so wide.
But it proved to be more of a trick and nearer a science than the pilot novitiate thought. Each eccentric bend in the stream had a name, each of hundreds of reefs had a name, to say nothing of the innumerable lands which had names. The would-be steamboat guide was expected to load his mind with all these names, and with a mass of extraneous but practical information about each locality. Moreover, the river's course was constantly changing. New reefs were forming, and there were an endless number of boat-destroying snags which were sure to find positions, bayonet-like, in the most unexpected places. At times Mark Twain was moved to give up the task of acquiring so much dry information, but he was encouraged by Mr. Bixby, who, according to Mark, said,
"When I say I'll learn a man the river, I mean it, and you can depend on it, I'll learn him or kill him."
End of interview number 156, read by John Greenman. This is section 157 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 157, Roberta's Love. Mark Twain dines with his sweetheart of old-time days. St. Louis Post-Dispatch, May 31, 1902, page 1 and 2. Hannibal, Missouri, May 31st. This visit of Mark Twain to Hannibal is no joke. It is a serious matter. The solemnity of the occasion grows upon one as the hours pass. One sees it in the face of Mr. Clemens himself. Those kindly blue eyes mirror the solemnity. A new quaver in the buoyant voice tells it aloud. And yet the humorist, upon occasion, fulfills his lifelong part. He laughs with indubitable heartiness when laughter is due. He smiles with indisputable pleasure when he ought to smile. He says many things which erupt the laugh-craters in his auditors. And yet, well, there is nothing at all funereal about this visit. Mark Twain is having a good time. He is enjoying the visit because he is doing his duty. 60 years ago he did not enjoy doing his duty, but age has altered him. There is no doubt Mark Twain came here because he felt it to be a sort of sacred duty to come back to the starting point and review the journey. How he feels about it, now that he is here, may be judged from what he said to me Friday noon while waiting for the hotel people to move his baggage into 2 connecting rooms nearer the bathtub than is number 27. He was just back from the cemetery.
"It is very beautifully situated, that cemetery," said Mark Twain. "If I had the time I should look for the boys out there. That is where they are. I came here to see the people. I have met a good many more than I expected to meet. I find about 20 surviving, and am moved with gratification and gratitude for that. But most of them are out there in that cemetery. I could pick them out if I had the time to walk about and read their names. I came this time for the reason I was invited by the university of my native state to go to Columbia and be made a doctor of laws. I think I am well fitted for that avocation, and I am glad of the invitation to come and get an honorary degree which I have not earned. The chiefest of all the preparation I have had for the LL.D. I acquired in the old schoolhouse here that Mr. Cross used to take care of. He qualified me to be an LL.D. There were difficulties connected with it 2 generations ago. Here tonight I see a great advance in matters of intellectual taste over the schools of my boyhood. 2 generations ago the quality of school oratory was bombastic, a pretentious, inflated oratory, words, abounding words, and words delivered with an immense energy when the ideas were weak. The modern oratory, which deals with grace of expression and felicity of ideas, I heard in the Presbyterian pulpit for once in my life in Hannibal. Many is the time when, as a boy, I went to the Presbyterian church by request. The desire I had to stand in the Presbyterian pulpit just once and help instruct those people the whirligig of time has gratified, and the ambition of nearly 2 generations ago has been satisfied. The character of those school exercises you have listened to tonight shows a great improvement. In those boyhood times we had children in school of all ages up to 25 years, and of a dozen sexes, year after year, and there was only one Latin pupil. That was George Robards, and he was the envy and admiration of all the school. He occupied that great and solitary eminence, that Alpine summit of isolation of the one Latin scholar in Hannibal school. In the old commencement exercises there was not a single line of original thought or expression. The programs were made up of recitations and nearly always poems, exciting poems, but these young ladies tonight had delivery, graceful and expressive, and they had written their own ideas. Here are the young gentlemen, too, and I don't see why the so-called superior sex is in such a limited quantity. This commencement is a mighty advance on what we did on the public square 60 years ago. If a boy then showed any original thought, the people suspected that something was the matter with him. As I said, everything was recitation,
and those recitations were not selected from the wide field of English literature. There were 3 or 4 poems used, and only one prose piece, and that we had always heard every week. It was, "Give me liberty or give me death." I never ventured that. And the poetry, well, these 3 pieces of poetry were never neglected. The Assyrian came down like the wolf on the fold, and his cohorts were gleaming in purple and gold. And this one: Lochiel, Lochiel, beware of the day when the lowlands shall meet thee in battle array. But the standby of all, the boy that saved Hannibal to intellectual life, recited always, "The boy stood on the burning deck." Today it has been so pathetic for me to meet, shake hands, and look into the eyes of old white-headed men whom I knew as boys in the old school, and I could not help but imagine them repeating again, "The boy stood on the burning deck." I shook hands today with half a dozen who used to recite, "The boy stood on the burning deck," always in the same old way. They never tried to invent ingenuities and new departures. It is hard for me to conceive of taking that as a method to identify a Hannibal boy, but 7 years ago, coming in a ship from Ceylon to Bombay in the Bay of Bengal—no, let me see, my geography was learned here—in the Arabian Sea, on the deck stood a man who yelled, "Hello, Mark." "Hello yourself," I said. "Who are you?" "Don't you remember," he said, "the old cross school in Hannibal?" "Yes," I replied. "But who are you?" "Why," he said, "I'm the boy that used to recite, 'The boy stood on the burning deck.' There wasn't a boy in Hannibal that didn't do it. It was a cold day when he didn't have half a dozen boys standing on the same deck. In this presence to-night is that old mariner, Billy Nash. I have stood on the burning deck with him 100 times, without fire insurance or anything." Here Mark Twain stared ruefully at a bunch of rolled diplomas tied with red and blue ribbons on a table in the wings. He continued, "I never distributed diplomas in my life, and don't know how to do it. But a person can do a thing with more confidence if he doesn't know how. To know how to do a thing is a great sapper of confidence. I'll distribute these diplomas as they come to hand, and let the graduates toss up for a choice. There will be no underhanded work about this. It will be frank and open. I am going to punch in the presence of the passenger." Amid a roar of laughter from graduates, undergraduates, and the packed theater, Mark Twain picked up the bunch of diplomas, and extending them end foremost, he passed along the semicircle and invited each graduate to take one. "There, don't take but one," he said to a pretty girl near the center. "If you do, there won't be enough to go round, and then Billy Nash will blame Sam Clemens for making a bad job of it." By this method Miss Lottie Bulkley, valedictorian, happened to get the diploma belonging to Charles Siebel, and no graduate received his or her own diploma. There was a great jollification when the distribution was rectified, Mark Twain joining, and thus ended the most memorable commencement in Hannibal. Rain began falling early Saturday morning and continued until noon. Mark Twain's coffee was sent to his rooms, and he remained therein resting and recuperating for the Labana Club reception tonight. Last midnight he remarked to me, "In the course of time this sort of thing might make a man a little tired." It has been a day of memories for Mark Twain. His memory has ransacked the past, and one can observe without an effort that he is trying to live it over again, to bring back out of the drift and swirl of time the events of his boyhood and the old familiar faces. Though he cannot, like Charles Lamb, lament, "Gone, all gone, the old familiar faces," he finds that the faces of the few survivors have so greatly altered that there is little left of the familiar look. There is one face, however, in which Mark Twain, Sam Clemens, age 15, sees some of the old familiar aspect. "That old sweetheart of mine." He saw her Friday evening, though the romance did not turn out as in the Riley rhyme. Sam Clemens and Laura Hawkins, both age 15, ate dinner together Friday evening. They were guests of Mrs. Helen Garth at her costly mansion on South Fifth Street. Sam, who in the future is destined to be one Mark Twain, genial humorist and one of the most famous men in the world, and Laura Hawkins, whose star of fortune reads that she will become the Widow Frazier and serve as the matron for the Home of the Friendless in Hannibal. These two, playmates in 1840, schoolmates in 1845, and pledged sweethearts in this present year of 1850, met Friday evening at dinner with Mrs. Garth as chaperone. Strange to say, Sam was staying at the Windsor Hotel on Main Street instead of at his mother's house on Hill Street. This Hannibal boy of 15 is reveling in the splendors of 2 connecting rooms, with a whole bed to himself and a wardrobe for his clothes. Just why he left home the Hannibal people, the whole 700 of them, are not quite sure, but it is hinted at Brittingham's drugstore around the corner from Widow Clemens' house that Sam has found at last a large quantity of the buried treasure in Loop Hollow, north of Holliday's Hill, and is enjoying the luxuries. Eddie Pierce, Tom Nash, and Billy Nash, Charlie Kurtz, and the other boys of his village are speckled all over with green envy, and Eddie Pierce declares that if he were as big as Sam Clemens he would waylay him some dark night and get some of the gold. "Ain't I helped Sam dig for that gold all spring?" says Eddie, "and didn't I whitewash his old fence for him?" Well, at any rate, Sam Clemens returned to his rooms in the Windsor Friday evening and dressed himself in evening clothes from head to foot. In swallowtail coat, low cut, white vest, creased trousers, and patent leather shoes with a white bow tie, he entered his carriage and was driven to Mrs. Garth's. "Oh, you think you're the Prince of Wales, Sam Clemens, but we know you." Suffice it to say, all curtailed tales must end so. Sam found Laura smilingly awaiting him at the chaperone's house. "Gee whiz!" Sam cried. "It seems like I ain't seen you in 50 years, Laura." Youth's enthusiasm. Sam knew well enough that he had waited outside the Presbyterian church only last Sunday night to ask Laura Hawkins if he couldn't take her home, and Billy Nash had tried to cut him out when the girl appeared. The dinner was a success. All good dinners are. Sam and Laura talked. But let us draw a veil over this scene. Very good veils can be bought for a bit a yard. Mark Twain, whose claim that he wept at the grave of Adam has been questioned, shed tears in Hannibal Friday afternoon. Of that there is no question. 1,000 reputable citizens saw him wipe the tears away with a big handkerchief when he arose to address the GAR men and the other persons gathered for the Memorial Day exercises in the Presbyterian Church. He was tottering with emotion when he arose. His voice was broken, almost sobbing, during the utterance of his first sentence, "as is quite natural, I am profoundly touched by this welcome. I am not easily moved. I wish I were more easily moved. But I am deeply moved this time, as I have been several times in the 24 hours that I have spent here, by the reception I have met from the old men and women still living here, and from later citizens. The expressions in their face, and the hand grasps, and the words that have greeted me have been something more than friendship, and that something is affection, the proudest thing an old man may possess, and in granting me that this city of my earliest time has stirred me with the profoundest compliment." End of interview number 157, read by John Greenman. This is section 158 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 158. Hastings McAdam, "Attention of Old Friends Moves Mark Twain to Tears." St. Louis Republic, May 31, 1902, page 1. Hannibal, Missouri, May 30th. Touched by the deep attention which this community has evinced for him before an audience assembled in the Hannibal Presbyterian Church to celebrate Decoration Day by religious observance, Mark Twain wept, sobs choking him. The man of laughs, in deep, heart-touching seriousness, expressed his appreciation of the tender regard in which he is held. He wept manly tears. The audience, many of whom were old like himself, yet had been young with him in Hannibal, likewise was carried away by deep feeling, the truest expression of which was tears. "I am profoundly touched," said the speaker, "by my reception here. I have not only been moved a number of times by the cordiality of my reception, by the old men and women who knew me here when I was a boy. I am overcome by the something more than friendship which has entered into my reception, an evidence of true affection. Affection, that is the proudest thing anybody can acquire in this world, and in granting me that, this city of my early life has paid me the highest possible compliment." Then Mark Twain spoke of patriotism, a theme appropriate to the day, and his words were earnest and true. "The patriot is the conscience-instructed man," said he, "the man who is true to his convictions." His theme led him to the Civil War, and one of Mark Twain the author's inimitable narrations followed. "My conscience directed me to take up the Confederate cause," said he. "I labored for that cause just 2 weeks. In that period I tried to help Confederate affairs. I think it was in the 2nd week of June, 1861, when Ed Stevens, Sam Lyons, and a lot of young fellows marched out of Hannibal and camped at New London. We walked the 10 miles in 4 hours. We might have done it in 3½ but were not practiced up yet. We camped
as I said, and had a council of war to see what we could do toward inducing the Northern States to behave themselves. We didn't do any fighting, but we didn't see that we could aid the Confederates' cause any by being harassed by General Grant's soldiers. He was Colonel Grant then, colonel of the Palmyra Regiment. We did no fighting because we couldn't get into a fight. General Grant's soldiers never showed their faces. They never got that near to us, though I think if they had there would have been trouble. After 2 weeks we thought there wasn't any use bothering with the problem any more. It was too big for us. We went down in Louisiana and dissolved ourselves. I still think that if we'd have met Grant and that 21st Illinois Infantry of his, there would have been trouble. At the invitation of W.C.H. Nash, Mark Twain consented to attend the commencement exercises of the Hannibal High School. He gave the diplomas to the 16 graduates, 3 of whom were young men and 13 young women. In the course of the exercises he spoke briefly, expressing his gratitude that he had arrived in Hannibal at a time that made this pleasant service possible. Last year he had been invited to attend these exercises, but was unable to do so, and he said that he was grateful that the opportunity had now been given him to remedy his unavoidable default the year previous. Before the limits of his visit expire, Mark Twain expects to visit all the old landmarks to which he is attached by the bonds of youth. He will go to the famous cave, 3 miles south of the city, in the depths of which Tom Sawyer and his beloved Becky were lost, and in which Mark Twain, then young Sam Clemens, was himself lost, the same cave to which attaches memories of the dread Injun Joe, his crimes and death by starvation imprisoned in the endless vault. Mark Twain has stood once more within the shelter of the home of his boyhood, where he was raised, whence he went to school, whence he went forth into the world to become printer, pilot, reporter, newspaper correspondent, lecturer, writer of books, and Missouri's most famous man. Worth while it is to note, too, that many years before young Sam, the future Mark, went forth, a watermelon sailed from the second-story window of the house and landed squarely upon the head of the man who sold that melon. For the melon was rotten, and the boy, Sam Clemens, had paid his last 10 cents for it, perhaps planning to enjoy it with the original Huck Finn. According to boyhood's sense of justice, the melon should return unto its owner, and it did, unexpectedly. Mr. Clemens, or Mark Twain, one is in doubt what to call him here. His identity is equally divided between himself as Clemens and himself as author in the minds and talk of his old comrades, stood for a long time gazing upon the little frame building which was his home. He did not talk much. Even the ever-present playful smile that hovers at the corners of his mouth was gone. He was thinking of the days that are dead, of men and women who are dead, perhaps of hopes that are dead, and likely enough of the fact that he had come back home upon what will likely be his last visit, that he must soon bid final farewell to this gray old house which was his shelter many, many years ago. Finally he turned away from the little cottage so familiar, and his eye took in the surroundings. At the corner of Main and Hill Streets, the southwest corner, is an old frame structure known as the McDaniel Confectionery for the last 50 years. "I think I know that building," said he in his slow manner. "Ah, yes, there are those pilasters which grill it like a broiler. They convict it. Yes, yes, it's McDaniel's place. I bought sweets there long ago."
Just then an old man with long gray whiskers down to his waist strolled up bashfully. He took a position directly in front of Mark Twain. The celebrated man looked at him intently for a while, and then exclaimed,
"What! It is Jimmy!"
"Yes, it is," replied Jimmy. James McDaniel was the newcomer, son of the McDaniel who had sold Mark sweets. They talked for several minutes. Mark asked if Jimmy remembered such and such an occurrence at such and such a time.
"It wasn't then," said Jimmy. "It was, Jimmy."
"It wasn't."
"You swear it, Jimmy?"
"I swear it," said James.
"If you swear it, all right," said Mark.
After drinking in these sights, Mr. Clemens, he must be so called in this connection, went in a carriage to Mount Olive Cemetery. There are buried his parents and two brothers, Henry and Orion, the former of whom was killed in a steamboat explosion in 1859, and the latter of whom died several years ago in Keokuk, Iowa. I went into the one-time Clemens home. It seemed that Tom Sawyer was here, and Tom's tricks without number were called to mind. It seemed, too, that Huck Finn was outside, meowing to the Black Avenger of the Spanish Main to come forth, show himself, and be a good fellow. Looking up the narrow flight of stairs, upon the steps of which the youthful Clemens, it is said, wrote his first effusions, one half expected to see Aunt Polly start from out one of the upper rooms and cry, "Tom! You Tom!" Out back of the house was a jumble of shed, and one particularly high hip roof, joined to a rear second-story window of the main structure. Upon this, of course, Tom Sawyer crawled from home at Huck's caterwaul summons, and from it he dropped to the woodshed, and from the woodshed to the ground, where stood, never to be forgotten, Huck himself. On one such occasion Huck had a dead cat, and this was the time of the spine-curling graveyard scene. Out in this not over-large backyard is the fence, the whitewashed fence. There is now a coat of whitewash on it, but it is confidently said here that the whitening is not the same which Tom Sawyer, with the assistance of a gullible boy Ben, put upon it. Then, too, across this fence, further north, is Huck Finn's home. This place is now old and decayed, and will soon cease to be, like Huck himself, for they tell in Hannibal that the real Huck has gone to his last accounting. Hannibal teems with stories about Sam Clemens, about Tom Sawyer, the original for whom, say, those who should know, was Mark himself, about Huckleberry Finn. It is beyond doubt a Twain town. So greatly is the prophet honored in his own country, that a dozen men here claim to be the one and only original Tom Sawyer. So, too, is it with Huck. But Huck Finn's identity is established by Ed Pierce of this city, and Huck's name was Tom Blankenship. Pierce, who is a few years younger than Mark, was his friend and Blankenship's friend in boyhood, and through him the Huck Finn home was pointed out to me. It stands a dingy three-story frame structure which appears about to fall into ruins. Now occupied by negroes upon a street which has degenerated to an alley, it must have called up again said memories to the mind of Mark Twain. "Oh, yes, I know the swimming pool where Tom Sawyer played hooky," said Pierce. "It was there that Sam Clemens and I played hooky many a day. More than a mile back of town it lay, and near it also was Ghost Hollow. Now the pool is no more. The course of Bear Creek has been changed, and where stands the most substantial part of Hannibal ran that stream. Sam, or Mark, I get his names mixed, was a queer boy, but we all thought he was too dern slow. Maybe he was slow, and maybe he wasn't. Depends on how you look at it. Say, now, I remember where Sam and I first went to school. It was old Cross's school, an old log hut. Cross was cross. Cross is his name, we used to say. Cross is his nature. Cross jumped out of a raw potato.
Well, one day Sam and a lot of the boys locked old Cross out of school. Well, there's not much more, except that Cross got in and hammered us all good. I never did see a man so mad."
William Robbins, old riverman, remembers much concerning Mark. One incident refers to a time when, in excess of spirits, the youth is said to have started an immense boulder, which almost obliterated a sawmill, down Holiday Hill, just north of town. Such anecdotes are without number. End of interview number 158, read by John Greenman. This is section 159 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 159. Hastings McAdam. Mark Twain visits his old sweetheart. St. Louis Republic, June 1, 1902, section 3, page 1. Read by John Greenman. Hannibal, Missouri, May 31st.
"I'm afraid we'll have to put a hoop around Mark Twain's head before he leaves Hannibal," said Mrs. Laura Fraser, Mark's first sweetheart, now matron of the Home for the Friendless at Hannibal. "I'm afraid he'll be spoiled," she continued, "but I suppose if there was any danger of that it would have happened long ago."
Mark's first sweetheart, who is believed to be the original of Becky Thatcher in Tom Sawyer, is now a matronly lady whose memory is still clear concerning those early times.
"We lived right across the street from the Clemens family," she said, "and I saw Sam, as he was known to us then, nearly every day. Yes, as children we were attracted to one another. I remember the last time I saw him. It was just before we parted for the last time. We were skating on Bear Creek, and I can distinctly recall that I had trouble in getting on one of my skates, and Sam performed the service beautifully for me. I have a little remembrance of a date much later. It was the time when he was married. He sent me a wedding card, but did not know my husband's name, and sent the card to my brother, addressing it Mrs. Blank, to my first sweetheart, whom I knew 29 years ago."
Mrs. Fraser still has this card, which she prizes highly. Last night Mark Twain met Mrs. Fraser at dinner at the home of Mrs. John H. Garth, and the talk reverted to the incidents and the friends of their youth. This afternoon he visited Mrs. Fraser at the Home for the Friendless. A story attaches to a visit made by Mark Twain yesterday, of which no word has yet been said. When Mark was Sam, and perhaps Tom Sawyer to boot, he knew a girl whose full name was Azelia Ermine Cordelia Transquilla Emily Emmerine Penn. Her father owned Mark's birthplace, a house in Florida, Missouri. The visiting author remembered the name Azelia, etc., Penn, and found that the lady was now Mrs. Fowkes, 70 years old, living on 6th Street in Hannibal. He lost no time in calling on her. A clouded day and a drizzling rain this morning prevented any excursion to outlying places which possess a sentimental attraction for Mark Twain. Fatigued by a busy Memorial Day, though he said he enjoyed it greatly, he kept to his room until noon, a proceeding entirely unaccountable to those who remembered Sam Clemens as the boy whose father saw that he rose promptly with the sun. Returning to his hotel late last night, he was still in the conversational mood, and talked to 2 or 3 listeners for an hour or more. At this time he received an unintelligible telegram from New York, which read simply, "Mark Twain, try Hannibal Hotels." "Is the man who sent that a lunatic?" he queried, talking chiefly to himself. "I'm trying one hotel now," he continued. "No, let's see. Is it paid for? No, collect. That man is not a lunatic." This last very decisively. The subject of lunacy suggested, he continued, "I've often been in lunatic asylums, as a guest. I remember once in Belfast, Ireland, where there is
an immense institution. The superintendent's idea was that dangerous lunatics should be treated as if they were sane, as if they were not the least dangerous. He allowed them the freedom of the asylum grounds. He was very philosophical, and thought that to humor insane men was the way to cure them. Perhaps it is, but that superintendent was killed by some of his lunatics just a few days after I visited the place. Probably Mark Twain will never revisit famous cave about 2 miles south of Hannibal, the cave where he often went as a boy, the cave which housed Injun Joe, the cave in which Tom Sawyer and his loved Becky Thatcher were lost. "I know all about that cave," said he. "It is clear in my mind now down to the minutest details. If I go to it now, it will be only a sentimental journey. I suppose there is but one thing changed about it. In the old days there hung in it a copper cylinder filled with alcohol, and in the alcohol was a corpse, the corpse of the daughter of a St. Louis doctor, a well-known man of his day, who, however, was not given credit for insanity, only eccentricity. He caused a metal bar to be fixed into the rock walls in a narrow passage far back under the bluff, and to the bar he attached the cylinder. Never had human being such a mausoleum. I guess that the cylinder is now gone, but I am not anxious to investigate into such a ghastly matter. It is said that Injun Joe is still living near Hannibal in the person of a half-breed Indian who is fully 80 years old. If so, the person who so impressed Mark's imagination that the portrait of Injun Joe resulted must not be thought of harshly. Yesterday this person walked a full mile to present Mark with a bouquet, which he did impressively and in silence. Mark's honest thanks made the half-breed's face glow with pleasure. This morning the hotel was again thronged with visitors who came to see Mark Twain. Among them was Charles Kurtz, another of the now gray and feeble men who played with Mark when he was a boy. "I guess," said Kurtz, "no day passed here 50 years ago when I didn't see Sam Clemens. I went to school with him, played with him, and did everything that he did, I guess. Many a time I have been down to the cave with him, and remember several instances when we were lost for a brief time among its endless windings." This afternoon I visited Injun Joe, or Joe Douglas, the half-breed here, who is accorded the distinction of being the genuine Injun Joe by everybody in Hannibal save Mark Twain, who is non-committal, saying only that he may as well have the honor as anybody else. Injun Joe tells that he has been known by that name since the '50s, when he was taken to Marion County from Mexico. He is half Mexican and half Cherokee Indian. In and around Hannibal he has worked for several families. When he first came here he was greatly feared by the negroes. Given shelter by a negro family, the members of the latter feared that he would cut their throats or scalp them in the night, and guarded him with shotguns. Then again, hearing him snore, they imagined that he was on the warpath, that the guttural sounds were war-whoops. Whether or not he contributed more than the name to the character in Mark Twain's book, facts are to show that the suggestion for such a character lay in his life. At this late day Joe Douglas is a personality of interest. The only Indian in town, without education, cheated and made game of incessantly, he has accumulated property and money to the extent of several $1,000s. He has learned to read, and eagerly endeavors to get the newspapers.
He married a Negro woman, who is now dead, and he has no relative to leave his possessions. He has made no will, and says that he preferred that his money go to the state than to anybody he knows. The afternoon was spent visiting by Mark Twain. His sister-in-law, Mrs. Orion Clemens, came down from Keokuk, Iowa, to meet him, and he spent a portion of his time with her. He paid the promised visit to Mrs. Fraser, and stopped a time with others of whom he knew or who wished to know him. Returning to his hotel at 6 o'clock, he received in the parlors of the hotel the members of the high school class to whom he gave diplomas last night. The young people were accorded a good time by their genial, jolly, fascinating host, which they will remember for life. He entertained them as usual with reminiscences. This time it was of a momentous occasion in youth that he told, when he worked assiduously to get the measles. Another boy had them, he wanted them too. The other boy should have no such monopoly. He got into the other boy's house, but was collared by his father, and marched back to the little home which still stands on Hill Street. Hearing the other boy's father advise his mother to keep him locked in a room, he jumped from a second-story window, landing almost on the head of the father of the boy with the measles, who had just started away from the Clemens house. He was again returned into durance vile, but escaped, penetrated to the bedside of the boy with the measles, got into bed with him, and got the measles.
"They were not what I expected they would be," said he.
At 9 o'clock he prepared to attend the reception of the Labana Club. There the society of this city formally welcomed him. He partook of punch, served by Hannibal's handsomest young women, all of whom he claimed as his sweethearts of the third generation. He responded to a welcoming address, holding the assembled admirers for 15 minutes, midway between tears and laughter. Concluding, he said, "As this is probably my last visit to you, my old friends, and you, my new friends, and to Hannibal, I want to express my sincerest affection for you all, and this town where I spent my boyhood. Goodbye." End of interview number 159, read by John Greenman. This is section 160 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 160, Roberta's Love. Mark Twain takes a drive with his schoolmate's pretty daughter. St. Louis Post-Dispatch, June 2, 1902, page 5. Read by John Greenman. Hannibal, Missouri, June 2. Mark Twain this morning enjoyed a drive with a pretty girl, the daughter of one of his schoolgirl friends of nearly 60 years ago. Miss Catherine Lakenan, of Columbia, Missouri, formerly of Hannibal, called at the hotel by appointment and took the humorist out driving. Mr. Clemens first met Miss Lakenan on the train coming into Hannibal last Thursday. Mrs. Lakenan and her daughter were aboard, and happily were in the same coach with the author. Mrs. Lakenan went to Mark Twain's seat and greeted him. "Don't you know me?" she asked. "Yes," replied he, "I do know you, but—" It was plain that he saw something in the lady's face to remind him of a girl away back in the past. "I won't tell you who I am at first," said Mrs. Lakenan. "Think a while." "I have a name in my mind," replied Mr. Clemens, "of a girl who used to attend the old cross school in Hannibal, but I'm not sure. I may make a mistake." "Will you promise, honor bright, to tell me if you are thinking of the right girl or not, when I give you my name?" asked Mrs. Lakenan. "I promise, honor bright." "Then I'm Mary Moss." "That's the girl I was thinking of," said Mr. Clemens. As soon as he learned that Mrs. Lakenan's daughter was aboard, he went back to the young lady and gallantly escorted her to a seat beside him. Miss Lakeman took advantage of the opportunity to invite him to go driving with her, and thereby made herself the only Missouri girl so honored by the great man. Mark Twain also took a drive about Hannibal, the Hannibal of 60 years ago, the St. Petersburg of Tom Sawyer, with John Briggs Sunday afternoon. Mr. Briggs lives in New London, and came in Saturday just to see his old chum. The two boys played together and did other things as comrades and accomplices when they ran about barefooted and sunburnt in the '40s. John Briggs was one of the young men who joined the Confederate Army with Sam Clemens in 1860, undergoing the strenuous 2 weeks' campaign of keeping away from Colonel Ulysses S. Grant, which the humorist loves to tell about. "Briggs and I," he said, "were the best retreaters in the company." The two old boys went up over Holliday's Hill in Ghost Hollow and through Soap Hollow, where they dug for buried treasure many years ago and never found it, except in Mark Twain's fiction. They also drove past the fine new mansion of J. Cruikshank, which cost $125,000, the Hannibal people are proud to tell the visitor, and which is located where the Richmond orchard of 60 years ago furnished the finest apples for the loot of Sam Clemens, Johnny Briggs, Billy and Tom Nash, Eddie Pierce, Charlie Kurtz, and Ben Blankenship, the latter dead and gone these many years, being by common consent at least fixed upon as the one and only original of Huckleberry Finn. "Do you know, John," remarked Sam Clemens yesterday, "I have never had any pangs of conscience for stealing those apples. They were good apples, John." Tonight Mr. Clemens will be the guest of honor at a reception in the Cruikshank home, the closing entertainment of his trip, for at 10:50 Tuesday morning he takes a train for Columbia, bidding farewell to the old home. Mark Twain's sermon at the Baptist Church Sunday morning was a little different from what the people had expected. Hannibal folk have come to expect lachrymose scenes when the distinguished fellow townsman arises to talk. For that matter, the Baptist Church service was lachrymose, but not Mark Twain's part of it. Reverend Everett Gill, the pastor, preceded Mr. Clemens by preaching a short sermon on "A Garland for Ashes," in which he said some things that brought out the trickling tear from hundreds of eyes. "Life," said Mr. Gill, "is a strange medley of flowers and ashes. One half of the world go along life's highway garlanded with the flowers of joy, tripping along with merriment and song, while the other half sit by the roadside in sorrow, with the ashes of mourning on their heads. Moreover, both of these experiences come into the lives of each of us. No life is one continual song, nor yet one long drawn-out sigh, not all flowers, nor all ashes. Life is a dappled picture of shadow and sunshine." The pastor then referred to the guest of the city, the great man who has come back to say good-bye. "Mr. Clemens," he said, "has not scattered the ashes of his own griefs upon the heads of others. He has kept them to himself, and all through his life has been bestowing garlands of joy. In doing this, he has been doing the work of Christ." Mr. Gill then invited Mr. Clemens into the pulpit, "not to preach a sermon," he said, "but to say a few words, whatever might come to him to say." "No," said Mark Twain, arising in the pew where he sat beside his old sweetheart, Mrs. Fraser, the Laura Hawkins of his boyhood. "No, I shall not come into the pulpit. I might do that on a weekday, but I cannot do it on a Sunday without bruising my own sense of the proprieties. But I must take issue with Reverend Dr. Gill, who says that I need not preach a sermon. What I say will be preaching. I am a preacher. We are all preachers. If we do not preach by words, we preach by deeds. What we do and say has its influence upon others, and in our daily life, though we be not clergymen, we preach to each other. The art of preaching is to influence, from the pulpit and from the mouths of all of us. The preaching goes on all the time. Our words and deeds are like the tidal waves of the seas that encircle the earth. They are not for ourselves alone, but for others. We forget that we carry influence, but we should remember it, and we should see that our influence is of the good kind. Words perish, print burns up, men die, but our preaching lives on. Washington died in 1799, more than 100 years ago, but his preaching survives, and to every people that is striving for liberty, his life is a sermon. My mother lies buried out there in our beautiful cemetery overlooking the Mississippi, but at this age of mine she still cheers me. Her preaching lives and goes on with me. Let us see that our preaching is of the right sort, so that it will influence for good the lives of those who remain when we shall be silent in our graves. Two things were plainly evident in Mark Twain's little sermon. One was that he strove, and with excellent success, not to say anything that could be construed as humor. It was apparent that he felt the sanctity of the place and was determined not to profane it by a word of worldly wit. The other patent fact was that he had steeled himself against uttering any word which might bring to himself and to his auditors the pathos of his approaching farewell to the old home town. He knew that he could not touch upon that topic without giving way to his emotions and thereby bringing the sympathetic tears to the eyes of those who listened. Twice before in Hannibal, during this visit, he has broken down when mentioning the farewell aspect of his visit. So in this, his first Sunday sermon, Mark Twain did what he had done throughout his literary career. He kept the ashes of his own griefs to himself and scattered garlands of good cheer. And 5 minutes later, when the benediction had been pronounced, he stood in the aisle and shook hands with the hundreds who passed by, holding a few old schoolmates for a little space to discuss the teachers in the little old schoolhouse. "Was it Mrs. Horr or Miss Horr?" "Why, it was Mrs. Horr that I went to school to," he said. Out on the sidewalk he asked Reverend Dr. Gill to walk down to the hotel with him. "It will give me a better standing in Hannibal," said Mark Twain, "to be seen on the street with a preacher." End of interview number 160, read by John Greenman. This is section 161 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 161, Mark Twain Going Home, Hannibal Morning Journal, June 3, 1902, page 1, read by John Greenman. In the afternoon he, in company with his old chum and playmate John B. Briggs of Ralls County, drove over the city and far out into the country. On their return, Mr. Clemens accepted an invitation to a 6 o'clock dinner at the home of Mrs. Garth, and shortly afterward returned to the Windsor Hotel and retired to his room, considerably fatigued from the travels of the day. About 9 o'clock Sunday night a Journal reporter called on Mr. Clemens and found him lying in bed puffing away on a black cigar, and with a book in his hand. He said he was somewhat fatigued, but he welcomed the reporter, and for about 30 minutes talked incessantly. He said that he had greatly enjoyed his visit to Hannibal, the first one really in about 40 years, and only regretted that he could not remain here a week or two longer. He said that he had so many engagements that he could not remember all of them, that they often conflicted, and that he was obliged to cancel one or two yesterday. Said he, "If my wife had been with me, she would not have permitted me to make two engagements for the same time." Yesterday morning Mr. Clemens paid the Journal a pleasant visit and talked entertainingly of Hannibal as the old town was 50 years ago. Mr. Clemens was shown a Journal carrier's address that was printed in the year 1850, and he said he was at that time about 15 years old, and thought probably that he might have written it. Then, reading it carefully, he said, "No, I hardly think that I wrote this, although about that time I was thinking of writing a carrier's address. I was too lazy and left it for someone else." End of interview number 161, read by John Greenman. This is section 162 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 162, Goodbye to Mark Twain, The Last Interview. Hannibal Courier Post, June 3, 1902, page 1. This visit of mine back to the scene of my boyhood has been one of the happy events of my life, said Mark Twain to a reporter of the Courier Post this morning, as he sat in his room at the Windsor Hotel after having made all arrangement to take his departure. "My visit has been a most enjoyable one, and I do not recall a single instance when I ever had a better time. The time was all well spent. I have met many of my boyhood friends and enjoyed pleasant chats with them. My ride with John Briggs Sunday was especially pleasing to me. I am glad to know that the people of Hannibal think so much of me. It is not always that a fellow can stay away from his old home as long as I have done, and then return and be received so cordially. I tell you it," 3 or 4 words illegible, "have a warm place in his heart," 1 or 2 words illegible, "such an old home. Thank the people of Hannibal for the kind treatment they have accorded me. I can assure you that it could not have been more cordial." End of interview number 162, read by John Greenman. This is section 163 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 163, Roberta's Love, Dr. Mark Twain at a Smoke Talk, St. Louis Post-Dispatch, June 6, 1902, page 2. And Mark Twain came back. Friday he is back at his old trade, piloting a steamboat on the lower Mississippi. With the Rochambeau party and other parties, he is making an excursion on the city wharf boat Mark Twain, so christened during this voyage. "Mayor Wells," remarked Mark Twain Thursday night at a smoker in his honor at the home of Dr. and Mrs. James Ross Clemens, his cousin, at 3958 Washington Boulevard, "Mayor Wells sent me a threatening telegram today. He said there was a boat here without a name, and if I would come in time to make a trip on it with the other foreigners, he would name it after me. Otherwise he would name it after somebody else, himself, I reckon.
The threat scared me. I was doing very well at Columbia, but when I got that threatening message I replied at once, before I recovered from my fright, and accepted the conditions."
"What kind of a boat is it?" somebody inquired.
"I don't know," replied the humorist. "It ought to be a snag boat if it is going to be named after me."
"By the way," said a man from Pike County, "there's a town named for you up in our county. It's—"
"No, it isn't in your county," interrupted Mr. Clemens. "It's in my county, Marion, right in the lower edge of Marion. And it is not a town, either. It's a town site. When I was going up to Hannibal last week on the Burlington, the brakeman invited me to stand on the rear platform of the tail end car and see something. I stood there several miles and saw nothing in particular, until at length we whizzed past a shed with the name Clemens lettered on the end. 'That's it,' said the brakeman. 'See it?' I saw it. 'It's named after you,' said the brakeman. Then he explained that Henry Miller, division superintendent at Hannibal, christened the town site."
Mr. Clemens learned on the train that the place originally had been named Taylor, but as it was discovered that there are 2 or 3 towns in Missouri already named Taylor, a new name was decreed. Thus Marion County honored her most illustrious stepson.
"There are no houses in my town," said Mark Twain, "but the place will grow."
Bearing lightly his burden of the double dignity of 2 doctoral degrees with the same initials, Mark Twain came in from Columbia Thursday evening at 6 o'clock. James Ross Clemens, M.D., met Samuel Langhorne Clemens, LL.D. Yale, LL.D. MSU, at Union Depot. Dr. and Mrs. Clemens will entertain the author during his stay in St. Louis, which will last until Sunday noon. Dr. J. R. Clemens was born on Pine Street in St. Louis, but has been in London, England, the past 20 years, studying and practicing medicine. He moved into his Washington Boulevard home only last week, and the first social function was the Mark Twain smoker, at which about 50 gentlemen were present. It is probably that Mark Twain would prefer that all entertainments in his honor be smokers. He is a smoker himself. Smoke Inspector Jones should have been present last evening in his official capacity, for there is no chimney in St. Louis that smokes more constantly than does Mark Twain. "How many cigars a week do you smoke?" I asked him last week in Hannibal.
"Just as many as I can," was the reply.
Mark Twain smokes 2 grades of cigars, both Puerto Ricans, 3 centers and 7 centers. He prefers the 3 centers because they are "just as good" and cost less.
"I am looking for a man who holds the commercial value of a cigar above its smoking value," he remarked. "At home I have a few cigars that cost $1.66 apiece, and I am keeping them in the hope that I can sell them to somebody who thinks the cost of a cigar has anything to do with its quality."
At 10:30 Walter B. Stevens arrived with an invitation from President Francis of the St. Louis Club for Dr. Clemens, M.D., and his guests to attend the club's reception in honor of the Count and Countess Rochambeau. The party proceeded to the St. Louis Club, where Mark Twain held an involuntary reception in the garden, gay with lights and lovely ladies' faces. The great Missourian talked with the Count in French and with the Countess in English. He talked with the other ladies and gentlemen in any language that came to hand. No language appears to stump Mark Twain, for, though he was not the Latin linguist of the Hannibal Public School of half a century ago, the one sole and solitary pupil who knew Latin, He has become a cosmopolite, and can palaver many dialects, from Mississippi River patois to Volapuk. Until midnight the author was the center of groups of admirers. Dr. Clemens, his host, waited for him until the lights went out. He was then wandering down the garden walk, with a pretty girl's arm in his and 2 cigars in his right hand, like chopsticks. Just why he held cigars in one hand, smoking one between talks, I am unable to explain, but as the thing happened it should be reported faithfully. Presumably after midnight Mark Twain smokes in relays. Perhaps he lights the relief cigar with the stub of the one that goes off duty, thereby saving the waste of time which lighting of a match would entail. Otherwise he would be unable to smoke. "Just as many as I can." What mattered it to Mark Twain that the lights were turned out in the club garden at midnight? Was not his cigar still burning, and did not the relay cigar await its turn, clasped caressingly between the 3rd and 4th fingers? "If you don't, I'll have my revenge, sure as fate," the pretty girl was saying to him. Mark Twain likes pretty girls almost as well as cigars. And that reminds me of a story he told me, anent the prettiest girl he ever saw, that is, before returning to Missouri, for in Hannibal, Columbia, and St. Louis he confesses to having seen a bewildering profusion of the prettiest. "It was in Boston," he said, "years ago, and William Dean Howells and I were walking down one of those crooked alleys they call streets. We saw her in a window, just glimpsed her. Howells and I both involuntarily clutched each other's arm to draw attention to her, and we looked for a fleeting moment in speechless awe. Even Howells felt a thrill," continued Mark Twain. "We walked off, bewildered, and after turning the corner we agreed together that we ought to go back and take one more look, a good, long, lingering look. Well, it was Boston, as I have said, and for the life of us we could not find the house again. We hunted until we were fatigued beyond further endurance, but the girl was gone from us forever." This evening Mr. Clemens will dine at the St. Louis Club as the guest of honor, Theophil Papin being the host. Saturday he will visit the World's Fair site and other points of interest, and at noon Sunday he will board the Knickerbocker special for New York, where he will retire to his home at Riverdale on the Hudson and smoke some cigars. End of interview number 163, read by John Greenman. This is section 164 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 164, Rawls County Record, June 6, 1902. Read by John Greenman. On Sunday afternoon, about 2:30 o'clock, Mark Twain, John B. Briggs, and the record man rambled over Holiday Hill together. Driving past his old home on Hill Street, they went through the alley in the middle of the block, pointing out places where they played in their boyhood days. They commanded the driver to stop, and Mark said, "John, the L of the old house has another story on it. That's about the only change." As we drove by the gas-works, John said, "Sam, the gas-works stand on the site of my old home." Going into Palmyra Avenue, they called to mind house after house where incidents of their early days had occurred. Going up Holiday Hill as far as the carriage could go, we walked the remainder of the way and stood on the summit. Looking up and down the Mississippi River, which spread out in its magnificent grandeur, the hills on either side covered with tall trees, Lover's Leap standing like a huge sentinel in the distance, islands dotting the river here and there, waving fields of wheat glinting in the sunshine in the lowlands along the Illinois shore,
Mark turned to Mr. Briggs and said, "John, that is the prettiest sight I ever saw. There is the place by the island where we used to swim. There is where a man was drowned, and there is where the steamboat sank. These things all come to my mind now. 'Twas 50 years ago, John, and yet it seems as yesterday." Pointing to various houses in the city and places among the hills, for the town lay spread out before us, he continued, "There is where the Millerites put on their robes one night to go up to heaven. None of them went that night, John, but no doubt many of them have gone since. John, 50 years have whitened our hair and warned us that we are growing old. We stand today amid the scenes of our boyhood days for the last time. Let us be boys again today, and live over the past, for this is one of the happiest days of my life." And there, standing face to face, hands clasped, these two strong men, equally great in strength of character, and each imbued with a love for the other that had sprung up in their childhood and grown with the years, looked into each other's eyes, while tears stole down their cheeks. Turning to John, he said, "Do you remember the days we stole the peaches from old man Price?" "Yes," said John, "as if it were last week." "Well," resumed Mark, "you know he moved out here from Virginia, and he had a raft of bow-legged negroes. He set out a big peach orchard over there," pointing to the place, "and we invaded it one morning, filled ourselves with peaches, stuffed a lot of them in our shirts, and started for home, when one of those bow-legged negroes set the dogs on us. We ran until the dogs came up, then we fought them back. Then we ran again, the dogs still following, when all of a sudden we turned, drove the dogs back, and tried to catch the negro, but he was too swift for us and got away. Do you remember, John, that we intended to catch that negro and drown him? Why, of course we did." Going over the hill, they came to the place where they pried a huge rock from the top of the precipice and sent it crashing down the hill across the road, over a negro driving a wagon, and into a cooper shop. Arriving at the spot, John said, "Sam, here is where we pried the rock loose, after digging the dirt out from under it for 3 Sundays," Mark said. "John, if it had killed that negro we would have had a dead negro on our hands with not a cent to pay for him. John, I believe there were only 4 of us in that devilment, yet from all reports there was a gang of 40. It seems we have more playmates today than we had then. After the crash we escaped and played innocents at home, although the patrolees gave us a close chase." Going down the hill, Mark and John keeping up a rambling chat about old times, of the people who were living 50 years ago, of those who had died, and of the few left among the living, we came to a well on Palmyra Avenue with 2 old oaken buckets in it. Here a boy drew up a bucket of water from the cold depths below, when the lady of the house called to her son, "Tommy, get a glass for the gentleman." When Mr. Clemens said, "No glass for me, John. We are boys today, and we'll drink out of the bucket." So we all took a long draught out of the old bucket, and the water was good, cool, and refreshing.
Driving along Palmyra Avenue, John Briggs pointed out the house where Barney Farthing, now of Paris, once lived. Barney is one of the original Hucks. Then we drove down the river road to Old Scipio. As we passed the bridge, Mark said, "Here is where I swam the river when I was a boy. When I got near the other shore, one leg cramped. I crawled up on the bank and rubbed my leg to get the cramps out of it. The sun was going down and the chill of evening was setting in, and I had to swim back. After a while I started, and when I got halfway across, my leg commenced drawing up. Then the other began to cramp, but I swam on. Once, when near the shore, I thought I would let down, but was afraid to, knowing that if the water was deep I was a goner. But finally my knee struck the sand, and I crawled out. That was the closest call I ever had." Driving along the road, these boys, for the evening, pointed out the place where the haunted house once stood, but the house and ghost have long since gone. They told how Scipio was to be a great city and defeat Hannibal, repeating the history of the old Roman and Carthaginian days. But the order was reversed, and today Hannibal is the victor, and Scipio is only a memory. And thus these boyhood chums, one the greatest writer and humorist of the world, the other a prosperous farmer and good citizen, chatted and laughed, here calling up some incident, there looking for a spring at which they had slaked their boyish thirst, now dried up, casting longing looks at the hills, the river, and scenes here and there, drove back to the hotel and went to Mr. Clemens's room, where the conversation drifted into parting words. They stood up and shook hands, when Mr. Briggs said, "Sam, this perhaps will be the last time we will meet on earth, and I reluctantly say good-bye. God bless you. May we meet in heaven and renew our long friendship."
"John," said Mark Twain, "I am glad we have been together today. I have enjoyed it. It's been worth $1,000 to me. We were like brothers once. I feel that we are just the same today. Good-bye, John. If we never meet again here, I'll try to meet you on the other side."
And with tears in their eyes and their voices trembling with emotion, they parted. End of interview number 164, read by John Greenman. This is section 165 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 165, Renewed Welcome to Mark Twain. St. Louis Republic, June 6, 1902, page 2, read by John Greenman. Wearing the additional honor of Doctor of Laws conferred upon him by the State University, Samuel L. Clemens returned yesterday from Columbia, Missouri, to receive a renewed welcome. As Mark Twain, the weight of the newly acquired distinction rested lightly upon him. As Dr. Samuel Clemens, however, he took advantage of the degree.
"I am told that a Doctor of Laws ranks a Doctor of Medicine and other kinds of doctors,"
he said last night at a smoker given in his honor by his cousin, Dr. James Ross Clemens.
"For this reason I propose to remain seated while the other doctors stand."
And he did. End of interview number 165, read by John Greenman. This is section 166 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 166, Mark Twain at the Wheel Again, St. Louis Star, June 6, 1902, page 1, read by John Greenman. Captain Jenks was at the wheel when the St. Louis harbor boat pulled out with the Rochambeau and Clemens parties aboard Friday morning, but Mark Twain piloted the Mark Twain back into port, after a cruise up and down the muddy stream Mark knew so well some 40 years ago. The old boat had been given a coat of white paint in honor of the occasion, and folks will hardly recognize the ancient tub with its new name. The christening of the harbor boat is Mayor Wells' idea, and a splendid one it was. That a Mark Twain, as the boat will now be called, had not been plowing the eddies of the Mississippi long before is a wonder. The party arrived at the wharf in carriages at 11:20, and 15 minutes later the hawser was cast off and the boat backed away. The band played, the breeze blew, and the sun shone brightly. The Count and Countess Rochambeau occupied the first carriage and were first aboard the steamer, and Missouri's Mark Twain drove up in the second. As he stepped from the string-piece of the wharf to the rail of the boat, Mark lifted his Panama, as if in salutation to the river, which once was his pride. The band was playing Suwannee River, too, and the reminiscences must have crowded Twain's mind. "Does the river look familiar?" Dr. Clemens was asked. "Yes, just as wet and muddy," returned he. "Do you anticipate any difficulty in navigating the boat as pilot?" "Did you ever know a Missourian who anticipated the difficulty of any undertaking? I am from Missouri," and some pride mingled with the jesting words of Mark. "It has been suggested that the boat be rechristened Mark Twain in your honor," he was told. "Honor to he whom honor is due. You must show me the man from Missouri who would shrink from thus being honored. Everybody loves a compliment, and likes to have them go their way, totally unlike the cat and the bootjack." "Are you as well acquainted with this part of the stream as the upper about Hannibal?" "I used to know every ripple on its entire thousands of muddy miles. These look like the same old ripples and eddies. They might fool me at night, but I guess I could keep this boat from sticking her nose in the mud in daylight." "Do you think the river could regain its old standing as a navigable stream with proper dredging?" "Undoubtedly. In my time the river was alive with boats from New Orleans to St. Paul. It can be made to serve commerce in just as heavy a way again, despite the railroads. I'd like to see Congress dig the old Mississippi deeper and pull it out of its slumber." End of interview number 166, read by John Greenman. This is section 167 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview 167. Mark Twain at Pilot Wheel, bids farewell to Mississippi. St. Louis Republic, June 7, 1902, page 1. Mark Twain at the pilot wheel for the last time on the Mississippi he helped to immortalize, and the Countess de Rochambeau christening the craft with the nom de plume of the world-famous Missourian, were the stirring sights on the river excursion yesterday in honor of the exposition's distinguished French guests. Dr. Clemens' farewell to the historic stream was impressive. Standing in the pilot-house, far above the crowd on the decks, the river breezes caressed his frosty hair, the great wheel moved obediently to his master hand, while the kind blue eyes of the celebrated humorist were lifted dreamily up the lazy current. Then his hearty voice called, "Lower away lead! Mark Twain, quarter! 5 1/2, 6 feet," came the response from the lower deck. "Mark Twain! Mark Twain!" shouted the spectators who had surged to the bow and were frantically waving their hats and kerchiefs in the breeze.
"You are all dead safe as long as I have the wheel," answered Mark, taking 3 turns on the wheel. "There, I have rested you," he said to the pilot.
But the party on the deck raised their hands appealing and begged Mark to stand by them, and he did. He steered the harbor boat for a full half-hour and enjoyed every minute of his task.
"That is the last time I will ever play pilot,"
were the serious words which fell from his lips as he slowly descended the steps from the wheelhouse. Something of solemnity cast its shadow over the gay party. Tears stood in the eyes of old rivermen. It was only a snatch of sadness. Dr. Clemens ordered refreshments for the crew.
"Something stronger than river water," he added. "A crew cannot perform its duty without something bracing."
The excursionists laughed. A head waiter tried to announce that luncheon was served, but his voice was lost in a chorus of salutation from the deep-toned whistles of passing craft. Bells joined the clamor. The whistles of the harbor boat answered, and the river was sonorous with sound. It was the tribute of the rivermen to the distinguished pilot. Mark Twain raised his Panama so that the wind tossed his snowy hair until the crews of other steamers recognized him and cheered their good-bye. The French guests enjoyed the experience. They were unanimous in the expression that it contained more of the true thrill than they had yet encountered on this side of the water. Then came the christening. It happened after the guests had been seated, when Mayor Wells paid an eloquent compliment to the author and announced that it had been determined to commemorate the return of Mark Twain to his native state by christening the boat they were on by that famous name. Countess de Rochambeau stepped to the open way leading from the cabin to the deck. The guests arose and pressed forward to witness the event. The Countess took a bottle of champagne from the hand of President Francis, and, dashing the sparkling wine on the deck, exclaimed, "I christen thee, good boat, Mark Twain." End of interview number 167, read by John Greenman. This is section 168 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 168, The Eugene Field Memorial Tablet, St. Louis Globe-Democrat, June 7, 1902, page 1, read by John Greenman. A great living Missourian paid a tribute to a sweet singer of Missouri when Mark Twain, at 4:30 o'clock yesterday afternoon, unveiled a bronze tablet to the memory of Eugene Field at the house on South Broadway where the poet was born. The appearance of Mark Twain as a pilot yesterday marked his first attempt to essay the role of a wheelsman since 1880. In that year he "stood the daylight watches" between Cairo and New Orleans, and he recalled the incidents leading up to the trip yesterday, after he had descended from his post at the wheel. He had come west to absorb some Mississippi River fiction for literary purposes. When asked if the exertion of whirling the wheel was noticeable, he said, "It is good exercise. Do you know that I believe that any unaccustomed exertion is the best exercise? Some years ago I looked 10 years older than I do today. That was principally because I was bankrupt at the time. The possession of a lot of debts that one cannot pay is not a disgrace, but it brings an indescribable feeling of humiliation. It crushes the spirit, and our nerves and muscles are fed by the spirit. Well, I undertook that lecturing tour with Cable. The routing was abominable.
It called for travel by night and day. It meant moving on railroads when we were not on platforms. I did not expect to survive it, but it rejuvenated me. It was new, and it built me up. It gave me 10 years of health. I might do it again, but I do not need 10 years of health now, because I shall not live that long. There are some people who are sufficiently lacking in discretion to linger alive until they get to be 80, but I am not one of them. I have been in financial straits, and I have also had dyspepsia. In 2 years I had cured the former trouble, but it was 8 years before I got rid of the dyspepsia, and I don't think I ever would have done so had it not been for the starvation process.
End of interview number 168, read by John Greenman. This is section 169 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 169, Hastings McAdam, Mark Twain's Return to Hannibal. St. Louis Republic Magazine, June 8, 1902, page 3. From the moment that Mr. Clemens set foot in Hannibal, the town was his very own. But such is the contrariness of human nature that some there were who would not surrender to Mark Twain. The trouble was the conflict of fiction and fact again, and an inability to see fiction as truth. Somehow simple-minded folk had the notion that everything in the books, scenes of which are laid in Hannibal, should be literally true. Finding them not so in some details, they confused Mark Twain and Mr. Clemens, and held him to be a prevaricator. That the fatted calf should be killed for him was crowning him, declaring him arch-prevaricator. One gentleman, a character all to himself, a subject it would seem for the humorist to picture, was jealous. He was aged, had lived 60 years in Hannibal, and I thought should have much information concerning the youthful Sam.
"Know him!" he exclaimed. "Yes, he says he was a pilot. He wasn't. Talk about Mark Twain. I've been on the river for 51 years. My brother Abe, now, who lives over to blank, he fit in the Civil War. I can tell you all about Abe, and my son is general passenger and ticket agent of the railroad."
This was a challenge to Mr. Clemens.
"What?" he exclaimed. "I never was a pilot? I'll venture to say the man who said that is mistaken. If I were going to stay here long enough to have time, I'd make him recant."
Unexpectedly, Mr. Clemens stepped from an afternoon train at Hannibal. He avoided committees because the committees could not get ready in time. He was already in his hotel, had had his supper, and was in his room when the first committee arrived. He was too tired to see the gentleman. He lay in his bedroom, gazing southward through his window, where Lover's Leap, Cardiff Hill of the books, reared skyward, doubtless with many a reflection, and smoking, for he always smokes.
"I smoke just as much as I can," said he. "Of course, I cannot smoke when I am asleep, but I think that is the only reason I wake up in the morning."
Next morning, by glancing at the papers, he found that it was Decoration Day. He had forgotten it. He was pleased, saying that he felt it a good time to be in Hannibal. It also was the day of the high school graduation, a happy coincidence also, for last year he had refused an invitation to be present at the commencement exercises. Now he was rested. Now he felt that it was time to meet his old friends. Now he gave himself to Hannibal. If there was aught which could please or amuse these people of his home town in his long-studied forte of entertaining, they were welcome to it. He threw himself upon the mercies of the committees. That morning he went for a walk down to his old home, a quaint little two-story frame. It stands very small, very humble, very dingy. It faces upon Hill Street, a thoroughfare which has ceased to be a favored residence locally. He gazed upon it in silence. Some hours after he commented upon it, and there was something of pathos as well as humor in what he said. "It seems to have grown smaller," he remarked. "A boy's home is a mighty big place to him. Why, I believe that if I should come back here 10 years hence, it would be no bigger than a bird-house." His genial humor and imagery brought back the days gone, brought to life men long since dead, and refreshed everybody. His method of distributing diplomas, doubtless, never has been duplicated. "Take one, take a good one," he said to the graduates. "Now, don't take two, but be sure and get a good one." He met his early sweetheart, Mrs. Fraser, at dinner at the home of a Mrs. Garth, and again at a reception given by the Labana Club, Hannibal's best-known social organization. Later he called upon her, Mrs. Fraser. The talk veered back to the old times, when she was the girl dear to him, who was painted to the life as Becky Thatcher. She was then a dainty bit of femininity, a romping child on the threshold of beautiful womanhood. Now she is a matron, past 60, wondering if a hoop will not have to be placed around Mark's head after all the adulation which Hannibal has been giving him. And Sam Clemens, he was a romping boy also, and now 67, famous, with knowledge of every country on the globe. She has spent all her long life in Hannibal. His home has been the capitals of Europe, and his associates celebrities. It was a contrast which gave them much of which to converse. Mr. Clemens, having shaken hands with everybody at the Labana Club, and having charitably beamed upon the many beautiful young women of Hannibal who beamed at him, retreated. It was reported that he had mysteriously disappeared. In fact, he had sought a table and a chair in Green's saloon. There were several others there, including newspaper correspondents. He sipped mint juleps and talked of every subject under the sun. Perhaps the most astonishing bit of information was that Pudd'nhead Wilson emanated from Florence, Italy. That Pudd'nhead ever could have sojourned, much less have come into being, in Florence, seemed, on the face of it, preposterous. Explanation, however, cleared matters up. "It's like building a pair of boots over here years before," said he, "and blacking them in Florence. I had worked out Pudd'nhead a long time previous, and at Florence I had the opportunity to dress him up in language." Until 3:30 a.m. Mark Twain chatted at Green's. Then he was whirled away in a carriage through a driving rainstorm to his hotel, where, staring at the convincing clock, he said, "Well, I am amazed. If my wife knew this, this is the latest I've been up for many a day." He realized that in human probability many more years will not be his, and he as much as said that this would be his last visit to the land of the Mississippi, in which he had lived so long, in which he had drawn the sinews of his fame. He voiced again and again a deep love for Hannibal, and the smiling face was often saddened by memories of the many whom he had hoped to see, yet of whom he found trace only at the cemetery, and some not even there. Once he spoke of death, his view of death. He had received the high school class, to which he had handed good diplomas, in the hotel parlor. Talking with them, he told of the time in boyhood when he had had an ambition to get the measles, and after some trouble had gotten them. He spoke of being on the point of death. It terrified him. "I did not know," said he, "what an easy thing it is to die. I have since learned that it is like falling asleep. The hands and the feet grow cold, but you do not know it. Then you are in a kind of dream or trance, and you do not understand that you are dead at all until you begin to investigate the matter." End of interview number 169, read by John Greenman. This is section 170 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 170. Mark Twain bids Missouri farewell. St. Louis Republic, June 9, 1902, page 3. After 2 busy weeks in Missouri, Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, departed yesterday for his home at Riverdale, New York, probably bidding a final farewell to the state of his birth and the Mississippi Valley, wherein were spent so many years of his eventful life. Despite his strength, unusual for a man of 67 years old, he was much fatigued after his continued exertions. He returned to the home of Dr. James R. Clemens, No. 3956 Washington Avenue, from the St. Louis Country Club, where he was entertained Saturday evening, about 11 o'clock at night. He spent the morning quietly yesterday and left the city at noon on the Big 4 Knickerbocker special. He was escorted to the train by Dr. Clemens. At Union Station were many citizens who came to bid him good-bye or to have the opportunity to shake hands with him. To all, stranger or acquaintance, he was genial and friendly, and at the parting gained additional admirers as he gained them wherever he visited after his arrival back home. Mark Twain's slim appetite has been remarked by all who have met him, and he was induced to talk upon the subject after his brief sojourn at the helm of the harbor boat last Saturday, when he once more assumed the role of pilot. "I have starved for 25 years," he said. The newspaper men who had just watched him say farewell to the wheel looked into the placid face of the humorist and focused their eyes on the pink cheeks of 67 years. "It has been that many years since I ate more than one meal a day," continued Dr. Clemens. "I do not count breakfast as a meal, because it consists of 1 cup of coffee and a meager allowance of bread. My meal is at 6 or 7 o'clock. There is no principle involved in this abstinence, what many persons would call starvation. I discovered long ago that 1 meal is plenty for the man who does no more work than the brain worker. Now, if I were chopping wood, I probably would eat 3 times every 24 hours. The waste of muscular force in that sort of an occupation requires rebuilding. There are many advertisements nowadays that entice the man who does not use his muscles to build them up. There is not any occasion for it. Beyond light gymnastics to preserve healthy circulation, the man who labors with his mind to the exclusion of his muscles need not be alarmed because he cannot put a 100-pound shot more than 3 feet. Oh, when I was a pilot, that was long before I stopped eating 3 meals," said Mark in reply to a question. "The last time I was on the river, let me recollect. It was in 1880 that Jimmy Osgood, the publisher, and myself
made a trip down the river under fictitious names. We were gathering material for Life on the Mississippi. Knowing the riverman well, I concluded that the only way to get him to do and say things that would make the sort of material I sought was to catch him off his guard. If they had known it was Clemens, you can depend upon it that he would have gone into his shell and spoiled the whole scheme. Well, we were discovered right here in St. Louis. We registered at the Southern. The clerk there wheeled the old book around on its swivel stand and gave me a pen. I think that I wrote down the name J. Smith from some place in New Jersey. That fellow turned the book around, just glanced at the name, and called, "Front! Show Mr. Clemens up to 236." The rascal had known me when he was a clerk at a hotel down East. It was a little embarrassing to be caught disowning yourself, but with that incident the danger of recognition passed. It would have been a little awkward if he had put the newspapers boys on. Down the river I chanced to cross other old-timers who knew me, and that was the only time I ever adopted disguise. But this question of exercise, the general shaking up a man gets at intervals through his lifetime, affords all the physical exertion needed by the person of unmuscular avocation. This sort of exercise is a tonic. Now, when I was out with Cable in 1885, we experienced the hardest work I have ever known. It was made up of the most absurd railway jumps from one lecture point to another. Our schedule was inflexible. The dates had to be filled under any circumstances. I think that the experience of that trip prolonged my life 10 years. I was always tired at night, but I slept the sound, just sleep of the man who has done his work. I would not undertake such a shaking up now. Besides, it would not be necessary. I do not expect to live long enough to justify the adding of another 10 years. The man who lives until he is 80, or wants to live until he is 80, has lost his reason. I feel so hearty now that I am really beginning to be afraid that I will live to be foolish.
End of interview number 170, read by John Greenman. This is section 171 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 171. My First Vacation and My Last. New York World Magazine, September 7, 1902, page 3. Mark Twain, the great humorist, is spending his vacation at York Harbor, Maine. The place, if Mr. Funston or any of the Denver Library people care to know, is in that exact spot frequently referred to as the southeastern part of the state. The genial philosopher has been enjoying the summer working there since early in July, and he says that he is going to do his best to hold out at his cottage until the 11th day of October. As to the reason for the 11th, he absolutely refuses to commit himself. In about a year the reading public, however, will be very thankful to York Harbor, for the novel upon which Mark Twain is now engaged will be issued then,
and he says that the bracing sea air that comes to him in his retreat is helping him to do fine work. He hasn't wholly succeeded, though, in keeping care off his porch and the 40 acres that surround his cottage, perched high above the waters of York River, for in the early part of August Mrs. Clemens fell ill with heart failure, and since then her famous husband has been nursing her back to health. The writer for the World's Sunday Magazine discovered the author of Tom Sawyer the other day walking slowly to and fro on the lawn. Now, Mark Twain has made it a rule to be interviewed only when in a foreign country, or when coming from or going to a strange land. But here it was proved beyond all doubt, or peradventure, that Huckleberry Finn's creator is a humorist, for he laughed at and agreed to the logic of another man's joke. "I am only interviewed," began the sage, with the deliberate, premeditated, and immortal Mark Twain drawl, "in foreign countries." A most decided and dramatic period after countries. "But you know, Mr. Clemens, Mr. Dooley speaks in thim furrin countries, such as Hirelam and Hoboken and Maine." "He does," he said, with his hearty smile. "He does, I guess." A pause which would easily give him an opportunity to change his mind 20 times. "I guess I have to give in." Then he led the way into the house, excusing himself for a moment, just to see how Mrs. Clemens was getting along. He returned presently. "So you want me to tell you about my first vacation," he said. "My first vacation?" Very deliberately he took from his vest pocket a long, black, deadly-looking cigar. Then, after groping for an interminable time in his coat pocket, he pulled out 3 matches and placed them side by side on the table. He was very particular about those matches, for he rearranged them 6 times. "That was long ago." A pause. "That," the matches again engage his attention, "was 60 years ago." He lit the cigar, not placing it in his mouth, but assuring himself that he had a good light before the match was wholly consumed. A pause, certainly, of 3 minutes. He puffed at his cigar 3 or 4 times, but only mechanically. It became very clear, indeed, that he was away back in his boyhood days again, with Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, wading in the Mississippi or playing leap-frog in the dusty streets of Florida, Missouri. "Ah, I shall never forget that first vacation," he said. "It wasn't as long as this one, nor in some respects as pleasant, but," very slowly, "what it lacked in length it made up in excitement. Do you know what it means to be a boy on the banks of the Mississippi, to see the steamboats go up and down the river, and never to have had a ride on one? Can you form any conception of what that really means? I think not. Well, I was 7 years old, and my dream by night and my longing by day had never been realized. But I guess it came to pass. That was my first vacation." A pause. "One day, when the big packet that used to stop at Hannibal swung up to the mooring at my native town, a small chunk of a lad might have been seen kiting on to the deck, and in a jiffy disappearing from view beneath a yawl that was placed bottom up. I was the small chunk of a lad. They called it a lifeboat, said Mr. Clemens, "but it was one of that kind of lifeboats that wouldn't save anybody. Well, the packet started along all right, and it gave me great thrills of joy to be on a real, sure enough steamboat. But just then it commenced to rain. Now, when it rains in the Mississippi country, it rains. After the packet had started, I had crawled from beneath it and was enjoying the motion of the swift-moving craft, but the rain drove me to cover, and that was beneath the yawl. No, it was not a lifeboat, for the manner in which that rain came pouring down upon me from the bottom of that yawl made me wonder if I was ever to return home again. To add to the fun, the red-hot cinders from the big stacks came drifting down and stung my legs and feet with a remorseless vigor, and if it hadn't been a steamboat that I was on, I would have wanted to be safe at home in time for supper. Well, it kept on raining and storming generally until toward evening, when, 17 miles below Hannibal, I was discovered by one of the crew. A very deliberate pause. They put me ashore at Louisiana. Another pause. I was sent home by some friends of my father's. My father met me on my return. A twinkle in the steel-blue eyes. I remember that quite distinctly. Then, as an afterthought, my mother had generally attended to that part of the duties of the household, but on that occasion my father assumed the entire responsibility. Reminiscently, that was my first vacation and its ending. He bit his cigar. And I remember both. So now, 60 years after that event, emphasis on event, I'm enjoying another vacation at the age, I believe, of 67. Fact of it is, he drawled, the best part of a man's life is after he is 60. I feel stronger mentally now than ever before. He lit another of those ominous-looking cigars. Their mere appearance compels comment. You express surprise that the first one was not guilty of murder. No, smoking doesn't seem to affect my health at all. Perhaps, though, that's because I only take one smoke a day. A brief pause, and with a flash of humor from his eyes. That commences in the morning and ends just before I go to bed. But, Lord bless me, I like to smoke, and have since I was 7 years old. That first smoke was a fine one, but it made me very sick. I rolled a cigar from green tobacco, and when my father found out about it, he did the rest. I find, he added seriously, that smoking aids me while I am engaged in writing. He looked far out to sea. This bracing salt air makes me do good work, he said. I work harder in the summer than in any other season of the year. Just at present, because of Mrs. Clemens's illness, I am not doing much writing, but up to the 11th of August I was busily engaged upon the novel that isn't finished yet, though I've been at it for 4 years. It's to be a fantastic book," he added, "not so serious as Joan d'Arc. It took me 12 years to write that. But up to the present I can't tell how the book is going to end. Confidentially, I won't know until it's finished. In fact," said the humorist, "that's the purpose of the book." He placed his hands on the table as he spoke. They are the hands of a strong man, of a worker, prehensile yet artistic, and with nails which are kept in beautiful condition. In shaking hands with him you note that while his hands are as soft as a woman's, there is a manly vigor in the grip he gives you that carries with it instantly the mark of good fellowship and kindliness. He spoke of his recent trip to the scenes of his boyhood days, and told how he met his chum and playmate, John Briggs. "Together," said the Mark Twain of Huckleberry Finn in serious tones, "we visited some of the scenes of our former crimes and misdemeanors." Meditatively, "Stealing apples, though, isn't a crime or a misdemeanor. The elements of danger and self-hero worship are too largely involved in the deed. What I consider a crime was the act of John Briggs and myself when we got hold of a boat along the Mississippi at Hannibal and painted it red over its coat of white. Just as we had finished our job the owner of the boat appeared and vowed that if that boat had been white he would have sworn that it was his own." As to whether or not the boat ever got back into the hands of the original owner, Mr. Clemens refused to say. He did talk freely, however, about his now famous letter written from his vacation retreat on August 14th to a Denver friend anent the attempt to exclude Huckleberry Finn from the Denver Public Library. "Now that was a very funny thing about that letter getting into print," he said. "You see, I sent it to my man marked 'Private,' and that was a sure sign that it was going to be published. That is the reason I don't care to be interviewed, too. You see, it puts it up to the other man." He lights his fourth cigar. "If I write a letter and then it is published through the carelessness or base intent of the man to whom it is sent, I am not being directly interviewed for the benefit of the readers of a paper, but am only expressing a private opinion, which, however much I might mean it, was only intended for the man to whom the letter was written. But as to Denver," he drawled, "it isn't so far removed from Butte, Montana. I subscribe for a weekly paper which gets here every 2 weeks, and I learn from that Mary McLean is exploring the East for the world." "Is the young woman a genie?" he asked. "Or is her book a composite of thoughts that had been written before?" It was suggested to the genial philosopher that he take the lady's word for it. "But I can't," he said, "in view of her frank declaration about her own mendacity." He sat there smoking his fourth cigar. In the advertising papers of a monthly on the table before him was a picture of Sir Walter Scott. Looking at the picture with evident affection, he said, "There never was a man in the history of all literature who was confronted by so gigantic a task as that undertaken by Scott in his magnificent effort to rid himself of a mountain of debts for which he was not responsible. Yet, but a few years before, the man who had paid this tribute to Sir Walter Scott had himself won the admiration of the world for a transaction similar in almost every detail. He went upstairs again, "to see about Mrs. Clemens," saying as he left, "Now make yourself as comfortable as you can." The room in which much of his writing is done is large and cheery, with everywhere the evidence of woman's taste and an author's carelessness. An edition of Saintine's Picciola lay on a table in the center of the room. One of the villainous-looking cigars had been left on it, presumably to frighten burglars. Upon the mantelpiece was a huge bouquet of goldenrod, Mrs. Clemens's favorite flower, and on either side of it were pipes and bric-a-brac. In one corner of the room was a tobacco cabinet, and on top of it lay the brother of the Missouri meerschaum corncob pipe that Rudyard Kipling once hungered for. In another corner was a roomy window-seat, and upon it had been thrown the Panama which, on the lawn, the lord of the domain had earlier referred to, not as nearly but a real one. The morning mail, some 20 or 30 letters, had been dumped into it. "We'll take a look round," he said as he stepped to the veranda, "and then you can take the pictures you've hinted at." A pause. "I believe." The blue sea stretched away to the eastward, while between it and the delightful spot where Mark Twain is spending the summer the deep and silent waters of York River glided by. "This is almost as good as my Tarrytown place," he said, with a chuckle. Evidently he was thinking of the famous over-assessment. "When a friend of mine," he continued, "heard that I had been assessed $70,000 for the property there, that I had paid $45,000 for, he asked me why I didn't sell the property to Tarrytown. That wouldn't be bad now, would it? This is as good a place as any," he remarked, with the Kodak prospect still in mind. Then, with the greatest good nature, the king of humor posed in the pine woods for several characteristic photographs. Very evidently Mark Twain's sojourn at York Harbor is doing him a world of good. Bronzed and ruddy, with clear eye and alert step, he is the picture of perfect health. Yet walking is his only exercise. The pleasure of boating, bathing, golfing, or driving do not appeal to him. End of interview number 171, read by John Greenman. This is section 172 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 172. James Montague. Mark Twain, His Wit and Humor. New York Evening Journal, December 20th, 1902, page 5. Read by John Greenman. "Twain? Mark Twain? Never heard of him. Guess he don't live nowhere around here." The Riverdale butcher boy spoke as one having authority. "Clemens, then," suggested Davenport. "Can you tell us where Samuel L. Clemens lives, boy?" "Nope, never heard of him either. These fellows belong in Riverdale?" "Well, one of them does. Has a house here someplace." "Oh, I guess not. I know everybody in the neighborhood, but hold up." This as we started on our way. "Maybe they're new boarders up on the hill. No? Well, I can't help you any, gents." And the butcher cart rattled away carrying a 9 days' wonder, a boy who had never heard of Mark Twain. But we had come to Riverdale, and early in the morning at that, to see the humorist, and butcher boy or no butcher boy, we were going to do it. There was no public conveyance at the Riverdale station. There is one there sometimes, but as near as we could learn, its sailing days are Mondays and Fridays. On other days the populace of the sleepy suburb on the Hudson slide down the hill on smooth, shod feet. We met some of them coming down as we toiled upwards, but lacking brakes they could not stop to point out the way to the Twain residence. Davenport was discouraged at the words of the butcher boy. "Maybe there isn't any Mark Twain after all," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe he's just a syndicate or something. I don't believe just a man could have written those books of his, anyway." There seemed to be a gleam of reason in that, but I had seen pictures of the humorist, and once I knew a man who knew a friend of a cousin of an old Nevada acquaintance of his. Beside, Major Pond had given Davenport a letter to him. He surely wouldn't have done that, I pointed out, if there wasn't any Mark Twain. While we were debating, a young woman came down the road, and Davenport appealed to her. "Can you tell us, madam," he said, "if you know a man named Mark Twain, or Clemens, or Clements, or—" "Oh, yes," replied the young woman, without pausing in her flight. "He lives right in here." She mounted a stile as she spoke, and sped away down a snow-covered path, sliding whenever she came to an incline in the manner of all the denizens of the place. So here, right in front of us, was the house of Twain, and Twain really lived in it, a benighted butcher-boy who had never read of Tom Sawyer to the contrary, notwithstanding. We followed the young woman down the path, and the butler who answered her ring confronted us and demanded our business. "Don't you think we'd better ask him if Twain is just a man?" whispered Davenport. "I'd hate to have to make pictures of a whole syndicate." I thought the lady's assurance that Twain lived in the house sufficient for our purpose, so Davenport told the butler that we had come to draw Mr. Twain and hear him talk. "I'll see if you can," said the butler, looking us over suspiciously. He departed into another room, taking several silver candelabra from the mantel as he went. We stood in the hall a minute and took note of some pictures on the wall, which Davenport said were either by Corot or Hogarth. He wasn't quite sure which. "There used to be an artist in Silverton," he began, but at that moment the hall was filled with the perfume of a pipe compared with which those of Pan would have been feeble, and it was Mark Twain himself, in slippers and very comfortable morning attire, who stood before us, looking better than the best pictures of him either of us had ever seen. "We came to draw your picture, Mr. Twain," said Davenport. "That is, I did. He," here the cartoonist indicated me, "came to hear you talk." "Ah," said the humorist, in a voice that took several minutes to pass a given point. "Come in here." He piloted us into a little room in one corner of the house, a room filled with books, piles of newspapers, boxes of cigars, corncob pipes, cans of tobacco, and matches in about equal proportion. Through one of the windows we could see the Hudson, with a steamboat passing now and then, to tempt the master of the house to go down there and grasp the spokes of a wheel. The others look out on grass and trees, abundance of both, for the Twain place is a trifle smaller than Central Park. There is no describing Mark Twain. Davenport's pictures of him are better than descriptions, better than photographs. The shock of hair is not quite so heavy as it used to be, but the eyebrows are just as long, and the mustache just as drooping as of old. Time has written a great many wrinkles on his brow, but it has taken pains with the job, and the wrinkles are like the picture writing on a totem-pole. You can read in them the story of that time when Twain and Higbie struck a blind lead and were millionaires for a week. You can decipher the tale of the little boy who wandered up and down the big Mississippi steamboat and filled himself with joy. You can see the mark of the mining camp, the imprint of the Hannibal newspaper, the lines worn by the intrusions of lightning-rod agents, the stupidity of European guides, the heartlessness of city editors, the vandalism of French translators of The Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. It is a kindly, gentle face. One would never suspect that grim irony and savage satire lie behind it, ready to rouse at some fresh contact with the shame and affectations of a shamming and affected world. We sat for a while and said nothing. The humorist puffed steadily on his reeking pipe, now and then stroking the papers on the arm of his chair lovingly, as if he longed to begin work upon them again. "This hour," he said finally, "between 10:15 and 11, it isn't an hour, only 3/4 of an hour, you know, is the only time I have for visitors. Then people can come and see me after my breakfast is settled and I am ready to get to work."
There was more silence, which Davenport suddenly broke. "Do you know, Mr. Twain," he said, from behind his Bristol board, "that you kept me from seeing Prince Henry?"
"Well, no, I can't say that that fact is in my collection."
"That's right. You were at the banquet they gave him at the Waldorf, and the minute you came into the room I followed you around and forgot that the prince was there."
"Ah, that was very thoughtful of you."
The smoke rose in an opaque cloud, and the artist stayed his pencil until it should be dissipated. The silence again became heavy. At length I found it oppressive, and by way of lightening it asked him if he remembered that story about the gold arm with which he used to terrorize people who came to hear him lecture.
"Now, I'm glad you mentioned that," he said deliberately. "You know, I delight to tell that story. I've retired from all public speaking entirely. I never go any place or appear in public unless I have to, but now and then I do love to tell that story."
And his eyes lighted reminiscently.
"Sometimes I go to the house of friends of mine in New York to get a chance to tell a story or two. I can't help doing it just once in a while. I go on condition that nothing shall be said about it before or afterward in the newspapers, for if mention was made of it, people would say, 'That dad-blamed old liar said he was never going on the platform again, and here he is, just the same as ever.' But I do love to tell that story. I'm going to talk to some friends before long. I have half an hour to fill, and that will fill up 3 of 6 minutes I was short. Now, if I can just get another story for the other 3 minutes, I'll be fixed."
Whoever will have the privilege of listening to that story may esteem themselves among the favored ones of the earth. I heard him tell it in a Western town when he made his trip around the world to get money to pay off his debts. When he came to the climax the audience jumped back as one person, starting loose every seat in the house, so the janitor had to come around the next morning and screw them down again.
"But I'm out of public life now," continued the author, lighting his pipe and puffing until his white head showed as in a fog, darkly. "I have a very happy time here, all to myself. I shall never go far away again. I should not have gone to Missouri last June if I had not gone to get a decoration. I think when an institution, especially in a man's native state, offers to confer a decoration on him, it is equivalent to a royal invitation. It's a command. He ought to go if he has to go in a hearse. But when I see some of these very old fellows, going from one side of the earth to the other to get degrees, it does seem hard. Some allowance should be made for their years. The universities ought to mail them the decorations. Davenport, who had up to this time been shifting from one chair to another, trying to get a firm grip on the elusive features of the speaker, here gave tongue. "Mr. Twain," he said, "I'll bet you'd have given a good deal to be where I was a few years ago, down in Jackson's Canyon, where you heard them tell that jumping frog story." "Yes," said the humorist, extracting a match from a box on the table and lighting it and his pipe with the single motion known only to the long-seasoned pipe-smoker. "Yes, I would. How did you happen to go down there?" "I went down for the Examiner. They found a cave full of bones down there. Nothing but bones in it, Indian bones, skulls and ribs and legs and arms. They'd been there so long they'd go to pieces like a played-out horse on the home stretch if you touched one of them." "And I suppose the scientists out in that country never paid any attention to them?" "Not so much that they were ever caught at it. The ranchers take them away in sacks full and make fertilizers out of them." "I suppose not. I wonder what these scientists are for. I know, near Mentone, where there are 2 caves filled with skeletons in a row, 2 rooms to the cave, and 2 rows of skeletons in each room. Not one of those skeletons is less than 7 feet tall, and one of them is more than that. It would seem the easiest thing in the world for a few scientists to flit over there from France and take steps to protect them, but they don't. Tourists come along, ignorant, wooden-headed tourists, and carry them away bone by bone, and not a scientist to stop them." "Couldn't those tracks have been made by a bear?" asked Mr. Twain. "Bear? Never. I could see the grain on the ball of the man's toe. There was a little fellow walking beside him. They were men's footprints, I tell you, and they ought to be enclosed in a glass case. We haven't got any scientists in this country, never had." "Well, well," the humorist grew thoughtful. "Joe Goodman came to my house in Hartford one time and read over a manuscript of mine in which I alluded to those Carson footprints as something like Santa Claus, deserving of a place in fiction, but of no permanent value as truth. He told me it wouldn't do, that they were not to be spoken of lightly. I must see about this. The Metropolitan Museum ought to have those footprints, or, if that is impossible, it would be easy for every museum in the country to have plaster casts of them." I have since discovered that the late Professor Joseph LeConte of the University of California made a 2 years' study of the Carson footprints and pronounced them to be those of a giant sloth who prowled around Nevada some time previous to the time of Hank Monk. I didn't know it then, however, so I did not shed any light on the conversation. The denouncer of scientists was still thinking of the neglected skeletons in the south of France. "Those caves were right near the gambling place. I can't recall the name of it."
"Monte Carlo?"
"Yes, Monte Carlo. There, that reminds me of something I can make use of. Monte Carlo, presided over by the Prince of Hall, otherwise known as the Prince of Monaco? Yes, the Prince of Monaco. For 300 years able to marry into any royal family in Europe, simply because he rules a 10-acre lot of royal ground. I can use that sometime. "Mr. Twain," asked Davenport, who had now finished his sketches and was cruising around the room admiring the pictures and pipes and other ornaments that were scattered about. "There are two pictures by Phil May. Mighty fine ones, too. Great, ain't he?" "Yes, I am going to make use of those two as soon as I can think of some way to do it. In a book or story of mine, perhaps. He did them for me so quickly that I did not realize for a long time how really great they were. He's a wonderful man." One of the sketches was a picture of a Chinaman, no art calendar Mongolian, but a real, impressive, self-satisfied native of the land of flowers. The other was a girl, a street girl, but so natural you could almost see her winking at you. "May is a great artist," continued the author, "but here," he had seen Davenport carefully rolling up his sheets of Bristol board, "I must have a look at those." Davenport continued to roll them up. "Oh, Mr. Twain, I guess you really don't want to see them, do you?" "Yes, indeed I do." He jumped out of his chair with the agility of Jim Smiley's Dan'l Webster. Dan'l was the frog's name, and the cartoonist unrolled the sketches. "Well," said their subject slowly, "they're bully. But you've made me look 200 years old. I claim a good many years, but not 200." We had started to go, observing that he was looking wistfully at the door, as if he yearned to know how one or both of us would look framed in it. A photograph of Mr. Twain tossed among some other pictures on the mantel caught Davenport's eye. "I don't think that does you justice, Mr. Twain," he said. "Well, possibly not. Here is one I drew of myself." He fished from a drawer in the table a copper plate with an astounding sketch engraved upon it. A line in his own chirography underneath explained what was the matter with it. "I never could draw a mouth," it said, "so in making this picture I have left the mouth out. Mark Twain." We shook hands and journeyed forth in the direction indicated by the "yes" of our host. He had been pleasant, agreeable, hospitable, but he had taken the wheel from the moment we came in the room and piloted the conversation in smooth but profitless channels, never foundering once on a pay-ledge. He had made us feel that it would be useless to extract any copy from him. He is not giving away his humor or his views on men and things. And neither would you, readers of the Evening Journal, if after long years spent in acquiring cheerfulness you had learned to communicate it to others so gracefully that every time you framed a word a silver quarter jingled into your treasury. If words paid everybody as well as that, general conversation would soon become a lost art, and only the scratching of millions of pens would break the silence that hung over the world. As we slid down the hill to the Riverdale station, following the fashion of the place, the butcher boy came rattling past us in his wagon, and, leaning far out into space, shouted, "Find him?" End of interview number 172, read by John Greenman. This is section 173 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 173, Roy L. McCardle, Men of Today Who Make the World Laugh, Mark Twain. New York Evening World, April 13, 1903, page 11. Read by John Greenman. It was a tempestuous day in early April, in the year of 1903, that a solitary traveler might have been seen trudging up the muddy hillside from the railroad station in the pretty suburban town of Riverdale on the Hudson, where choice building lots on easy terms
to purchasers who intend to build, are obtainable on a small first payment from any of the urbane suburban local real estate agents. I was going to Mark Twain's house. A manservant opened the door that led into an old-fashioned colonial hall. Old-fashioned steel engravings hung on the walls in the side hall and up the side of the staircase. The manservant told a young woman writing in a small room off the hall, and the young woman told the manservant to tell Mark Twain, or Samuel L. Clemens, just as you choose to call him. Presently the dean and the foremost of American humorists came from his study. He wore a black velvet smoking jacket, gray vest and trousers, white hair, and plenty of it, a gray and tawny mustache, and carried a fountain pen. "I am opposed to interviews," said Mr. Clemens. "The whole theory of interviews is wrong, so far as it concerns a writer. For a politician, an interview is something of inestimable value. But to ask a man who writes for his livelihood to talk for publication without recompense is an injustice. How would it seem to go to a gardener and say, 'Those are fine potatoes you are raising. Let me have 3 or 4 bushels.'" I ventured to hint that Mr. Clemens was some potatoes, if it came to that, but that he couldn't keep his light hid under a bushel. But the serious humorist went on refusing to talk by saying a whole lot of things. Among the things he said was that to ask a humorist to give an interview for nothing was as incongruous as to ask a great tragedian, Sir Henry Irving, for instance, to go into a circus and act the clown for nothing. The interviewer hinted that if it was a question of recompense, that could be arranged, but Mr. Clemens said his contract with a certain publishing house forbade him writing for hire for anyone else. Then the interviewer suggested, would the great humorist give one of his celebrated handmade pen-and-ink sketches for publication? This, the great humorist said, was a request he could not comply with. "If I draw a picture," he said, "I can put some lines to it and get paid for it. The lines might not be funny, but the picture would be." This resolution not to be interviewed was made some years ago. There was a time I thought it was of value, but experience has taught me better. Experience has taught me many things. The unauthorized interviewer reminded Samuel L. Clemens that several interviews with him had been printed, mentioning one illustrated by a newspaper cartoonist some few months ago. "That interview was obtained from me without my consent and by deceit and fraud. I thought I was entertaining Mr. Blank," naming the cartoonist, "as a friend of a young relative of mine, a chum and a workfellow of his in the West. He brought a newspaper writer with him, but that I was being interviewed was kept hidden from me." "Well, then," said the writer, "you will only be interviewed to say that you won't be interviewed." "That is it exactly," said Mark Twain. End of interview number 173, read by John Greenman. This is section 174 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 174, Mark Twain's Door Open to Burglars, New York Herald, June 15, 1903, page 6. Read by John Greenman. Undisturbed by the recent activity of thieves in the Bronx, Mark Twain, at his home at Riverdale, in the extreme northern end of the borough,
expressed himself yesterday as not averse to the powers that prey on his neighbors. "I just wish I knew the fellows on my route," said the humorist, his eyes twinkling with merriment. "I have been expecting them about here, and from feelings of brotherhood, if for no more noble reason, I have been intending to give them a warm reception. My larder is open to them, and if they smoke they can have the best in the box. You know, all we literary people and second-story men have a good deal akin. We all travel in groups. We work one neighborhood until we feel that we have sapped the lemon dry, and then we move on to more fruitful soil. I don't know, but I am ready to believe that the gentlemen who visited Riverdale and stole everything they could lay their hands on are now laying away treasure down in Ohio and some other rich preserve of the Union. These grafters are pretty wise fellows. They know, when they have been long enough in one neighborhood, and when their victims seem to have become tired of them. There is such a thing as despoiling even the fatted calf, and these fellows understand that as well as we do. I'd like to meet the gentlemen who have this route now. I would treat them well. In fact, I fear I might succumb to the temptation to treat them too well. Perhaps that is why they have passed my door without giving me a call. But that's one of the fashionable habits they have. They never come around when you want to see them. I am going to leave here in a little while, and they will have to hustle if they expect to see me. Burglary, like many other things, has got to be a science, and the man who is a success at it ought to be respected. He has a family to support, maybe, little babies and a wife who need nice clothes and things, and it is only fair that he should be given a chance to ply his chosen trade. It is cruel to put him in jail with forgers and common swindlers. Since the last visit of burglars to Riverdale, all of the houses have been provided with burglar alarm systems, and in some of the larger houses watchmen are employed. On their last sortie they broke into the Appleton mansion, in which the novelist lives, and stole oil paintings and other articles valued at about $500. End of interview number 174, read by John Greenman. This is section 175 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 175, Twain Off Shooting Shafts of Humor. New York Evening Journal, October 24, 1903, page 3. Mark Twain sailed for Europe on the Princess Irene today for a stay of 1 year in Florence, Italy, where he and his invalid wife, his 2 daughters, and friends will reside in Villa Reale di Quarto, one of the most beautiful palaces overlooking the Mediterranean. The humorist went abroad with joy in his heart because at the banquet given him at the Metropolitan Club, Colonel G.B.M. Harvey made it known that Twain had signed contracts for his writings
that assures luxury to his latter days and a fortune to those he remembers in his will. Bubbling over with good spirits and with his blue eyes twinkling as he gave forth one story after another, Mr. Clemens talked to the Evening Journal today just as if he liked to be interviewed. Before leaving the Hotel Grosvenor to take carriage for the Hoboken ferry, he walked up to the desk and, pulling out a checkbook, observed, "I love to write my name to checks. It gives a man the impression that he can manufacture money." Then, turning to the Evening Journal reporter, he drawled, "Getting ready to sail for a trip abroad requires a vast deal of trouble. I've always felt sorry for Noah. He had such an awful lot of worry getting all his animals on the ark." "Those fellows who gave me that dinner," remarked Mr. Twain, "said that they loved me, but I don't see how anybody could care for a person who was as disagreeable as I am. I have been absorbing the pugnacity of my wife and the audacity of my daughter for years, so that I am ferocious ordinarily. After a long séance of heavy dining I am simply unbearable. I guess the United States will be glad to get rid of me for a spell. Pity I can't take Dowie with me." Then he left the desk, and getting his wife under his arm, he escorted her gallantly to the waiting carriage. When Mr. Clemens reached the steamship pier in Hoboken, he busied himself with various matters connected with his departure, and shortly afterward went aboard ship to Cabin de Luxe No. 1, which he had engaged for his party. Emerging in a big ulster, he walked down the gangplank again, and was met by Colonel G. B. M. Harvey, who talked with him for several minutes, and finally, wishing him bon voyage, departed. Then, turning to an Evening Journal reporter, he answered a question concerning Aristophanes and Rabelais that had been propounded after he had read an article in which the humorist was heralded as the modern reincarnation of those two distinguished gentlemen. "Remarkable statement, that," he drawled with a twinkle in his eyes, "and very handsome, very handsome. But if I tell you the truth, I can't agree with the statement, because I was only an empty vessel at the various times my friend William D. Howells says that Aristophanes lived. So, you see, I don't know Aristophanes, even if Howells has told me at various times that he was everything from a sailor with Sir John Hawkins in the British Channel to a Greek physician and an Italian virtuoso. But Rabelais, my dear young sir, I know Rabelais from the head down to the end of his toes, and from his toes to the top of his head. Yes, I know Rabelais, and if I had lived in the 15th century I would have been Rabelais." Mr. Clemens was then asked if he had John Alexander Dowie in mind when he wrote the story in Huckleberry Finn of the King, who was painted with leopard spots and exhibited in the town hall for monetary purposes. "Well," drawled the humorist, "I can't answer that. I've never seen Dowie with his clothes off. In fact, I've never seen John Alexander Dowie, but I have a premonition and an awful presentiment that I am going to meet him in the next world. If I do meet Dowie in either one of the
two places where people go, and I see Dowie there, I am going to leave. It don't make any difference to me whether the place I go to is 1,000 degrees warmer than the place where I meet Dowie. I am going to leave. I like society. I love society. But not Dowie. Yes, neither Dowie nor Mrs. Eddy. In case I meet them in the same place, I'll go to the other. If I see Dowie in one place and Mrs. Eddy in the other, I can only then place my trust in divine providence and go to places I know not of. Just at this moment an interruption occurred in Mr. Clemens's story, when a man with a Van Dyke beard and an effusive manner rushed up to Mark and introduced himself as a member of the Centennial Committee of the big celebration at Tarrytown 1 year from now, and asked him if he was going to get back to America in time for the celebration. "You know, you've been a taxpayer up there," he said, "and we want to have you back." "Well," said Mark, with ever the same drawl, "I certainly intend returning to America after a year abroad, but I'm not sure whether I'm going up to the celebration. I might get taxed for being there. They love to assess you in Tarrytown. Now," he declared with great emphasis, "I've hired this fancy villa over in Italy at a fancy price, but it is our house, and I'm going to live in it for 1 year. I've got mighty tired of paying rent and taxes for 4 places and living in one." The man with the Van Dyke beard nearly exploded at this sally of the humorist. 4 houses and properties, that's it exactly, and only a chance to live in one. Let's see, there was the house at York Harbor, Maine, one at Riverdale, another at Hartford, and then the Captain Casey place at Tarrytown, where they love to assess people. Another interruption occurred here when a number of newspaper men rushed up to Mr. Clemens and asked him if he had heard of the arrival of Henry W. Lucy, the noted English humorist and famous as Toby, M.P. of Punch. Lucy said he had come to this country to ask a settlement with Twain in the matter of the Obituary, a magazine to be devoted to publishing obituaries of men while they were alive, and then selling the subject all the copies he desires, suppressing the rest of the edition. Twain was shown the following letter that he had written Lucy several weeks ago, and which Lucy had produced on his arrival on the Lucania today. The letter read: "My dear Mr. Lucy, you will arrive on the morning that I depart, and so there isn't going to be any rendering of accounts. The obituary will still continue to be published, but you are out of it. I am firmly convinced that in its earning capacity it is better for Twain than for two. You were the other segment of the two. Goodbye, Mark Twain." When the humorist saw the letter his eyes twinkled as he replied, "Can't that man Lucy understand a joke? I wonder if an Englishman can understand a joke." He was informed that that very question had been propounded to Lucy today, and that the Englishman in reply had handed Twain's letter to the questioner as proof positive that an Englishman could understand a joke. "Well, I'm glad that at least one Englishman can see the point," said Twain. "I was afraid that he wouldn't. You see, this idea of the obituary was mine. I suggested it to Lucy at a dinner given us by Mrs. Edwin A. Abbey in London several months ago. He jumped at the opportunity, and we formed a partnership. Now he understands the joke, for he is living on hopes, and I am living on accomplished certainties. You see," and Mark grew enthusiastic, "this was the greatest money-making contrivance ever devised, and, as I was the originator, I naturally, in my heart, expected to reap the fruits of my originality. The scheme was simply this: we were to go to various men and offer to write obituaries of their lives before they were dead, for 50 guineas. There would be no money in a corpse, you know, and he would pay for the obituary while he was alive. We would say to the man, 'We can write a fine obituary of you. You pay us 50 guineas. We give you the right to have as many copies printed for you as you desire, and then we suppress the remainder of the edition.' It was great fun to see the way men would come to us. We were able to cover up we are yet, that is, Lucy and I, all the dark spots in a man's life, and then even artistically shade them so that they resembled the deeds of glory. Things went beautifully until a little while ago, when Lucy wanted more profits, and, as I've said, I knew that for the money in it the proposition resolved itself into the axiom of "it is better for twain than for two." Poor Lucy! His predicament reminds me of the story St. Clair McKelway told at the dinner Colonel Harvey gave me at the Metropolitan Club the other night, when he said, after the announcement of the signing of the contracts had been made, "The Harpers are living by faith and hope, while Twain will live on accomplished certainties. That's the way with Lucy about the obituary. He's living on hope. He's a good fellow, and I hope he will do well in this country, even if he lives on hope. I hope he don't meet Dowie." End of interview number 175, read by John Greenman. This is section 176 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 176, Mark Twain's Pictures, Ladies' Home Journal 20, November 1903, page 1. With regard to two of the photographs of Mark Twain, a word of explanation is given here for which proper space could not be found in connection with the photographs. The cat in Mark Twain's lap, in one of the pictures, is apparently a wonderful animal. Mark Twain says, "It is a porcelain cat, from a work by a great French sculptor, and is perhaps the only hand-made cat in existence that is perfect in form, in attitude, and carries in its face and eyes the right and true charm and spirituality of its race. This is the most satisfactory workroom cat I have ever had, because it does not fuss with the manuscripts, nor try to help do the writing." The colored man in another picture is John T. Lewis, "a friend of mine," says Mark Twain, "these many years, 34 in fact. He was my father-in-law's coachman 40 years ago, was many years a farmer of Quarry Farm, and is still a neighbor. I have not known an honester man nor a more respect-worthy one. 27 years ago by the prompt and intelligent exercise of his courage, presence of mind, and extraordinary strength, he saved the lives of relatives of mine whom a runaway horse was hurrying to destruction. Naturally, I hold him in high and grateful regard. End of interview number 176, read by John Greenman.
This is section 177 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 177, Mark Twain on the Law of Copyright. Sketch, London, March 30th, 1904, page 376. Half an hour's journey from Florence in the Sesto train, and then another 20 minutes' gentle uphill walk along a lane, will bring you to a small iron gate in a wall, the wall which encloses the grounds of the Villa di Quarto, where Mark Twain has been spending the winter. Here a special representative of the sketch visited the great humorist recently, and obtained the new photograph and interview with him, which are herewith reprinted for the benefit of Mr. Clemens's host of admirers in this country. "It was raining dismally when I arrived," writes the representative of the sketch, "as it can rain sometimes in Florence. The chrysanthemums round the villa were woefully bedraggled, and there was a general feeling of damp discomfort in the air, so that I was scarcely surprised when I was told that the famous humorist was confined to bed with a sharp attack of rheumatism. Fortunately, however, he sent word that he would receive me. The first thing that impressed me was his eyes. What wonderful eyes Mark Twain has! At times, in repose, seeming to be set far back in his head, dull, dead of expression, and then, of a flash, shining out keen, piercing, full of life. I recognized at once the mass of long hair inclined to curl, the heavy mustache, and the shaggy eyebrows of lighter hue, which go to make up the characteristic head so familiar in portraits. He has extraordinary expressive hands, full of nervous force, seeming to point his meaning even more than the vigorous "By George!" with which he would introduce a more than usually interesting comment. On my entrance I made some stumbling apology for my intrusion, and he said, rather severely, that he had made it a rule never to be interviewed between whiles, but that during the 24 hours preceding his departure from one country and the 24 hours after his arrival in another country, he was open to all comers. I ventured to hope that my visit would not result in his undoing, and inquired if he knew Italy well. "No," he replied, laboring with a recalcitrant pipe. "I should like to, very much, but this is the only part of Italy that I know. A very pleasant race the Tuscans are, and I get on well with them, in a deaf and dumb fashion. Not that I did not carry on long conversations with every Italian I met when I was in Settignano 11 years ago, only I spoke English, and the Italian spoke Italian, and neither of us understood what the other was saying. But we never bore malice, and always parted friends." After applying a fresh match to his pipe, he went on, "The world, of course, is the same all over, and I have my singular correspondence here, too. Today I have received a letter from a Florentine gentleman, in which, as far as I can make out with the aid of my daughter, he asks me to pay him 20 francs for
some copies of his paper which he sent to me, and as recompense for 5 visits which he has made to my house, at grave risk from your dogs. I did not ask for his papers. I did not ask him to pay me those visits, and the dogs who threatened his life belong to my neighbor."
Speaking of the followers of Mrs. Eddy, who do not reason but blindly believe, he said,
"For the matter of that, the ordinary followers of any religion may be accused of the incapacity to reason clearly about it. The opinion of the man in the street is worthless on a subject of which he has not made a special study. Lawyers, perhaps, and college professors may be listened to with attention on their own subjects, for their training has been long and in one direction, but this is true of scarcely any other men."
The pipe was going easier now.
Take again the burning copyright question. Why, when I want some plumbing done in the house, do I go to the expense of getting the plumber out of the town if the village carpenter who lives next door could do the work as well and cheaper? It is just because he does not understand the mysteries of pipes and soldering that I do not ask him for his opinion. And why should we expect the 700 or so members of Parliament or Congress to settle satisfactorily the intricate question of copyright? Perhaps there are 25 out of the whole number who have written a book that has achieved success. Of these 25, certainly not more than 5 have written a book that will outlast the statutory 42 years. The remaining 675 may be gifted with more than average intelligence, but that is not sufficient if they are to adjudicate on a matter outside their own special province. Now, the learned law lord who examined me when I appeared before the House of Lords made a point that the owner of land, for instance, had a right to perpetual freehold, but not the author of a book, the value of which depended on an idea, on something evanescent. I objected at once that the value of real estate was as much dependent on an idea as any book was. Take a simple example. A shrewd traveler in the heart of Africa comes upon some land which he foresees will some day become the center of a network of railways, and purchases it from the local chief. At that moment it is not worth a cent, but will be valuable in the future, in his children's or his grandchildren's time, years after some wretched writer, perhaps, would have ceased to have any property in a book he had written at the same time. And yet in both cases it was an idea which gave the value, and why should there be this discrimination? I cannot understand why Lord Macaulay, who was qualified to judge, and whose advice was listened to, favored the 42 rather than the 60 years limit in copyright. But even with 42 years, the English are better off than we with our 28 years in America. It is true that we can extend our copyright for another 14 years, but the application has to be made personally within the last 6 months of the term, and it is not always easy to remember dates. I rose to go, and looking out of the window at the incessant rain expressed a regret that Florence was treating him so unkindly with her weather. "Well," quoth the humorist, "it is rather an incentive to imaginary rheumatism. Mother Eddy has not taught me yet to suppress my imaginings." Whereat I laughed, and so ended a long visit in which all my preconceived notions of the great writer had been upset, and a new Mark Twain showed himself to me, not solely humorous, but intensely earnest. Since Mark Twain published a portion of Adam's Diary a few years ago in Harper's Magazine, he has, as he puts it, deciphered some more of Adam's hieroglyphics, and they now appear in book form, with comic drawings by humorous illustrator Mr. F. Strothman. Extracts from Adam's Diary, translated from the original MS, and illustrated, with photographic reproductions of the original diary carved on stone, is conceived in a spirit of broad fun, and yet it is not without its touches of tender seriousness. Adam had his doubts about Eve for a long time, but "after all these years," he concludes, "I see that I was mistaken about Eve in the beginning. It is better to live outside the garden with her than inside it without her." End of interview number 177, read by John Greenman. This is section 178 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 178, Mark Twain to Reform the Language of Italy, New York Times, April 10, 1904, page 11, read by John Greenman. Reporter: "And how do you like Italy again after your long absence from here?"
"Oh, Italy is right enough. The best country in the world to live in. Perhaps England runs it rather close, but here all is quiet, town and country alike. In England there is always London with its great unquiet pulse."
Reporter: "And the Italians?"
"Right enough, too. I love to watch them, and to study their gestures and their ways. That is why I do not object to the slow pace of our horses, like my daughter there, even if they do take a time to land us in town."
Reporter: "And the language?"
"I never get hold of an entire sentence. Just a word here and there that comes in handy, but they never stay with me more than a day. There is one person who always understands me, and that is our old kitchen scrub. She was with us last time, too. We have quite long talks together, and exchange no end of compliments. I talk English, she rattles along in her own lingo. Neither of us knows what the other says. We get along perfectly, and greatly respect each other's conversation."
When the talk turned to books, the reporter said that he had never been able to read a novel by Sir Walter Scott.
Just so. I was once ill and shut up, and there was nothing but Scott's novels to read. So I had another try. Well, when I got through Guy Mannering, I wrote to Brander Matthews and asked him if he would be good enough to point out to me the literary and stylistic merits of the work, for I could not find them. Fact is, nothing is eternal in this world, and literature is as much subject to the character of the times as any other intellectual manifestation. Books reflect the mental atmosphere in which they were born, and on that account cannot expect to live forever. Every generation has its own authors. Look at Dickens. At one time nothing went down that was not a little tinted with the Dickens style. Now who would allow that? And the same for all the others. Is there a more tiresome and unnatural book than Pendennis? All the people are exaggerated, caricatures, with no intention of being so. It's like when they show us some weird old picture and say it's wonderful. I dare say it is wonderful for its time, but its time is past.
End of interview number 178, read by John Greenman. This is section 179 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 179, Will keep his feet as they are, my last and solely for my use. Boston Globe Morning Edition, August 25, 1905, page 12, read by John Greenman. New York, August 24th. Suffering torture from gout, Mark Twain, who more than a score of years ago solemnly declared, "Rare things are not common," perpetuated another joke in Norfolk, Virginia, yesterday by having the announcement made that he had returned to his home in New York to have both feet operated on. As a result, there were numerous callers at the big red brick house, 21 Fifth Avenue, and the flaxen-haired maid was kept busy answering rings at the door. "Mr. Clemens is out of the city and will not return till November," said the young woman to each caller. "We have heard of no amputation." This was repeated time and time again, and "It's mighty funny" came from more than one pair of lips as the callers turned to retrace their steps down the front stairs. Late in the afternoon, still in Norfolk, Mark Twain, who in signing checks uses his own name, Samuel L. Clemens, authorized a denial of his self-circulated report that he was in New York. "I am still here," he said to a friend who met him there, "and probably shall remain here till I get away. As for the gout, I may have a touch of it. In fact, I always have felt a little sore that way, but I am going to keep my feet as long as I can stand. They happen to be my last feet, and are solely for my use." End of interview number 179, read by John Greenman. This is section 180 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 180, In Genial Mood. Boston Globe, November 6, 1905, page 9. Read by John Greenman.
A man who is a pessimist before he's 48 is a fool. He knows too much. A man who isn't a pessimist after he's 49 is a fool. He doesn't know enough.
This was one of Mark Twain's reflections yesterday afternoon while chatting with a group of newspaper men at the residence of S.B. Permain, 388 Beacon Street. The famous humorist was discussing old age and his approaching 70th birthday, which comes on the 30th of this month, when he made the above remark. Colonel Thomas Wentworth Higginson was present during the combination interview, which lasted more than 2 hours, and during which time a wide range of subjects were discussed and commented on by Mr. Clemens. He was in a genial frame of mind, and with little effort on the part of the reporters, he talked on old age and its manifestations, on the copyright laws, on King Leopold and the Congo Free State horrors, on Russia and the present uprising, and on American graft and grafters. He also read a few of his latest aphorisms and a couple of letters from people who had views distinctly opposite to himself and his writings. Every subject Mark Twain touched on was illuminated by some anecdote or experience, or by some caustic observation which usually hit the nail on the head. The pallor of his face is perhaps lightened by his thick white head of hair and mustache, but as he became more and more interested in his subject, the excitement drove a slight flush into his countenance, and his eyes flashed while he emphasized his remarks by a wave of the hand or a toss of the head. Mark Twain likes newspaper men, for he claims to be one still himself. In fact, he says, he is the dean of American journalists, and, as he said, probably the most respectable, if you ask me about it. But he never cares to be interviewed until the day before he is to leave a place. Hence the appointment with the reporters yesterday afternoon. He leaves Boston today. After the reporters had been introduced by Mr. Permain, there was a brief, uneasy moment's wait for somebody to break the ice. Colonel Higginson at once came to the rescue by suggesting that as Mr. Clemens was nearly 70 years of age, a few reflections on old age from the dean of American humorists and journalists might be a proper beginning.
"I don't mind," said Mark as he settled back in his chair, crossed his legs, and lighted a big cigar. "I'm ready to talk on anything. I never really knew what it was to be old until about 5 years ago. Now I believe I'm the oldest man in the world. At that time I was in London, and I met Sir William Harcourt. I hadn't seen him for 30 years, and I couldn't see that time had made any change in him. You see, I had then begun to think I was the only old man in the world. I said to Sir William, "You're a satisfaction to look at. You look just as young as ever. I would like to find someone older than I am." Sir William said there were 2 dates that he remembered. One was that when he was 9 years of age, and crossing London Bridge, he distinctly heard the bells toll that announced the death of William IV, and the other was his birthday. He was born in 1828, and I was born in 1835. I said to him, "Then I have found the only man older than I am." When asked if he hadn't experienced any of the usual manifestations of old age up to his 65th year, the little pains and aches, the gray hairs, etc., Mr. Clemens said, "No, as for the gray hairs, I had them when I was 50, and I might have had indigestions, But that is not a sign of age. It is a sign of indiscretion. No, I can't say that I began to feel old until I was past 60. The next subject touched upon was the copyright laws, a subject which Mark Twain has been deeply interested in nearly all his life, and in the interests of which he has fought very hard. But before touching on that, it might be well to give a few of his latest aphorisms. He said he had been writing aphorisms all his life, on occasion, and some day he hoped to publish a book of them. Here are the latest additions to his stock. Taking the pledge will not make bad liquor good, but will improve it. It's not best to use our morals weekdays. It gets them out of repair for Sunday. Don't part with your illusions. When they are gone, you may still exist, but you have ceased to live. It is noble to be good. It is still nobler to show others how to be good, and much less trouble. "I like aphorisms," commented the humorist with a twinkle. The copyright question lies very close to his heart. He believes the author should be protected in this country as he is in Germany, France, and Russia, where the author's copyright holds good through life and 7 years thereafter. In this country the copyright law protects the author for 42 years, and it has taken years of agitation to bring it up to that point. "There are no civilized countries," said Mark, "in which the author isn't protected for life, except England, Labrador, and America." Consider what this means in the face of our boasted civilization. Even in Russia the author gets more protection than here. We are trying now to get the same kind of law. "When do the copyrights begin to expire on your books, Mr. Clemens?" "In about 6 years on Innocents Abroad, and some others follow very soon after that. It is likely to cut down my children's income, not mine. I'm old and not much interested in the subject of incomes." Colonel Higginson thought the publisher should be protected also, but he said he could not agree with Mr. Clemens that the author should have a monopoly of his books through life. Then there was a discussion. Mark maintained that a book was as much the property of an author as a piece of land. Colonel Higginson couldn't see it in that light. A book represented an idea to which the public was freely entitled after a certain time, for the author owed much to the public for the materials from which he made his book, the characters and situations that inspired him to write it. Mr. Clemens maintained that all property represented an idea. A number of men go into a new country. One of them is a trained civil engineer, and he sees by the lay of the land the spot where the city will eventually be built. He settles there, and the city is built. That property is only so much stone and earth, like the spot where the others settle, miles away, but an idea has made it valuable. The same with all property. It is first an idea. So is a book. "Take the trademark," said Mr. Clemens. "It give perpetual protection. The government protects the article with its eyes shut. It may be poisonous patent medicine. The mixture may be deadly, but it is protected by the government, while the propagation of literary poison is protected for only 42 years. "When the question is brought up in Congress," continued Mr. Clemens, "some congressman gets up and argues that a copyright makes books dearer, and his constituents want cheaper books. That is one of those things where men work on a theory. I never heard of a constituent asking his congressman for cheaper books. It is a fallacy, because they don't get them cheaper. The publisher gets all the profit and the author none. He said he was interested in international copyright, but cared less about it than protection at home. He thought in the case of pictures that an artist, when he sold a painting or work of art, should stipulate in his contract with the buyer whatever was necessary in regard to the sale of duplicates or photographs. If there was no contract, the purchaser should have the right to photographs. The horrors of the Congo Free State, as told by missionaries, have brought down on the head of King Leopold of Belgium all the vials of Mark Twain's wrath and sarcasm. He has no use for King Leopold, and he has just published a little work entitled King Leopold's Soliloquy, which shows the monarch of Belgium, who is also monarch of the Congo Free State, in anything but a pleasant light. He believes the report which has just been made by the committee which the king appointed to investigate conditions in the Congo is a farce and a lie. The missionaries and the photographs which the missionaries have taken give the lie to King Leopold's committee's report, he said. Leopold is too well known as a domestic person, as a family person, said Mark Twain facetiously, as a king and a pirate, to believe what he says. He sits at home and drinks blood. His testimony is no good. The missionaries are to be believed. I have seen photographs of the natives with their hands cut off because they did not bring in the required amount of rubber. If Leopold had only killed them outright, it would not be so bad, but to cut off their hands and leave them helpless to die in misery, that is not forgivable. We're interested in all this because we were the first country to give recognition to Leopold's villainous Congo Free State in 1885. Mr. Clemens commented on some of the brutalities perpetrated by other nations on the natives of Africa, and cited the Matabele War, in which the English massacred so many thousands of the Matabeles. Mr. Clemens apparently never had much use for Cecil Rhodes or the methods which he used in introducing civilization to South Africa. In 50 years he believes the mines in the Rand will be worked out, and the country will revert once more to the Boers. He is deeply interested in the present upheaval in Russia, but he fears it will not amount to anything. The Peace of Portsmouth was premature for the Russian people who desired to free themselves of the autocratic yoke. It should have been postponed until the Japs had won one more battle. Then the people of Russia would have with them the sentiment of the soldiers at the front when they returned. As long as the Tsar has the army, navy, and treasury in his power, there is no hope for Russia. All the concessions he makes will amount to nothing unless the people have the control of the army, navy, and treasury. Mark Twain takes little stock in the granting of Finland a constitution. Finland was granted that before, and the grant was revoked. This grant will be revoked inside of 3 years, unless something unforeseen happens. No one can place any confidence in what Russia says, said he. She was only going to Khiva to pacify that place, but once there, she held it. The same in Manchuria and other places. I thought when the Tsar had granted a constitutional government a few days ago that perhaps I was premature in my opinions about the Peace of Portsmouth. But I see from later dispatches that the people have gained nothing that can't be taken from them again tomorrow or any time, as long as the Tsar controls the army, the navy, and the treasury. The speaker was even skeptical about the resignation of the procurator of the Holy Synod. He sees no immediate hope for Russian freedom.
When asked what he thought of the present wave of reform that was sweeping over the United States, Mr. Clemens quickly said,
McCurdy business. The McCurdys and the McCalls are a nice lot. It reminds me of the plague they had in Bombay some years ago when I was there. Every day they would discover a new plague center. It was here today, there tomorrow, and somewhere else the next day. What I wanted to find was a center where there was no plague. It's the same with this insurance business. Every day brings to light a new plague center.
"What do you think of the municipal reform wave and the municipal grafters?"
The grafting seems to be all over the country, and I don't think much of the reforms."
"How about Philadelphia?" interposed Colonel Higginson.
"Well, of course, in this country we have one great privilege which they don't have in other countries. When a thing gets to be absolutely unbearable, the people can rise up and throw it off. That's the finest asset we've got, the ballot box, which has been exercised in Philadelphia. But graft seems to permeate everything in this country today."
When asked how he thought this new standard of ethics and morals in business had originated, and if he thought Rockefeller's success had anything to do with it, Mr. Clemens said,
"I suppose it has had something to do with it. It's a new thing. I believe, however, that it began with Jay Gould and Jim Fisk. The operations of these two men dazed people. Here were men who could make $1 million in a few minutes. This was all new. I remember being in the Lotus Club, I think it was in 1869, and hearing some prominent men discuss these things, and I heard respectable men say, 'Well, give me the $1 million and I'll take the odium.' The poison began to work then, you see."
It was suggested that perhaps the Civil War and the big army contracts and the Reconstruction period might have been the origin of these new business ideals, and Mr. Clemens admitted that perhaps it was out of these things that the later business ethics grew.
"We gave," said he, "to the world the spirit of liberty more than 100 years ago, and now we are giving the world the spirit of graft. Look at the British Army scandals during the Boer War. No British commissioned officer ever did such things before. The spirit of graft has spread."
Colonel Higginson said the sturdy old spirit of honesty still existed among many of the people in the New England towns, and he cited one notable example of a man in Dublin, New Hampshire, who did a little job for which he charged 8 cents, and after being paid he tramped back in the rain a mile or more and said he had charged too much. The job was only worth 6 cents. He handed back 2 cents and returned to his home in the rain. Mr. Clemens told a story of a burglar who had literary ideals, a New England burglar up at Dublin, New Hampshire, who, when arrested, was found deeply absorbed in a copy of Innocents Abroad. End of interview number 180, read by John Greenman. This is section 181 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 181. Mark Twain would kill bosses by third party. New York Herald, November 12, 1905, Section 2, pages 3 and 4. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain has suggested a remedy for bossism, a way to overthrow the Murphys, the McCarrans, the Coxes, and make them stay overthrown. He believes his treatment will not entail an abandonment of that habit, so dear to most citizens of this great republic, of voting for their party candidates. Under the new order of things, a man who cast his first ballot for the Democratic nominee, and has done so every election since, because his father and his grandfather were partisan Democrats, may continue to vote the Democratic ticket and advise his son to vote the same way, with the comforting assurance that he will be honestly following the dictates of his conscience, and that the election of his nominee will mean political purity, no bosses, and the best administration possible. Mr. Clemens believes it is simple to bring about this state of political perfection. All that is required is the organization of a permanent third party, call it mugwump if you choose, which shall continually hold the balance of power in municipal, state, and national elections. It must be a party with no candidates and no political or personal interests to further, and its members may not even suggest the appointment of any of their friends to office. Mr. Clemens, as he lay propped up in bed in his city home at No. 21 Fifth Avenue, explained his theory yesterday to a Herald reporter. He was not ill. In fact, he said he hadn't enjoyed such good health for years. He was only resting in preparation for a trip to Washington next Saturday.
It is a peculiar condition, but none the less true, said Mr. Clemens, that the political liberty of which we are so proud is mainly responsible for the existence of the political boss. At any election, the people, if they choose, may turn out the whole crowd. This is shown by the re-election of Mr. Jerome by citizens who believe in his honesty of purpose and that his qualifications fit him for the office of district attorney. But this very power which rests with the people is accountable for the laxity which permits the Murphys and the McCurdys and the McCalls and Hegemons to flourish. We know that whenever we get tired of the domination of the bosses or those in office who represent them, we have an unfailing remedy. We may apply it at any time, and for that reason we don't until some flagrant act causes an upheaval such as we have just seen in this city, and in Philadelphia, and in some other places. There is a way to escape from the thraldom of bossism, and that is by the organization of a third party, an independent party, made up of those who are generally called mugwumps. I'm a mugwump. I have never tied myself to any party, but have voted for the nominee who appealed to me as being the best man. Mr. Clemens lighted his favorite pipe and blew a great cloud of smoke into which he gazed thoughtfully. What is party, anyway? That fog labeled Democrat or Republican, which means nothing to the average mind when it is analyzed. The Democratic Party shouts for free trade, while the Republican Party shrieks for high tariff. Which is right? Why, there is no possible way of deciding which is right. If in the great party politic one half believe high tariff is right, and the other is certain free trade is the proper thing, who is there to settle the question? If you ask me what I suggest as a remedy for
present conditions. I'll tell you that someone, a man of great executive ability, John Wanamaker, for instance, will have to enlist all his energies in the formation of a permanent third party. It must be composed of men who are willing to give up all affiliations with either of the great parties. No man in it can have any political aspirations. He must not have any friends whom he wishes to push forward for political preferment. The sole reason for the existence of this new third party must be to elect the candidate of either the Democratic or the Republican party who is believed to be the best fitted for the office for which he is nominated. It is not the idea that this independent party is to consist of another fog of non-individualities to be swung in a mass for any candidate at any one's dictation. There would be nobody who could deliver that vote in a mass. It is a party made up of separate individualities, each holding and prizing the privilege of voting as he chooses, the rest to vote as they choose. And therefore you have this result, that if the candidate of one of the great parties is conspicuously a better man than the candidate of the other great party, it is believable that the independent party would vote as a mass for that man. But if both are equally conspicuous for merit, it is believable that this would split the independent vote in two, with this final result, that both of these candidates being excellent men, no one would care which was elected. If an independent party can obtain the nomination of excellent men on both sides, this would certainly justify the organization of a third party. "What if both the nominees are bad men?" Mr. Clemens was asked. He turned upon the questioner a look of pity which there was no mistaking. "Can't you see that if this third party has power to elect whomever it pleases, neither will select for its nominees any but the very best men? Don't you realize with what pains the names of the candidate would be considered before they were chosen for a place on the tickets? There could never be any question about their eligibility. All the mugwumps would have to do would be to decide which man they liked best and vote for him. I admit it would be a mixed government, but that wouldn't matter. I have often wondered at the condition of things which set aside morality in politics and make possible the election of men whose unfitness is apparent. A mother will teach her boy at her knee to tell the truth, to be kind, to avoid all that is immortal. She will painstakingly guide his thoughts and actions so that he may grow up possessed of all the manly virtues, and the father of that boy will, when it comes time for his son to cast his first vote, take him aside and advise him to vote for a bad man who is on the Democratic ticket because he has always adhered to democratic principles. Could anything be more absurd?
I see by the newspapers that there has been a switching of affairs in Ohio, and that Boss Cox has thrown up his job. By the way, that was the first time I ever heard of a boss being, as the slang phrase has it, too previous. Then I read of an overturning of things in Philadelphia. Why, I don't believe the new conditions will last the year out. How can they? There is no organized party to hold matters as they are. It has been the history of such political upheavals that as soon as the thing is accomplished, those who brought it about settle back and let everything drift until the old conditions return. Mr. Hearst's fight for the mayoralty was evidence of what the people can do if they choose. Just think what it would mean if, instead of a spontaneous uprising of voters who are tired of the conditions existing at present, these same voters were members of an organized third party held together by a leader so that it could be counted on as the deciding factor in our municipal elections. It is probable that these same voters will soon forget all about it, and then the boss will pick up his lines again and drive as before. Personally, I would trust Mr. McClellan as mayor of the city. I believe he is capable and honest, and gives the best administration possible under the prevailing state of affairs. Free from any possible domination of a boss, he would make a good chief magistrate. But we need someone to come forward and offer to lead this army of mugwumps who can set all straight. As a matter of fact, we hear of a good deal that isn't so. Recently, we were told in the cable dispatches that the Tsar had proclaimed liberty in his country, with freedom of the press and political representation, very large matters in themselves. By the time we had got used to believing that such things could happen, it was discovered that the people of Russia hadn't got so much after all, because the half-dozen concessions mentioned don't amount to so much when we know the revenues of the country and the control of the army and navy are still in the Tsar's hands. When I mentioned Mr. Wanamaker as the man to do this, I only need him as an example of the type of man who must stand at the head of such a movement. There are many others who would serve as well, men who have devoted their energies to accomplishing great effects by the employment of remarkable executive ability. He must be a builder-up who would prove an acceptable leader of this mugwump party. I cannot understand the philosophy of the man who, looked up to as a model citizen, loses sight of the morality of politics when it comes to casting his ballot. Why, it's nothing but a question of morality, and I know lots of men who will throw aside all considerations of morality when they go to the polls, and will vote for the man nominated by his party, irrespective of his personal fitness for the place. Prejudice influences him. He won't heed the dictates of his conscience. This question of prejudice is very important. There are lots of people who don't believe that a slice of ripe watermelon will cure dysentery. It cures my personal friends every time, but I'll bet if I tried to teach the gospel of ripe watermelon to a hospital full of dysentery patients, and would sell watermelons for 3 cents a dozen, they'd put me out of the institution.
Mr. Clemens became quite animated as he turned to the subject of cures. There is no gainsaying the fact that the author has improved greatly in bodily strength during the last year. His eyes were bright, and his cheeks bare the glow of health. All his motions were vigorous as he emphasized the points of his argument.
Speaking of indigestion, I've adopted a new method of treatment that has done the business for me. For 30 years I have suffered from that most annoying of ailments. 6 months ago I began to try Mr. Fletcher's cure, which is to thoroughly masticate one's food and saturate it with saliva. Within the last 2 weeks I have begun to realize the full benefits of this simple preventive. I have learned that when you have an attack of dyspepsia and you get those awful grinding pains in your stomach, it's a sign you're all right. The stomach craves food and wants something to work on. Now I keep a glass of milk and some crackers beside my bed, and I wait for the signal my stomach gives me. When it comes, I eat and feel all right.
End of interview number 181, read by John Greenman.